Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Throne of Heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 111, Family. Walking down the long corridors and large, empty halls that made up Las Noches Fortress was a boring enough process, barely even interrupted by the presence of what few Arrancar had been left to stand guard instead of joining one of the attack groups outside. That Byakuya Kukaki was almost glad when a sudden, unexpected presence entering his range interrupted the monotony of it. Of course, given his own range, the interruption wasn't sudden, nor able to surprise him more than a moment. With his Shikai being the ability to perceive through any part of his sword, and the fact that he could control every part of his sword so long as he could perceive it, he could easily chain the relay of perceptions by spreading the shards of his blade so that each one was at the extreme edge of the range from two nearby ones, and when the maximum number of shards his Zanpakuto could be broken into was around 70,000, with each one having the same range of 300 meters or thereabouts that his normal perception range extended to. The maximum potential range he could cover with his Shikai was very large indeed. Of course, keeping it spread so thin would not be practical for combat purpose, not even when he had his Bankai active, which he currently didn't, but even with only a few hundreds of shards spread thin around the edges while he kept the majority on his person, he had a full awareness of his own surroundings that he doubted anybody in Las Noches would be able to avoid. Thus, when he detected the tiny creature, surrounded by a sphere of static time, entering his perception, the creature itself wasn't around to see any surprise on his face. Not that Byakuya would have left any of it show, given his own control of his own emotions, but the knowledge of any such reactions being impossible to notice did help retain the focus that allowed for his unflappable facade in the first place. Still, soon enough, he realized that whatever entertainment the creature, which very strongly resembled the description of the powers of one of Rukia's Fullbringer allies, might provide, was stymied by the fact it didn't know where he was. It was clearly searching, probably for him, but with no notions of his location. Byakuya suspected the creature would spend hours finding him. So, he sent a few shards of his Zanpakuto that way, shaping them into an arrow that he used to direct the creature his way, even as he, himself, continued his walk in the direction he'd detected Tsukishima to be. It didn't take long for the creature to reach him, since it was moving a lot faster than Byakuya himself, and when it did, he was able to confirm that it was indeed one of the fairies belonging to the Inu girl. This particular fairy looked like a small girl wearing a large, bug-like tent over her head. The fairy moved next to him, her flying speed keeping up with his unhurried but firm walking speed, and after a few moments of silence asked, You are Rukia's older brother, right? Captain Kukaki. He projected a sense of acknowledgement into his Ryutsu, tinged with just the tiniest hint of impatience, the emotional equivalent of a, yes, now get on with it, message, which, to his utter annoyance, the fairy didn't seem to pick up at all. Byakuya sighed at that, and added a curt nod, which was enough to encourage the small creatures to continue, her tone still hesitant. Right, Orium said, well, Rukia did, really. Orium just asked us, to carry the message to, all the, important people, that 5 golden orbs, are hidden somewhere, that are keeping us all, trapped here. And if you could destroy them, that would help a lot. Please? Sir. Knowing that the normal way he'd communicate that he had no problem with doing that, by letting his Ryutsu be charged with a feeling of agreement, Byakuya forced himself to speak up, keeping his tone neutral. It shall be done. Having to talk with the fairy directly was going to be a necessity, it seemed, so he resigned himself to it. Still, he didn't like having to, so he resolved to keep his silence unless the fairy addressed him first, so as to minimize the need. It was, Byakuya had learned, the best approach to take. Picking the right things to say had never been easy for Byakuya. When Yoriyuki had been his teacher, she'd mocked him to no end about it, for being too shy and easily flustered. It was one of the reasons he'd found it so much easier to master the language of emotional impression and the convoluted double-speak of politics, both of which required a level of detachment that more informal conversation didn't really ask for. He still thought that he'd managed to learn well enough to handle it by now, especially after Hisona's lessons, but that didn't mean he didn't prefer to avoid it whenever possible. The thought of his dearly departed wife brought to him a small spark of nostalgia, joy mixed with sadness for a lost time never to return, and given the fairy inability to sense it, He let the feeling fill his soul for a moment, enjoying the memories it brought up. He even allowed himself a small smile, a few shards of his sword obscuring his face from the little fairy for a moment so that he could be confident she couldn't see. It wasn't new for him to think about Hisuna, especially in moments of solitude or contemplation. Indeed, if he were to make a judgment call, he'd probably say that thoughts of her were more numerous in his mind than thoughts of any other person of things, even thoughts of Rukia or the Kukaki family, which were the two next contenders for the larger quantity of his attention. Still, it coming up at this particular time, as he slowly marched to a fight that would bring about Rukia's vision for their family and its role in the future of Soul Society, with an accompanying request carried by one of Rukia's friend to complete a goal Rukia deemed important, felt extremely appropriate. Often, when he thought of Hisuna, Byakuya felt that even people who'd been close to him, even members of his family or close personal friends like Swyfon, hadn't truly understood how much she'd meant to him, why he'd chosen her as his wife. It was a very common misconception that he'd been entranced by her beauty, and while he was honest enough with himself to know they had played a part in drawing his initial interest, he also knew that her looks had been merely a minor consideration in why he held her in high enough esteem to want to share his life with her. Of course, not everybody thought that, even as he loved her and considered her the most attractive woman he'd ever met, he was not unaware that Hisuna was far from what most considered the ideal of beauty. Swyfon, who had a better eye for these things than he did and more interest as well, had often expressed opinions of that nature, saying that Hisuna wasn't even close to be as stunning as Yoriuki or Matsumoto, and her opinion had often been that what he found more attractive in Hisuna's looks wasn't her aspect, but rather the innate elegance and comforting demeanor she had. That had been the predominant opinion among most of his family, as well, that Byakuya had been smitten by a commoner exhibiting naturally and with such ease traits that took decades for most people to master pretending to have. But that wasn't the truth, either, Byakuya knew. He'd never revealed it to anybody, not even Rukia, wanting to keep that small secret between himself and Hisuna as one thing that was only theirs, but the real reason he'd fallen in love with her was the way she helped him look at the world from perspectives that not only had he never before considered, but he had not even before realized could actually exist, until she'd showed them to him. Her was the soul of a true artist, in that she inspired him into thoughts he'd never have for himself, and that was what he'd valued her for most, above all else. Of course, the intimacy and compatibility they found in each other's bodies had been great, but he knew that, even if that had not been the case, even if she'd been so lacking in grace to extinguish any desire in him and preclude any chance of them becoming lovers, he still would have wanted her company as one of his dearest friends. From the beginning, that ability to create new lens for him to watch the world through had been the thing that had attracted him to her, even before he'd met her. A random chance seeing an incredible painting in the home of a member of his family, one that portrayed the walls of the Suriitii from outside under a red sunset, making what he'd always thought of as a feature of safety and protection look dark and oppressive, like a menacing beast with forbidding look. Somebody else would have thought the painting inaccurate, but Byakuya had instead sensed the honesty of it, the way the artist had conveyed a real feeling they had. It wasn't like he hadn't heard Yoriuki's protestations that they, scions and leaders of the noble families, didn't do enough for the people of Soul Society, but he'd always dismissed those comments as exaggerations. After all, his teacher was used to those, and especially after she'd revealed herself a traitor, as he thought at the time, it had been easy to dismiss her words. The painting had not been as easy to dismiss, because the truth of it was self-evident. Byakuya hadn't been surprised, when he asked, to learn that the painter was from the Rokanga, but he'd been when his family member had crowed of the pittance he'd paid for what was the best painting in a vast collection. It was so incongruous, it had led him into an investigation that led him appalled as he discovered the disparity between what was valuable to his people, and what was valuable to those who did not enjoy the privileges his rank granted him. It made the forbidding look the Suriitii had in the painting make more sense, and so he'd sought the painter out, spending weeks walking through the poorest Rokanga districts, something he'd never done before. It had taught him about how much he and his took for granted, and the rest of Soul Society could only dream about. And then he'd found her, stumbling on a painting that could only be from the same hand, one that depicted the empty lands outside of Soul Society, yet made the desolate plains not look like a dangerous place, but rather like they hold a promise of endless freedom. Even with the intellectual knowledge of how that wasn't the case, how the constant threat of hollows out there would put the lie to it, the fact that somebody was able to feel such unexpected emotions about something he'd thought obvious, and feel them so strongly they could make them real, had left him surprised again. He'd asked to meet the artist, being initially amazed at her grace and looks, but then quickly moved ahead to checking the rest of her work, and then discussing it with her, in part, he suspected, because at the time he'd wanted to prove himself that it had to be some sort of defect in perception that caused it. He hadn't wanted to admit that art could affect him so deeply, and that what he thought right could be shown to be, if not wrong, at least not the whole picture, so easily. Hoping, maybe, that when it was words that had to be used to justify those emotions, rather than colors and paint, he could manage to prove her wrong. In hindsight, that had been silly of him, but then, he'd both been stupider and far more prideful then. Luckily for him, Hisuna wasn't one to let herself be intimidated easily, and he'd intentionally hidden his identity and rank when first approaching her, well aware even then of how it might lead people to be dishonest. As a result, they'd got involved in a deep conversation where she'd easily refuted every point he'd made, and proved a sharp mind hid behind her courtesy, and that the unique worldview shown in her art was but the smallest part of her perceptive nature. At the end of that first conversation, he'd thanked her for the discussion, bought everything he could carry, and promised to come back for more, both art and conversation, if she allowed. She'd answered by extending to him an open invite. It had taken about a week of such intellectually challenging conversations and discussions about her art and what it truly represented before he'd realized he was actually smitten with Hisuna, which she'd amusedly admitted she'd known the moment he revealed it to her. Their courtship after that had lasted about 1 month, the shortest possible amount decorum would allow, before he was able to propose to her. She'd not accepted the first time though, in another example of that puzzling way she saw things so differently from him, and instead had required him to propose 2 more times, one time after 3 months and one after 6, before she finally accepted. Their married life hadn't been that different from those first week of conversation, except insofar as that he'd discussed far more with her, things about his roles as both captain and head of the Kukaki family, and more. And no matter the argument, she always had something to say for him to consider, suggestion to make, or even just comforting words to share over any mistakes he made, as well as ideas on how to remedy them. Many had thought that Byakuya was one of the wisest head the Kukaki ever had. He'd grown the family's power to almost double what it was when he'd been instated, raising from just one of 5 or 6 most influential families to the arguably most powerful of them all, and certainly the uncontested leader of his own faction in the Central 46, after all. But he knew that had only been possible because he had the smartest woman he'd ever met helping him along. He never would have accomplished half of what he had without her help, her ability to see things from many different perspectives that he hadn't considered, her emotional intelligence as she explained to him how certain unexpected actions people took could be explained by understanding the emotions behind them, and how thinking about satisfying those emotional needs would make him beloved and respected. He never would have realized on his own that the actual stated motives and political considerations, which he'd been taught from childhood were the most important thing he had to keep track of in a negotiation, were only ever a second layer of needs resting on those others, deeper desires. That power Hisuna had to open his eyes was too great for him to not have wished to keep it within his life. It had been special in a way he'd never found anywhere else. Although, he could admit to himself, Rukia did came very close. It filled him with both pride and regret. The former, because he was happy that his sister was finally realizing her true potential, and the latter because he knew that, much as he'd tried, it had been through no merit of his own. After Hisuna's death, Byakuya had been left lost, unsure of himself in a way he hadn't even thought he could be again. It had been hard, like having a hole carved out of himself, desperately craving to be filled, while knowing all too well nothing would. He'd defaulted to pretending he still knew what he was doing, the reputation he'd built up helping him sell the idea to the people around himself. But he'd also, in his grief, tried to make Rukia into a copy of her sister. It had always been clear to him she had the same brilliance Hisuna had, just stunted by her lack of confidence and poise, so he'd tried his best to encourage her to develop those qualities which had come naturally to Hisuna. He'd been hoping that helping her achieve that would bring out her true potential, while at the same time trying to mold Rukia into as exceptional a person as her sister had been. And then, whenever she'd failed to live up to what he now realized was an idealized version of somebody else, his resentment toward her had grown, making him grown colder toward the only other person Hisuna had loved. Instead of recognizing that the fault was in himself, for trying to force Rukia to be her sister's equal, rather than encouraging to become her own person. Even when Rukia's life had been in danger, he'd been unable to bring himself to realize his own mistakes. He'd rather have believed that his sister had fell for Yuki's honeyed words, like he once had, been taken in by what he thought at the time were lies, then recognize he'd misunderstood Rukia and had only hurt her with his impossible expectation and by projecting the image of somebody else on her. It was only after his fight with Ichigo Kurosaki, when he'd seen to what length the friends Rukia had made, not despite her lack of propriety, but because of it, had been willing to go, that he'd realized he'd been treating his sister wrongly. She did have Hisona's same ability to pull people together by relying on her emotional connections to them, just as she had Hisona's brilliance. She just needed to be herself to achieve it, rather than try to bow to Byakuya's effort to shape her into somebody else. Most important of all, she'd been able to see things from a perspective Byakuya had been blind to, which had both led her to interfere with Aizen's plans when she'd not even know it was him she was facing, and even now had led her to figure out a way out of the madman's trap as soon as it had been sprung. And, once he'd stopped trying to make her into Hisona, and started teaching her to take advantage of her own uniqueness instead of attempting to suppress it, she'd proved quicker to learn what she needed to make her visions into reality than he himself had done, when he'd been learning. Byakuya was confident that the future of both the Kukaki and Soul Society itself would be safe in her hands. All he had needed to do had been to put his own knowledge and skill, both the ones resulting from his education and those that Hisona had taught to him, at his disposal, and they'd crafted a roadmap for the future with the potential to achieve more change than Soul Society had ever seen before. All it took, Byakuya wryly thought to himself, had been for him to accept the counsel of somebody who could see things from a different perception, that it had took him so much to recognize it just because it hadn't been in the shape of art he could pleasantly enjoy and instead in the form of loud, rebellious actions, was probably his biggest sin. Still, the plan existed now, and all that was left was to see it through. And, to achieve that, Aizen needed to be defeated first, which right now meant locating Tsukishima, crushing him like the bug he was, and smashing the anchor he was surely guarding so that they could escape Aizen's latest trap. Which was why he kept marching in the direction he was, even as he saw the corridor ahead of him ending in a thick, reinforced wall. He could sense Tsukishima was on a room at the end of the atrium just on the other side of the wall. The fairy next to him, who had remained pleasantly silent throughout the whole walk, chose that moment to finally speak up. Captain Kukaki, why are we heading towards a wall? Sir. With how much his musings had been on Hisona's teaching, he couldn't help himself from letting some wry amusement seep into his ryotsu as he answered, look again, and you'll see, it's actually a door, before thrusting his arm forward, sending the shards of Senbonzakura flying in front of him, the spiraling movement making it look like a beam of pink petals as they reflected the subdued light illuminating the area. The sharpened pieces of his Zanpakuto churned through the mix of stone, bone, and steel that made up the wall's bricks with the same ease they would have shredded anything else, and as he stared at the opening they'd formed, he couldn't help but think that his wife would have approved. It was a very simple application of the concept, but the idea of seeing something that somebody else wouldn't have, by looking at what could be alongside what was, instead of focusing on only one or the other, still had a pretty clear connection to opening a door where there had been none. Still, much as he enjoyed reminiscing about Hisona, right now was not really the time. He'd sensed that the room was guarded by about 24 Arrancar, and while the destruction of the wall had left them surprised, they wouldn't take long to recover. And that just wouldn't do. Byakuya had neither the time nor the energy to waste on subordinates. He needed to conserve what strength he had left for the threats who might actually require some amount of effort to take down. So, he reached deep into his power, that deep connection that marked him as a Shinigami, and spoke his words in a whisper. Slaughter, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. With that, swords upon swords appeared around him, one for every enemy he had ever defeated, which meant he had several thousands to draw from. Having them swap place with the shards that were still lingering inside the room from tearing down the wall took only a thought, as did having the swords explode into shards of their own, a tempest of metal petals ravaging the Arrancar sentinels. To their credit, they tried their best to avoid the attack. Several Siro were fired which obliterated a large portion of the attacking shards. Several of them grew defensive plating on their body that would have stopped most attacks, and a number of esoteric powers, such as an ability to turn things into lightning and a power to shrink his blades to microscopic size, were deployed over large areas of the attack. It didn't really matter, since no amount of defenses could stop a sharpened piece of a Zanpakuto, and a single shard making it inside of an Arrancar body was all that Byakuya needed to swap it with a sword that could then erupt into thousands of blade shards to be swapped with more blades and then again exploded in enough shards to shred the Arrancar into nothingness. In the space of 3 heartbeats, a couple dozen swords had been added to Senbonzakura's collection and the entrance room had been fully emptied of any opposition. With that done, Byakuya sent a swirling swarm of blades forward into the room Tsukishima was hiding in, using them to study what the area was like. As it turned out, it was an ostentatious room, walls covered in decorations and with a massive throne in the middle, as well as several smaller seats arranged at the throne's sides and along the wall, somewhat like an auditorium with a large open space in the middle. Tsukishima was slouched on one of the seats next to the throne, his Zanpakuto unsheathed in his hand, and he smirked as he saw the fragments of Senbonzakura enter the room. The guards didn't slow you down even a little bit, did they, Kukaki? It seemed clear that the man wanted to have a conversation, but Byakuya wasn't about to entertain a madman's delusions, so he instead simply swapped his blade shards with as many swords as possible, before having those fragment into pieces of their own before he sent them forward in a large wave, making sure to spread them wide enough to fill the entire room with them from wall to wall. As he sent them forward, the sharpened Zanpakuto pieces scoured everything in their path. They sudden charge forward causing Tsukishima to grimace at the sight before he quickly put himself into a guard position and charged forward with surprisingly fast ho-ho, using the impact of his own blade to push enough blade shards aside to make it through the curtain of steel that had been heading toward him. That barely gave Byakuya pause, as he just reverted the path the blades were traveling, sending them back at Tsukishima. However, the worry that had appeared on the man's face before had been replaced with a confident smile, and this time, instead of trying to break through the blade wall again, he stood his ground, expanding his Ryotsu around himself in a circular cloud. It wasn't anywhere near what any captain could do, let alone a specialist in Ryotsu manipulation like Byakuya himself or a monster in the field like Kenpeki or Yamamoto, but it did extend a good meter in every direction around Tsukishima. More importantly, the former lieutenant of the 11th Division was channeling repulsion within his Ryotsu, keeping the blade shards away from himself with exactly the same trick Kurosaki had used in their fight. Byakuya frowned, wondering how the man was managing that. He immediately made the blades start to circle him, so that he could send them all at him at once, but before he could muster enough speed, Tsukishima immediately charged again, combining the use of repulsive Ryotsu with his Zanpakuto to break through the blades before they could gain any speed, before stopping once again, clearly planning to repeat the maneuver as many times as needed to avoid being encircled. It was clear to Byakuya that he wouldn't be able to solve the situation without personal intervention, so he swapped himself with one of the blades scattered around the room, picking the one closest to Tsukishima so that he was already swinging at his back before appearing, so as to close the fight with one blow. Despite the suddenness of the attack, Tsukishima turned, as if having known where the attack would be coming from, and his Zanpakuto intercepted Senbonzakura, as the former lieutenant smiled and said, in a satisfied tone, "Finally. I was really hoping we could have a civilized discussion, Kukaki." Byakuya ignored the blathering, instead breaking apart several shards from the sword in his hand to swap them with others' swords, keeping them whole so that, even with the limited amount of power he could put behind them when not wielding them directly, they would still have enough weight to break through the Ryotsu barrier around Tsukishima, while the sword in his own hand kept the man from being able to simply dodge. Or at least, it should have if, when he suddenly let go of his block and swung the door to touch the ground, that hadn't resulted in a trap door opening under his feet, letting the man escape a moment before he could be skewered. Casting his senses around through the blades that littered the room, Byakuya immediately pinpointed Tsukishima as the man emerged from a trapdoor on the opposite side of the room, the one that Senbonzakura hadn't scoured yet, with a smug grin on his face. Then the man went on to say, in a self-assured manner, "You sure you don't want to talk? I've plenty of tricks left to drag this fight on, and you want to destroy the anchor I'm carrying quickly, don't you?" Deciding that he could at least take advantage of his enemy's confidence, Byakuya started to subtly spread single fragments of his blade in the air of the large room, even as he said, his tone firm. "There's nothing we need to discuss. You are working for Aizen, who is trying to take down Soul Society, and needs to be stopped." Tsukishima raised an eyebrow at that. "Are you about to say that Soul Society is fine the way it is? Need I remember you that, if not for a group of independent actors fighting it, the laws it's built upon, that you even now are protecting, would have resulted in your innocent sister being unjustly executed for a crime invented specifically to condemn her. You are trying to blame Seoul society for the result of Aizen's manipulations. Tsukishima shrugged. Sure, this time it was him, but if it can be done once, it can be done multiple times. Besides, you know it wasn't just an individual chance of a bad actor abusing their power, it was the very nature of your government itself that made this possible. Lord Aizen might have provided fake evidence, but any number of difference in your systems, if the ones judging her weren't also the one who'd decided on the laws she'd violated, if she was allowed to speak again once new facts were introduced, if more time was allowed for her to provide exculpatory evidence, if there was a process to overturn the ruling due to newly surfaced information and no death sentence for her to be subjected to, that would make such an overturning pointless, if the Central 46 wasn't allowed to sequester itself in a secret inaccessible location at will, that would make it easy for a single person to replace them. Any one of those things, or any number of others, had they been different, would have made Lord Aizen's plan impossible. Seoul society is rotten, and needs change. You know this. Byakuya had to concede the point, even if he didn't see how Tsukishima could possibly hope that would make him change his mind. Still, his curiosity had been piqued and his preparations weren't yet complete, so he answered, letting a sense of dismissive superiority tinge his Ryotsu. I know. That does not mean the change to be made is to install Aizen as sole ruler instead. Tsukishima leaned forward and said, in an emphatic tone. But it is. Only Lord Aizen has the clarity of mind and purpose required to make the necessary changes. He's our destined savior and the one who can change Seoul society for the better. If all would just bend to his will, and let him do what needs to be done, every problem we're plagued by would be solved. Byakuya let a clear note of disdain mix with the dismissiveness in his Ryotsu, before answering. No one man can make such sweeping changes alone. People have needs they need met, and deeper still, emotions they are motivated by, and no amount of rules imposed on them from above will change that. The current system is bad, but having a single man, even one who wasn't a lying manipulator who has betrayed nearly everybody who put their trust in him, will make things worse. They could be made to accept that, if their leaders bowed their head and coaxed them into accepting his rule. If you did that, not only would it make Lord Aizen's triumph that much quicker, it would also make it easier for people to accept it. Wouldn't you rather be on the winning side, the side that history will remember as the right one? Byakuya let his disgust at the idea show clearly, and Tsukishima frowned in anger. Fine. We don't need your agreement anyway. Once Lord Aizen's plan is completed, you'll be forced to change your mind, just like everybody else. That won't happen. Even should Aizen win, I will oppose him to my last breath. Byakuya had pushed first disagreement and then determination into his Ryotsu, to make it clear how resolute he was in his conviction, but Tsukishima's smile turned cruel as he answered. You won't be allowed to. Once Lord Aizen has access to the throne of heavens, he will have the power to change everybody's mind. When that time comes, you'll be glad to serve him. Byakuya filed away the knowledge that Aizen's ultimate win conditions involved some form of large-scale mind control in his mind, and then, rather than answer Tsukishima's declaration, he attacked, using his Bankai to swap place with one of the fragment of blades that he'd stealthy moved right next to the former lieutenant mid-strike, but once again, Tsukishima was ready to block. This time, however, Byakuya didn't stop at that first strike, instead immediately teleporting again, swapping from petal to petal, not attacking with every swap but rather only occasionally, so that there was no pattern for Tsukishima to read. And yet, impossibly, the former lieutenant kept intercepting every attack, as if he somehow knew beforehand when Byakuya would strike and when it was only just a feint. Irritated, Byakuya considered using his Ho-Ho Discorporation instead, as that would give him much more control, but he didn't dare risk it. He knew what Tsukishima's Shikai could do, and to use his power properly, he would need to push his own Ryotsu close enough that the other man might touch it with his Zanpakuto, and when he was discorporated, every single piece of his extruded Ryotsu was a true piece of him in a way that merely projecting it was not, so a brush against the swords was all that would be needed to be ensnared. It was too big of a risk to take. So, instead, even as he swapped with some more of the blade shards around Tsukishima, Byakuya teleported in the blade shards that he had built strength by moving in an ever-accelerating twister just outside of the room, swapping them with those that were already inside so that he had an actual high-speed attack to throw at Tsukishima at the same time. However, the moment his opponent saw the swirling mass of blades flying at him at high speed, he grinned and tapped the ground with his sword, and in answer, a Zero suddenly erupted from the ground in a vertical beam that disintegrated the attack. Byakuya immediately teleported out of the way, Shunpo letting him stay on the floating shards of his sword high in the air so he could more easily dodge if a second such attack came from the floor, his eyes narrowing as he asked, now genuinely wary. How? Tsukishima grinned, and answered. Would you believe that you just had a turn of bad luck, and stumbled onto a trap I had the head of Lost Noches Science Division set up right in that point? Byakuya's eyes narrowed as he sent what remained of the fast shards forward, at a completely different angle, and a small tap on the ground from Tsukishima's sword caused another Zero to erupt from the ground like a geyser and incinerate it. The man grinned mockingly, asking, care to try again? With the smugness of somebody who knew the results wouldn't change. It seemed clear what was going on, and yet, it didn't match the information Byakuya had on his opponent. So, he accepted the necessity to try and find out with a direct question. Tsukishima seemed to enjoy talking himself up, there was a good chance he would brag about how he'd achieved this. Your Zanpakuto is supposed to alter the memory of sapient creatures it touches, yet you're using it to alter the ground around us. Did you manage to trick us on its true powers? Not at all. What you're seeing is just the result of my Bankai, which expanded what I can affect, from people's soul to everything at all, including the environment itself. I just made the ground remember about traps and devices I set up, and suddenly they're there. Just like with Shikai, as long as I don't contradict events that actually happened involving anything other than what I'm directly affecting, the changes are real, so long as my Zanpakuto is released. I change the past, and that means that any battleground I fight on is one I prepared in advance, with just the contingencies I need. That didn't make much sense to Byakuya, since according to Rukia's report, Tsukishima had been defeated and nearly killed by 3 Fullbringer in a fight that hadn't resulted in any death. That would not have happened if Tsukishima had this ability at the time, which meant he'd had to have awakened his Bankai in the last few days. Feeling annoyed at the bad luck involved, Byakuya decided to consider the one positive aspect of it as he stated, in an effort to inject some insecurity in his opponent. I imagine you feel proud for having managed to complete the awakening of your Bankai right before Aizen's plan went into actions, but you should be careful in boasting about it. A freshly awakened Bankai is not equal in power to one who has been in the company of its wielder for a long time. Tsukishima chuckled at that, which left Byakuya perplexed, since nothing he'd said was humorous. The strange reaction, however, was quickly explained as Tsukishima said, even more smug. That would be some bad luck for you, wouldn't it, if I'd just happened to unlock my Bankai at the most convenient time by chance, wouldn't it? But, you see, that's not what happened at all. After my disappointing performance against the Kurosaki, I decided I needed to be stronger, and went to Lord Aizen for help, and, with his guidance, I forced my Bankai to activate. Even with his control, Byakuya wasn't able to stop his eyes widening in surprise at that, and asking, the disbelief filling his Ryotsu without conscious thought of his own. Are you mad? Don't you know that forcing the unlocking of a Bankai can result in both souls being annihilated, or the swords subsuming the wielder, or a number of other disastrous consequences? It never results in a proper Bankai in even the most successful cases, since at least one of the 2 souls is left crippled in some manner, and the resulting alignment isn't as stable as one reached naturally. Oh, I know, but there is one outcome that is beneficial, the Zanpakuto can be subsumed and enslaved to the will of the wielder. Which has the benefit that the shape the Bankai takes can be directed, it might be less powerful, but will do exactly what you wish it to do, augment your Shikai's power in just the manner you desire. Of course, I wouldn't have expected you to know that, since I didn't either, but Lord Aizen did, since he achieved it first for himself. I was completely safe. Byakuya stared, disbelieving at the level of depravity that implied, a Zanpakuto soul, especially one that unlocked Shikai, had a level of implicit trust with its wielder that was difficult to describe and impossible to comprehend for those who hadn't experienced it themselves. Even Byakuya, who himself knew he held Hisuna in greater esteem than most people did their spouses, would not say that precious bond of love he'd shared with her was greater than what he had with Senbon Zakura. To betray such a trust so freely, indeed, to brag about doing so, What sort of person could do that? Although, as he considered Tsukishima's declaration, he found it difficult to believe that Aizen would have taken such a risk on himself, to be the first subject of such a dangerous procedure. On the other hand, the idea of the man experimenting on others, to see what consequences making the attempt had and how to go about enslaving one's Zanpakuto successfully, yes, he could well see Aizen doing just that. So he asked, taking control back of his own emotions and letting only sheer disgust be detectable from his soul. And how many pupils do you think Aizen sacrificed, to achieve that? How many people, who just like you trusted him and went to him for help, did he betray and used as test subject to achieve that? Tsukishima's eyes turned to a furious glare at that, and the man said, venom in his voice. Right, I've had it with your arrogance, I'm going to turn this place into a death trap and be done with your stupid dash. And that was when the building around them, suddenly and without warning, started to collapse, as if some sort of conflagration had gone off that somehow had managed to shake the entire building from rooftop to base, with a power that could only be described as earth-shaking. Byakuya had to wrap Senbonzakura's fragments into a large, swirling dome around himself to keep the falling stones from simply crushing him to death. He couldn't even teleport away, because the blades he had out of the room told him that the effect wasn't localized to the auditorium, it was going on all over the entirety of Las Noches. Still, after a few seconds that felt a lot longer than they actually lasted, the collapse ended, and while Tsukishima had saved himself by having a sudden reinforced overhang grow out of the one wall that hadn't been torn apart by the quake, almost the entirety of the room was reduced to nothing but rubble. Looking upon the devastation, and the disbelieving glance his opponent was turning on it, Byakuya felt that the best approach was to instill some despair into him, so that taking him down would be easier, so he stated, his tone plain. It seems that all of the traps you installed in this room have been wiped away. Tsukishima glare immediately focused on him, and the man countered, sounding quite annoyed. That changes nothing. You still haven't realized, have you? The very moment you sent your first attack at me, I struck at your sword with my own, thanks to my Bankai, that allowed me to insert myself into the sword's memory. Every tactic the two of you have devised, every trick you've ever used, every counter you've ever learned, every single aspect of your training with it, I know, as if I was there, present for it, studying it, learning about it, even offering the occasional suggestions. Byakuya almost lost control at that, fury shaking him so strongly that the shards in the air wobbled slightly at the feeling. He'd never allowed anybody other than Hisuna to witness his training with Senbonzakura, she had been the only one who had been there, helping him develop the many facets of his fighting style, prompting him with her ideas and unexpected point of view to figure out how to maximize its effectiveness, helping them both reach their full potential together. The idea of somebody else taking advantage on that, stealing that role and that knowledge, intruding unwanted in a moment of private joy to which they didn't belong, it made Byakuya feel violated in a way he didn't have the words to describe. It marred something precious in a way that made him want to tear Tsukishima apart, to want him to suffer, in a way he'd never wished anybody else ever to do before. Unaware of the thoughts going through Byakuya's head, Tsukishima continued, his annoyance giving ground to a certain gleeful satisfaction. So, you see, it doesn't matter what you try, any attempt at subtlety, any trick, or strategy you can think to apply to this fight, I already know it, I've already learned all of the possible counters. Just like you, I can tell from the way a shard is shining if you're about to swap with it or not, I can tell from the way it's vibrating if you're planning to sharpen it or not, I can tell from the angle a shard is hovering at if the attack you'll use it for will be a feint or a real one, and dozens of more details that even you are only barely aware of. There's no such a thing as an attack with no tells, only ones whose tells have been masked by carefully learning and hiding them, and against me, that training is worthless. I can read you like an open book, cook a key, and that means this fight can only end one way. Byakuya, with an effort of his will greater than he'd had to ever use since he'd first started to master the art of controlling his emotions, slowly wrestled his fury under control. Tsukishima might be right about how much more advantage over him full knowledge of Senbonzakura would grant, but that didn't mean Byakuya was entirely powerless. He was still very much superior to Tsukishima in the fields of Hoho and Hakuda at the very least. Of course, fighting unarmed would make it very easy for Tsukishima to just hit him with his blade, but it did mean that there was still a way for Byakuya to catch his enemy by surprise. He just needed that surprise to be good enough to take his enemy down without getting cut, which, Byakuya recognized, might not be possible. Too much of the way he maneuvered around the battlefield depended on his use of Senbonzakura for some of it not to be recognizable even in his unarmed attack patterns. But there was another thing, which knowledge of just Senbonzakura would not let Tsukishima know, something that might just give Byakuya what he needed to actually pull off a truly unexpected attack. It was only a matter of deciding whether Byakuya was willing to pay the price. And, to his surprise, he found that it wasn't actually that hard. Sure, it wasn't what he would have wanted, in fact, it was very much the opposite of what he would choose, if he could, but it seemed like he could not. At least, not without taking the risk that Tsukushima might survive and go after somebody else, after Rukia, with all probability, since she and her friends were the greatest threat to Aizen's plan. That, he could not allow. He still smiled to himself, thinking of how much work he'd put into making sure that Rukia's plan for the future had redundancies in place, and couldn't help the bit of sadness at the few small details she'd still need to change to make up for Byakuya's decision here, but he consoled himself with the knowledge that she'd manage. He trusted her, and that should be enough. Tsukishima noticed his smile and growled angrily, "What are you smiling for? You're lost," to which he just let amusement fill his ryotsu, whispering, "I know," to himself before calling forth all of his swords there, shattering them and sending them falling down at Tsukishima at once in a swirling vortex of death, gravity itself adding speed to the attack to compensate for the build-up. Tsukishima didn't understand, laughing loudly as he shouted, "I told you, I can see through your every move," raising his sword so that Byakuya would need to abort his diving charge, while focusing his ryotsu with both disdain and repulsion so that it would rob the sword shards of their acceleration and rob them of the avalanche-like impact this maneuver typically relied upon to surprise enemies, his eyes flitting from sword shard to identify which one Byakuya would be using his Bankai's teleportation ability on to strike from an unexpected angle, taking advantage of the cover. That was, after all, how Byakuya used the maneuver, usually. Byakuya wasn't using the maneuver in the usual manner, however, and he could see the sheer surprise in Tsukishima's eyes as he realized no teleportation was coming, and the sudden surprise when Byakuya's own ryotsu slammed into him like a meteor, the sheer pressure forcing the sword to wobble for just a moment. Just long enough that, instead of stopping his descent, the blade slid straight in between Byakuya's ribs, impaling him but without robbing him of his momentum, or at least, without robbing him of enough for his closed fist, wrapped in ryotsu that was both shaped into a sharpened pick and hardened with the highest quality of disdain Byakuya was capable of, which was very high indeed, punching straight into Tsukishima's abdomen, the former lieutenant's own disdain-hardened Hakuda coat failing completely about the much higher level technique Byakuya had just used. Of course, while the attack had hit, it also had resulted in Tsukishima's Zanpakuto hitting him as well. Byakuya could feel it, as Tsukishima held on through what was not actually a lethal wound for a Shinigami, even as Byakuya himself remembered all they'd had together, the whole life of meaningful memories which they shared. Tsukishima, Hisona's best friend who'd actually introduced him to his beloved wife, the old friend who he'd even adopted into his family as his own brother, the only one outside of Hisona herself he'd ever trusted enough to let him participate in his private training sessions with her. Tsukishima, the one who'd actually been there to support and snap him out of it when the grief for Hisona's death had left Byakuya almost catatonic for an entire week. Tsukishima, the one who'd often tried his best to counsel Byakuya to let Rukia be herself, even if he'd not wanted to listen to him at that time. Tsukishima, who had helped him figure out all about Aizen's plan when Rukia had been arrested, who had persuaded him to wait, despite his greater desire to save her, until they could ensure that Aizen would reveal himself. That was such a nice memory to have, to know he'd always believed and trusted his little sister, and only pretended to be willing to let her die, knowing that Tsukishima's effort, working with her friends and even braving going up against the captain commander on her behalf, to ensure she survived while letting Byakuya keep the Kukaki family, their family, safe. Tsukishima, who'd took the risk upon himself to infiltrate Aizen's forces so as to be able to thwart him at the right moment, using the secret power of his Shikai, to hide memories away so a person wouldn't remember them, not to change them. That was just the cover story they'd agreed upon, to make sure Byakuya wouldn't give the game away, of course with Byakuya's own agreement. Their one secret meeting after the attack on Karakura, where Tsukishima, his own brother, had explained to Byakuya that he had to lie and pretend to be working with Aizen, as the madman had him constantly tagged with his Shikai to listen to anything he said at any time, both for communication and to ensure no betrayal. Tsukishima, the only one to which Byakuya had revealed Anohana's prognosis after the fight with Ichigo Kurosaki, that the Wuntei boy had inflicted him with his Sero attack, that had scoured most of the front of his chest and abdomen, had carried enough spiritual resonance, what with being delivered alongside proof that he'd been in the wrong and the depth to which his blindness had grown since losing Hisuna, to leave a permanent scar on his soul, one that was impossible to heal and was only going to grow worse with time, certainly to the point of causing his demise in 4 years at the least, 6 at the most. Tsukushima who, despite how much he mattered to Byakuya, as his brother and deepest friend, did not in any way figure in Rukia's plan, since that one he'd worked on with his sister and Yoriyuki, and he'd not wanted to put Tsukishima in danger by revealing his role. Tsukishima who, Byakuya knew because he was the closest friend of Hisuna, would care about Rukia as much as Byakuya himself, and would thus be willing to sacrifice himself to ensure she was successful or, even if not, would understand why Byakuya himself, to ensure the success and well-being of both their family and their little sister, would be willing to make the sacrifice on his behalf. Byakuya saw Tsukishima's eyes widening as he realized their fight hadn't been just for show, as he understood what Byakuya was asking of him, and that was enough for Byakuya to use his Bankai one last time, opening his fist to let go of the shards of Senbonzakura he'd snagged before, and swapping them with all of his swords at once, shredding Tsukishima to a fine red mist in the time it took his best friend and brother to blink and open his mouth to say something. Byakuya didn't need to hear the words anyway, he knew they would have been, "I forgive you," since Hisuna's closest friend would not react any other way to his necessary sacrifice. With Tsukishima no longer there to hold it, Ion fell down from its place between Byakuya's ribs, carving out a considerable chunk of his torso and ensuring he wouldn't survive more than a few minutes at most, before reverting back to its sealed form, with Tsukishima no longer there to keep it active. As the sword reversed and he collapsed to the ground in a pool of his own blood, the fake memories Tsukishima had implanted into his mind disappeared, and Byakuya felt vaguely disappointed that he'd given the man a death as quick and probably painless as he had. The way he'd violated his most sacred memories and tried to manipulate him, he couldn't help but think he'd deserved something much more painful, but Byakuya consoled himself with the knowledge of having at least made sure the man wouldn't be able to ever do it to anybody else ever again. Captain Kukaki, are you all right? Sir. Byakuya would have chuckled, if he didn't fear that would make it clear he wasn't, and instead answered, in the same neutral tone he'd spent his whole life perfecting, as well as could be expected, given the circumstances. The little fairy, bless her heart, wasn't able to detect the large heaping of irony that had suffused his Ryotsu, as it looked genuinely reassured by his words. With the small creature bringing to mind the matter of the anchor, Byakuya focused his sensory abilities to the maximum, and found that Tsukishima had lied. He hadn't been carried the item, it was instead hidden inside Aizen's pretentious chair. With a last effort of his will, he sent Senbonzakura to shred the thing to pieces, and he could feel the Kido barrier that was trapping them there wobbling as a result. Then he turned to the fairy. "Did you heard anything of what the man I was fighting said?" Not really. I was outside, sir." He smiled, trying to make it reassuring, since, even if he pouted it into his Ryotsu, the little creature wouldn't be able to tell. It seemed to have some effect, as the fairy smiled back. "That's fine. Go tell Rukia that I've destroyed the anchor, that Aizen's plan will likely involve some form of large-scale mind control, and that he enslaved his sword's will to obtain Bankai, rather than earn it. And also, let her know I won the fight, but don't bother her with my condition, she needs to be focused now. Just tell her I might need some time to rest before I can return to the combat. And, tell her that, no matter what, I'm proud of her. She was a better sister than I ever deserved." The fairy nodded, and then left, finally allowing Byakuya to lie down on the ground to die. He watched as Senbonzakura's scattered petals slowly moved to return to him, and with the pink glint they let off in the light that was filtering through the broken ceiling, he couldn't help but think they resembled petals of the flower from a cherry tree. It brought a smile on his face, since it felt very appropriate to the situation. As he laid there, breathing his last, the only regret Byakuya felt was that it had took him too long to realize how wrong he was. Still, he had hoped that he'd done enough, in what time he had, to set things up for a positive change. He'd just have to trust Rukia to take care of the rest. It was a nice last thought to have. Chapter 112, Nature. As Ichigo looked down at the fourth espada, standing still on the top of the roof, he would have said that the Arrancar looked relaxed, except that it would not have been truly accurate. Instead, his body posture and expression were completely emotionless and lacking in expression, as it always was with Ulquiorra. It was mostly the way he was leaning against the pillar with the gold sphere on top of it, his glowing but otherwise uninterested green eyes looking up at them, as if nothing they could do would be able to draw a reaction out of him. Which was why it was a surprise when he spoke before any of them could. Ichigo Kurosaki. So, Tsukishima was not mistaken when he said you'd survived our last meeting. The espada straightened, taking one step away from the rooftop's pole, and if not for the lack of emotions in his gaze, Ichigo would have sworn he was being scrutinized by the Arrancar. Something confirmed as he went on to say, that should not have been possible. How did you manage to survive my attack? The worst thing about the question was the complete lack of curiosity with which it was delivered. It was obvious that knowing this was very important to the Arrancar, seeing as it was the first thing he'd asked upon seeing them, yet there was no inflection whatsoever in his tone to denote that fact. Despite that, there was an advantage to having Ulquiorra's attention focused on himself. They could use that to distract the espada so they could actually complete their real task of destroying the anchor. So, Ichigo countered, letting some self-confidence in his tone. I just took advantage of things about the nature of hollows that you don't know. That seemed to work to catch the espada's attention as, even while nothing showed on his face, he took a further step forward, raising to float above the roof, feet on air only. Ichigo saw Rukia grimace at the sight. They were needing her Kido platform to fly, since Shunpo couldn't be used to walk on air in the spiritual realm, but knowing what he did about Ulquiorra's method of air walking, that it worked by using microscopic sonido inside his own body, it made sense he would still be able to use it even outside of the mortal realm. It's not as effective though. I can sense the slight fluctuation of the Ryotsu he's using, and I couldn't do that when we fought him last time. It means he must be using a lot more, and not even he could use that much in such a fashion without experiencing some control issues. Ichigo frowned, unsure if Shiro's read was correct or not. His own senses weren't detecting any irregularities, but then, a hollow's perceptions were likely as different from those of a Shinigami, Quincy, or Fullbringer as those three were from each other. He glanced to Rukia at his left and whispered, in a thoughtful tone. Rukia, do you have any means to observe him in greater detail? My inner hollow sensed something, but I'm not sure. He trailed off, noticing that Ulquiorra was about to speak. He also noticed that she was using what looked like an Hakuda trick focused around her eyes to study their enemy, instead of a Kido like he'd expected, but he didn't have the time to ask her what she'd noticed, as his attention returned to the espada at his next comment. I understand the nature of Arrancar beyond what anybody, Hollow or Shinigami alike, was ever able to. Whatever you think you learned, you are mistaken when you say I don't know it. Seeing that his words had found some traction, Ichigo countered, keeping his tone haughty. Is that so? Then why don't you explain to me how I overcame your attack? If you cannot, then that just proves you are not as knowledgeable as you believe yourself to be, doesn't it? No. Ichigo wasn't clear on whether the espada's denial referred to offering an answer or just to disagreeing with Ichigo's opinion, and before he could ask, the Arrancar drew his sword, the same motion sending a barrage of bala flying at them, erupting from the blade. Ichigo himself wouldn't have been able to react, since the projectile's speed was instantaneous and he'd been distracted by the conversation, and neither could have Rukia, who was too focused on analyzing their enemy to act, but Orium had apparently been flittering, ready to move, and the very moment Ulquiorra's hand had moved for the handle of his weapon, she'd dove forward and pushed both of them down the platform, so that they managed to escape the platform just a moment before. Ulquiorra's barrage completely obliterated it as hundreds of bala shred the Kido constructs to nothing. That still left them falling down through the air, and with Ulquiorra already turning his attention on them. However, the brief interval of time was enough for Ichigo to draw his Zanpakuto and release his Shikai with a whisper of, learn, Zanjutsu, growing the blade to a size huge enough to shield Rukia and Orium along with himself. Even despite that, the sheer quantity of projectiles would have been enough to simply wear the Zanpakuto down and punch through, but thanks to his Shikai absorbing the power and speed of each single impact, the bala simply stopped against his blade, saving them from the attack. That brief moment of stopped attacks allowed Rukia to create a new platforms under their feet, arresting their fall. Ichigo swiped his sword to the side, using Hakuta on the trapped Bala just a moment to drag them along the blade before switching the affection to repulsion to send them falling away from their platform, while with his other hand he aimed the Auswallen that now housed Shiro at Ulquiorra and letting a Zero fly at the Espada. Their enemy didn't look like he was surprised by his attack having failed, but then, he never did anyway. He did, however, took a moment longer to react to the attack than Ichigo expected, but since his reaction was to use Sonido to push himself out of the way, it didn't really matter. Not that surprising, I wasn't able to hit him with my Zero back when I met him, and he didn't have access to Sonido then. We need to pin him in place if we want a long-range attack to actually hit. Ichigo considered the matter for a moment, unsure how they could possibly keep Ulquiorra still long enough to hit him, but it was Zanjitsu that pointed out, in a calm tone. That might not matter. After all, our actual target isn't really him, is it? At those words, Ichigo could feel the glee filling Shiro as he spoke up. Well then, how about we try for saturation? He's not going to be able to stop that. Agreeing that the idea had merit, Ichigo let Shiro's power flow throughout himself, the Hollow's mask forming on his face as the Hollow himself, taking control of Ichigo's Ryutsu as well as his body. Then, opening his arms, he let out a barrage of over 24 Zero, the majority of them clustered so they were aimed at the general area of the anchor, although a number of the outlying ones were dispersed enough to also threaten Ulquiorra. The Espada reacted, but to Ichigo, Shiro and Zanjitsu's shared surprise, he didn't try to get away from the Zero barrage. Instead, he used Sonido to flung himself forward, stopping right in front of the anchor, and thus on the path of the beams of purified Ryutsu. And then, with a movement of his arm so fast it almost blurred in Ichigo's sight, Ulquiorra interposed his sword in a guard position, and all of the fired Zero were stopped against it. What? That's impossible, a Zero cannot be stopped. Shiro's astonishment would have been obvious as he used Ichigo's voice even if it hadn't also been leaking into his Ryutsu, and Ulquiorra clearly noticed, as he explained, his emotionless eyes staring straight at them. A Zero cannot be stopped, but it can be slowed down, slightly, by having to destroy something in its path. My regeneration is simply fast enough to put material in a Zero's path faster than it can eat through it. As he spoke, the many Zero Shiro had fired were being encased in slowly growing spherical shells of Reishi, while Ulquiorra continued, which is what allows me to seal the Zero away. This was easy for me to figure out, because my knowledge of the functioning of hollows is vastly above your own. As proved by the fact that, unlike me, you have no counter to this. And, as he finished to speak, the just finished Bala were suddenly shot back at Ichigo, the shells of the projectiles glowing dark red as the Zero within already started to consume them without Ulquiorra's contact to keep the regeneration up. The only reason Ichigo and his friends weren't obliterated by it was that Rukia had already been in the process of moving the platform they were standing upon to the side while the Espada was speaking. Even with that, the Bala exploding to their left still sent the platform almost spinning out of control. In the few seconds it took Rukia to stabilize it, Ulquiorra had already seized the advantage, and was charging forward in the air, coming straight for them. Ichigo swung wildly with his Zanpakuto, growing it to a huge size, but Ulquiorra simply reached out with his hand, catching the blade with his hand and then accelerating suddenly, to push it away. With a frown, Ichigo had Zanjitsu focus on sharpening itself, and for a moment the sword started to cut into the Espada's hand, but it barely cut into it before it stopped. It wasn't that the Zanpakuto had lost its cutting power or anything, instead, it felt like Ichigo was pushing through more and more material, without making any progress at all. Then Ulquiorra raised a hand and, as he felt Ryutsu gather, Ichigo immediately triggered the effect of his Shikai, unleashing the impact of the multitude of Bala he'd just stopped with his Zanpakuto before on the Espada, all at once and concentrated together in a single blow. The sheer power delivered was enough to shred the fingertips that were holding onto the blade and blast away Ulquiorra before he could reinforce his grip, but it was obvious that the reprieve from it wasn't going to last long, as Ichigo still had to crouch to dodge the Zero his opponent fired his way, and he could see the Arrancar was already charged back in. At least until a set of multiple, interlocking circular shields of golden light interposed themselves on Ulquiorra's path, and then, Rukia said, in a whisper. You were right. Ichigo blinked, momentarily confused, and Rukia clarified, her gaze fixed on where Ulquiorra was using his sword in monstrous strength to cut his way through the Kido shields. About your inner hollow having sensed something off about him, his flight is both slowing him down, from the concentration he's using to maintain it, and it's also a very delicate process. I bet that, if we could find some way to disrupt it, he'd be unable to keep himself afloat. Which would, Ichigo understood immediately, give them an opening to destroy the anchor like they needed to, or at least to land a properly damaging attack on their enemy. It's just a matter of landing something disruptive on him then, isn't it? But how do we do that? Rukia seemed about to answer, but before she could, Ulquiorra suddenly used Sonido to charge at the shields at high speed. He wondered for a moment what the Espada hoped to accomplish. The way Rukia had placed the shields, there was enough distance between them that, even if he could smash through more than one, it would drain him of all the momentum from the attack, leaving him an easy target for them. At least, he thought so until a sudden sphere of black Ryotsu glowing with dark red light appeared on the tip of his sword just as he was about to barrel into the first barrier, and with that Sphere spearheading his attack, he went through them without slowing down in the slightest. Once again, the only way for them to dodge fast enough was by having Rukia dismiss her floating platform, but this time, as they fell underneath him, Ulquiorra swung his sword, letting the Sphere erupt into a beam even as it changed color, from dark red to dark green, heading straight at Rukia. Ichigo barely had the time to think, but luckily, Shiro, not having to control his body, was able to react faster, and let out a blast of black Ryotsu glowing with dark green light of its own. The attack barely managed to hit Ulquiorra's before it could reach Rukia, and the sheer explosion resulting from the two Gran Ray Zero impacting each other still sent her plummeting down at high speed, with a resounding crash and a cloud of dust as she crashed into the roof. The blast was so powerful that the after effect of it sent Ichigo spinning off the air as well. Luckily, however, Orium had managed to use her full bringer power to both cushion her own fall and then bounce herself upwards through the air, and so managed to catch Ichigo before he could fall any further, holding him with his back to her chest for a moment before he could call on the same power Orium had, steadying himself in midair. As he looked for their enemy, he found that Ulquiorra was standing still and looking at him. If not for the Espada's customary lack of expression, Ichigo would have thought the Arrancar was staring. And his question, was lacking any inflection, certainly seemed to imply as much, as he asked. Where did you learn how to use the Gran Ray Zero? Ichigo let Shiro took over, hoping that would give him time to come up with a plan, and the Hollow replied, in a smug tone. I just saw it being used and figured out how it worked, not like you've been shy with showing it off, anyway. Why, jealous I managed to copy your secret weapon? No. Ulquiorra suddenly used Sonido to launch himself forward, but this time, Ichigo was prepared and did the same, with Zanjutsu growing his blade by himself so that, even as Ulquiorra's speed had been faster, Ichigo's larger mass allowed him to match the Arrancar's impact power, sending each of them rebounding backwards after the clash without either having been hurt. Ichigo followed that up by swinging Getsuga, using Shiro's help to send a barrage of sharpened blades at Ulquiorra to force him on the defensive, but the Espada merely swung his arm to deflect them with a sound of metal scratching metal, and then went on, in his usual monotone. I merely asked because Lord Aizen would have wanted to know how you learned. The fact you can use the ability is otherwise meaningless. If it's so meaningless, how comes your precious Lord Aizen gave a special rank to those who could learn it? Lord Aizen rewards competence, when it is put to his service. He also demands the punishment of it, when it isn't. I shall ensure that happens now. That still sounds like jealousy to me. It matters not what you believe. It is not in your nature to defeat me. And then, Ulquiorra opened his hand, revealing what looked like 5 different Zero having been powered up inside it, hidden so carefully that neither one of Ichigo, Shiro, and Zanjutsu had senses them, while at the same time proving the Espada hadn't simply been chatting, but instead used the conversation as a cover to prepare his surprise attack. As the spheres of black Ryotsu with a dark red glow erupted from his hand, Ichigo used his full bringer power to jump upwards, only realizing at the last moment that Ulquiorra had been expecting it when the Espadas slammed into his belly, having used Sonido the very moment Ichigo had jumped up. The impact would have disemboweled Ichigo if Zanjutsu hadn't taken control of his Ryotsu and used Hakuda in his stead to reinforce it, and even with that, the hit left a deep crater in his belly that, if not for Shiro already being at work regenerating it, would have taken him out of the fight. Of course, neither of those was going to matter, as Ulquiorra's sword was already striking down at his neck and both Zanjutsu and Getsuga were too out of position to attempt a parry, but then a Zanpakuto blade suddenly interposed itself, bouncing the Espada's sword away as Orium shouted, "You're not going to win." After her Fullbring assisted dive. His friend's move gave Ichigo the moment he needed to move backwards, but Orium wasn't done, as her dive, which Ulquiorra had apparently not being expecting, hadn't stopped at deflecting his sword, and instead devolved in her smashing into him with her full body, sending the Espada falling down towards the roof. Even as they fell together, she screamed at him, no hesitation in her voice. "I'll keep him occupied, Ichigo, you destroy that magic ball like we need to." Before Ichigo could either make an attempt to do that or, as he was far more inclined to, dart toward Orium to save her from the situation she'd thrown herself into, Ulquiorra immediately unleashed a barrage of bala from his body that went straight through Orium, sending her falling down on the roof while leaving long streaks of blood behind her in the air. The sight left Ichigo paralyzed with shock, so that he wouldn't have been able to react while Ulquiorra raised his arm and pointed it at Orium's fallen form, but Shiro did, unleashing a Getsuga Tensho that he also used his hollow power to remove all emotions from it except for revulsion, which he apparently felt a really gargantuan amount toward Ulquiorra. While the blade of Black Ryotsu he sent slashing down simply impacted the Espada's skin with a sound of metal on metal and no real damage, the charged effect proved itself effective as Ulquiorra was sent plummeting, smashing into the rooftop himself. It took a moment for Ichigo to realize what had happened. Just like Rukia had said, the Espada's air-walking trick was, apparently, easy to destruct in Hueco Mundo in a way it had not been in the mortal realm, enough so that he'd failed to maintain it when hit by surprise. He'd clearly not bothered to dodge because he'd expected only the cut, not the charged effect that Shiro's power allowed the Getsuga Tensho to carry. Even as Ichigo realized this, Zanjutsu had immediately capitalized on Shiro's successful hit by swinging himself and growing to giant size at the same time, Ichigo's arm following along the movement, but just as his sharpened blade was about to hit him, Ulquiorra used Sonido to dart out of the way, leaving a deep divot into the rooftop but failing to hit the Espada. Most worryingly, Ichigo suddenly realized that the Sonido hadn't been a mere aimless dodge. Instead, Ulquiorra had moved himself to where Orium was laying in a pool of blood, and already had his sword raised, ready to stab down and finish her. Ichigo scrambled to figure out a way to stop him, but before he could, a sudden eruption of ice in the form of a titanic spike stabbed the Espada through the back. Even with its sheer size and acceleration, the strike failed to pierce through, but Rukia's attack still managed to send Ulquiorra rolling away, although she didn't capitalize on it, instead kneeling next to Orium and starting to wave her hands over her, the golden glow of healing Kido soon enveloping their friend. Knowing that she would need time for the healing to take, time which Ulquiorra would not let them have if he could avoid it, Ichigo immediately turned toward Ulquiorra, who was already back on his feet and with said feet floating well above the roof. Which brought to mind what Ichigo had realized before, that Getsuga charged with emotions, the way Shiro could make it, was actually more effective to restrain Ulquiorra than a mere hit would be. Further remembering that Shiro's power, while similar to Hakuda, was different in that it removed emotions to only leave some behind, instead of adding more, Ichigo suddenly realized that this meant that emotions which Ichigo wouldn't be able to channel with Hakuda himself, since they required control to be called forth, might actually be easier for his inner hollow to use, since he didn't need to call upon them, just remove everything else to leave them behind. When he presented the idea to Shiro, Ichigo could feel the glee from the hollow grow so strong that it infected even him as he confirmed he could, in fact, to what Ichigo asked, and with a mere effort of his will, he left only a single emotion in the Ryotsu that was being charged throughout Getsuga, before using Shiro's connection to the awakened item to unleash a barrage of piercing blades without needing to move it, making the attack strike faster so that Ulquiorra was caught by surprise by it. Even with that, Ulquiorra's counter-attack, which was to unleash a multitude of bala straight from his body, neutralized a majority of the falling blades, but with Ichigo drawing the power to Getsuga and Shiro firing it as quickly as it was collected, the sheer volume of fire they managed to unleash was so big that a few blades sneaked through, and all it took was for one to strike Ulquiorra to make the Espada collapse onto the roof, his body twitching. Shiro immediately unleashed a Siro as a follow-up, but even with their attack having succeeded, Ulquiorra was still somehow able to use Sonido to push himself away, In fact, he even managed to stand up, the effect of the electrically charged Reiatsu Shiro had inflicted on him apparently not enough to paralyze an Espada. However, as Ulquiorra tried to lift himself in the air again, the microscopic spasms that didn't seem enough to impede the Espada's ability to fight still proved themselves sufficient to disrupt the careful control he needed to keep up his air walking, after which Ulquiorra looked up at Ichigo and asked, without inflection, "I suppose you think that this will earn you success?" While Ichigo didn't want to get bogged down into another discussion that might be used by the fourth Espada to come up with another sneak attack, he couldn't stop himself from firing back a quick answer, letting his annoyance at their enemy be loud and clear in his voice. "I just think that, for all your claim to know everything there is to know about Hollow, we certainly seem to have used our own knowledge of them to surprise you more than once." Ulquiorra shook his head, still keeping his gaze firmly on Ichigo. "You are a fool, if you think a successful trick entitles you to claim superior understanding of our nature than I have. I shall show you that my knowledge is my power. For example, Iero allows Arrancar to reshape their body as required, yet, despite being something all can access, none but me is actually able of making proper use of such an useful ability at any more than a base, pathetic level." And then, to Ichigo's shock, Ulquiorra's coat seemed to turn liquid for a moment all along his back, and then his back seemed to split, before suddenly solidifying in two enormous leather wings, very much like those of a bat, sprouting from his shoulder blades. A single flap of those wings was enough for the Espada to suddenly raise himself in the air, and as they kept flapping at a steady beat, it became very evident that the residue of Reiatsu the Getsuga Tensho had left on him was not impeding this other mode of flight in any way, as Ulquiorra went on to say. "As you see, your efforts at using your limited knowledge of Hollow nature against me have no hope to succeed against my superior understanding of it. Your striving is pointless." Ichigo's answer to that was to use Getsuga Tensho to send a barrage of sharpened blades of black Reiatsu at Ulquiorra, but the Espada spun on himself with barely a twitch of his wings, making Ichigo remember that he was able to change his internal composition to make himself near weightless and, as a result, having extreme maneuverability in midair. Then, Ulquiorra pointed his sword at Ichigo, who immediately raised Zanjutsu to a guard position and enlarged it to a size large enough to cover himself. But when Ulquiorra used Sonido to charge in, instead of clashing into the blade, he somehow shifted direction at the last moment without losing speed at all, dodging to the side and then darting in from the side and around Ichigo's defense without any loss in speed. Shiro managed to maneuver Getsuga in the way while unleashing several blades, except that, still maintaining his Sonido acceleration, Ulquiorra raised just enough to let the attack pass under him and then lowered himself again to stab Ichigo straight into his side, the blade stopping against his Hakuta defense for just a moment before a sudden increase in Ulquiorra's strength and a sudden acceleration forced it to pierce through, pinning him to the ground in the process. The whole thing had gone so fast that it took a moment for Ichigo to realize how it had all happened. Ulquiorra had used a Sonido while already under the effect of a previous Sonido, multiple times in quick sequence, and somehow managed to both control the direction of his movement, have a pinpoint accuracy in the precise angles he released it, and managed to avoid shattering himself into pieces from all the sudden changes in direction at accelerations faster than I could follow. Even considering that his enemy was likely redistributing weight across his body to achieve perfect reaction, the sheer level of skill implied by such an attack strategy was not something Ichigo would have believed possible to achieve. For his own, Ulquiorra's expression was of course showing no reactions at all, but he'd left his sword embedded into Ichigo's abdomen, raising his hand so that a new sword formed into it in a second. Ichigo hadn't forgotten that the Espada's weapon was actually just a sword-shaped bala, which was why Ulquiorra could create and regenerate it on the fly like he did, clearly intending to impale Ichigo in a more vital spot so that he couldn't escape. Something the Espada confirmed by saying, in an emotionless tone, "Let's see if you can survive your mask being shattered a second time." And Ichigo knew that wasn't an idle threat, considering how their latest fight had gone. He had the mask on right now, which was why being impaled hadn't simply killed him, but if he kept that up, Ulquiorra would strike it and possibly do permanent damage to Shiro, whereas if he removed the mask, he'd be the one who'd be on the receiving end of the attack. He could try to use Sonido to force himself out of the impalement, even if that'd tear his belly open, since his visored regeneration would let him recover. But with Sonido requiring a Reiatsu buildup that could be easily perceived, and the level of skill in Sonido which Ulquiorra had just displayed, he wasn't sure he wanted to gamble that he'd be able to escape faster than the espada would stab. Luckily, he wasn't alone, as a dozen of marbles made of golden light flew straight into Alquira. The espada moved his other arm to intercept, a sword appearing on it midway through his swing, but before the blade could even touch them, the projectiles exploded, leaving a smattering of fist-sized craters on the Arrancar's chest for a fleeting few seconds before his regeneration had removed them. It also made him stumble just slightly, instead of sending him flying back like a dozen of explosion of that power at once should have, likely due to Alquira having intentionally made himself heavier, but that stumble was enough for Ichigo to use Sonido and push himself away without being stabbed for it. He didn't let himself be pushed too far, instead slamming his Zanpakuto into the roof under his foot to arrest his movement, and then immediately enlarging it to shield himself while Shiro's regeneration helped him recover from the wound he'd inflicted himself in his escape. Barely half a second later, both of the sword Alquira had been wielding impacted Zanjutsu's blade, having been shot at him by the espada just like he would have Bala, while Alquira himself had turned his attention onto Rukia. Ichigo did the same, and saw that she was still moving one of her hands over Orium, which was no longer bleeding but hadn't gotten back to her feet yet, with each new gesture causing a golden glow to pass over her. Meanwhile, Rukia's other hand, aimed at Alquira, turned with a twist of the wrist to send another barrage of explosive golden marbles at him, which the espada shot out with a barrage of Bala of his own. Ichigo hadn't known that Rukia could cast two separate, different Kido at once like that, although it made sense considering he'd seen her combine multiple at once. However, it was clear that she wasn't going to be able to defeat Alquira while standing still and healing Orium at the same time, so, Ichigo immediately used Sonido of his own to send himself at Alquira before the espada could charge at Rukia and Orium, potentially killing both. The Arrancar turned on himself to slash at Ichigo with one of his wings, the edge of the membrane thinning, sharpening, and hardening visibly as the espada used his Iero ability mid-swing to turn it into a weapon. Ichigo sharpened Zanjutsu and wrapped it in Ryutsu so he could use repulsive Hakuta to increase the cutting power at the moment of impact, knowing he'd not be able to overpower Alquira's regeneration across something as large as the wing without some extra push. Which is why he was completely surprised as his sword went straight through the wing, the regeneration not stopping his blade at all, but instead repairing the space his sword had cut through. As a result, the wing's movement wasn't slowed at all, and it instead slashed into him without the impact with his Zanpakuto having even slowed it down. It was only by using the blast of repulsive Ryutsu in the opposite direction, pushing himself away from Alquira, which only worked at all because he shortened his blade so it wasn't trapped inside the wing first, that Ichigo avoided being straight up cut in two by the attack. Even with all that, the attack left him with a deep, bleeding gash on his chest, and when he had Shiro to send a barrage of piercing Getsuga Tensho at Alquira, only for the espada to spread his wings and combine them with Sonido to push himself up into the air, let them pass underneath himself, and then dove forward. Knowing he wouldn't be able to dodge out of the way with speed alone, Ichigo decided to use Fullbringer instead, shrinking Zanjutsu by releasing almost all of the Ryutsu he'd pushed into the sword to make it grow, and charging it to become thick as cement. It didn't really work too well, as Alquira's combination of acceleration and, likely, increasing his own weight allowed him to plow through the improvised barrier, but it was barely enough for Ichigo to roll out of the way of the area the espada's attack had smashed into, which collapsed completely under the power of his impact, as if it had been struck by a meteor. While Alquira disappeared from sight, carried underneath the roof by the acceleration of his attack, the shockwave from the crash made Ichigo stumble, but before he could fall, Zanjutsu took over his body to keep him from falling, while Shiro used Sonido to throw him to the side. It was just in time, too, as a moment later Alquira exploded out from the ground at Sonido speed, his sharpened wings shredding the spot of the roof that Ichigo would have been standing upon. Alquira stopped himself in the air, his wings flapping lazily as he stared down on Ichigo from on high, and spoke again, his voice just as empty as usual. "Your efforts are meaningless. It is in the nature of hollows to consume all that stands in their path, and it is in the nature of all other souls to be consumed by hollows. You fight against nature itself in opposing this, and such a fight can only ever be lost. Why would you expend so much effort in an already lost fight?" Ichigo let Shiro shout through his mouth, "You're forgetting that I'm in hollow too," before lending Ichigo as much of his Ryutsu as he could, to increase his strength as he swung his Zanpakuto and Zanjutsu grew himself in size by drawing Ryutsu from Ichigo himself, while he used his own Hakuta to control the swing. The attack was fast, and carried enough power that the air whistled at the blade's movement, yet, Ulquiorra still managed to raise his free hand and catch the blade's edge with it, even if he was at least pushed back a small distance. Even so, the Espada didn't look any more phased than he had at any point since Ichigo had met him, and answered. You are an inferior variant. Arrancar are the ultimate evolution of hollows, making them superior, and it is the nature of things for those hollows who are inferior to be subsumed by their superior. Your declaration is meaningless, it is unavoidable that you will lose. You're wrong. We're the heroes, so what's inevitable is us winning. Orium's sudden shout caused both Ichigo and Ulquiorra to turn towards her, just in time for them to see her heaving with her sword, upon which Rukia was balancing as if light as a feather, obviously using Ho-Ho to do it, before Orium unleashed all of the Reisu which, Ichigo realized suddenly, she must have been collecting even as she laid there, being healed. There was something amazing about the determination she had to have to do that despite the pain. Right now, all that effort paid off as, while she was sent forward, Rukia found that the air in front of her put no resistance at all to her travel, even while that behind and underneath her turned much denser, sustaining and pushing her dash forward in a way not all that dissimilar for how a jet would fly. Rukia also helped herself, small flat ice surfaces helping her glide forward as fast as she was doing. Of course, on seeing this, Ulquiorra went to react, but the shout hadn't been for him, whereas the Espada would have likely noticed the attack before it could be a surprise anyway, Ichigo might not have. By giving him a few extra seconds of warning, he was able to gather enough Ryotsu to get Chuga to send a barrage of piercing blasts of black Ryotsu, each charged with a spiraling rotation and with the movement sped up with a bit of common fused Ryotsu, turning each attack into a powerful drilling one. Not enough of one to deal Ulquiorra any lasting damage, but enough he couldn't simply stop them, but rather need to dodge and, due to the angle, dodge in Rukia's direction, which left him unable to avoid Rukia at the same time. It seemed that the fourth Espada was banking on his Iero stopping Rukia's attack, but when she slammed her hand into him, rather than her sword, it glowed golden while she shouted, Bakudo 86, Trickster Cage, and a set of twisty vines with rose-like thorns that wrapped themselves around the Arrancar's body, with the thorns, instead of trying to uselessly pierce his body, piercing each other, wrapping themselves together. Ulquiorra looked at the trap without emotions before stating, Have you forgotten that no Espada can be captured, before channeling his own Ryotsu to unleash a Gran Ray Zero on the improvised bondage. However, before he could unleash the attack, Rukia countered with a satisfied, Oh no, I remember it perfectly, a smug grin on her face as, from the point where her hand was touching the golden vines, a sudden cover of ice erupted over them, just a fraction of a second before the flash of dark green light and black Ryotsu washed over it, destroying the ice but failing to damage the vines in any way. Ulquiorra tried it again, but Rukia used her Shikai to stop the attack once more, proving that, regardless of how quick the Arrancar was at using his signature attack, Rukia's power was just innately faster, at least enough for her to keep him stalemated like that. Of course, the Arrancar didn't let that stop him, a large number of bala erupting from his body at once, targeted at her, but unlike Orium, Rukia had a defense ready, specifically, her Shikai froze the bala a moment before they could hit her, causing them to shatter instead of wounding her. Ichigo knew that wouldn't work if Ulquiorra used his Zero Oscured, as those bala would simply see the outer shell frozen and the Zero erupting from them regardless, but Rukia's quick reaction had been enough for him to gather his wits, as he focused on Zanjutsu, fueling a lot of Ryotsu to the blade but, this time, trying to keep it dense and concentrated, the way the ability was supposed to be used, and was used by captains, instead of simply enlarging it. He wasn't able to do it in full, his control not yet being there, but then, he hadn't really hoped to succeed. Instead, what he'd been looking for was a bastardized form of the ability, letting the Zanpakuto grow in length, but keeping it the small width of an actual sword. Sweat formed on his forehead at the sheer effort, it seemed that it was much harder than he'd been expecting it to be, but still, the trick worked for just long enough that his blade managed to interpose itself in the thin space between Ulquiorra and Rukia, the Shikai absorbing the kinetic energy from his bala, stopping them cold, and then releasing it a split second later to blast them straight back at the Espada, who let them go all the way through his body rather than trying to stop them. So that, when the Zero within exploded, it was far away from all three of them. Ulquiorra then spoke, and while it wasn't any different of a tone than usual, Ichigo would bet that, on anybody else, it would have been with annoyance. There should be no doubt in your mind that no amount of tricks will keep me trapped forever, nor is any of you capable of achieving my destruction. All you are doing is wasting time. Rukia's smile hadn't gotten any less smug as she countered. Oh, I know, and that's really all we wanted to do. Ichigo couldn't help but sport a grin of his own as he added, mockingly. Did you lost sight of our true target again? It was never to destroy you. That caused Ulquiorra's attention to refocus on Orium, who was bounding towards the golden sphere of the anchor, using her full-bringer abilities to make herself move faster, her sword ready to strike at her side. Ulquiorra immediately charged up another Zero and let it fly at her, but Ichigo waved Getsuga, sending one of his own to intercept it, while Orium began to collect Ryutsu on her legs, clearly preparing to make the ground elastic so that she could use it as a platform to jump at their target and destroy it. And that was when the roof suddenly exploded in an eruption of debris and broken shingles under her feet, enough to send her stumbling off. For a moment, Ichigo wondered what Ulquiorra had done to achieve that, before realizing that the explosion hadn't actually been the work of their adversary, but instead the result of somebody using Sonido from somewhere in the palace deep below to send themselves flying upwards at supersonic speed. Orium managed to drag herself up to her own feet quickly enough, but as Ichigo's eyes tracked the path of whatever had just come out from the palace as it rose up high into the sky, he realized it was gathering Ryutsu as it did, and even starting to glow. The feeling of dread he felt at that was shared by Shiro and Zanjitsu both, and Ichigo shouted, "Take cover!" Even as he realized that, in her charge toward the barrier anchor, Orium wasn't going to be able to do so. It was a split-second decision for him to call forth on more of Shiro's power, transforming himself completely, before using Sonido to shoot himself at her, managing to reach her, hug her and shield her with his body a moment before the explosion. Luckily, the explosion wasn't immediately next to them, but rather what looked like several miles up in the sky. If not for that, Ichigo knew, not even Shiro's regeneration would have been enough to survive its sheer power, considering that, despite the distance, Ichigo could tell that the hole which had opened in the painted ceiling of Las Noches, showing the dark sky beyond it, had to be at least a few hundreds of meters large. As it was, they were still invested by two consecutive shockwaves from the blast, the first a heat wave hot enough that Ichigo felt the outer layer of his skin melting away from it, even as some of the roof's structures that had been invested more directly by the attack caught on fire or were even straight up incinerated by it, and then the follow-up wave of displaced air hit strongly enough to cut through the roof and the upper parts of the palace, causing a whole half of the roof to simply collapse in front of the pressure. Ichigo himself was pushed into the roof's stone to shatter it, and he could feel his cracks spread all over his arms and back, even while Shiro regenerated them away. Even with him shielding her, he could see that Orium had been left lightly scalded on any exposed part of her body, which luckily was mostly just her face and hands, while her arms, leg, and back were shaking, a grimace of pain accompanying them. He dreaded to think what would have happened to her if he'd failed to act as a human shield. That thought was enough to make Ichigo suddenly look back at Rukia, and he was elated as he saw that his Shinigami friend had managed to wrap herself into what looked like a shell of glowing golden Kido. The protection looked badly battered and damaged, with several of the reinforced panels it had been made of either missing or reduced to small smoldering shards, not to mention the long cracks along the portions of it that hadn't broken down, or the black smoke that was raising from the whole thing. Still, Rukia was standing in the middle of it, looking more or less alright, which was a welcome sight when what looked like an entire half of the palace had collapsed, and the rest was badly torn apart, largely smoldering, and otherwise very nearly a ruin. Ichigo could even see what looked like deep crevices opening down into the darkness, likely making it so far down into Las Noches dungeons that it was impossible to properly see their bottom. The whole place was broken down to the point Ichigo worried they might not be able to find good enough footing to continue the fight. Which they very much would need to, as a small part of the roof had been left intact and, as their bad luck would have it, the anchor was still atop its pillar. And, right in front of it, Ulquiorra was hovering, his wings flapping lazily, the restraints Rukia had put on him having been destroyed by the shockwave. The fourth Espada himself was on fire, with a serious set of burns and cracks over his body, or at least he looked like that for a moment, before suddenly his whole body simply cracked, as if he was shedding an outer layer of skin, except harder like an eggshell, and a fully whole, Unblemished Ulquiorra was left behind, looking completely whole and pristine. The Espada looked down at them with his emotionless expression, his gaze stopping on Orium, before he went on to address her. Girl, according to your past statement, the nature of humans is to seek happiness above all else. Yet, you now fight me, when all that will gain you is extending your suffering, as you cannot succeed. Given the truth of our natures, you should give up, to have a last few seconds of happiness before I destroy you, instead of spending all your remaining seconds in everlasting pain, which in my understanding is incompatible with happiness. So, why do you prolong your suffering, your unhappiness? Orium glared up at Ulquiorra, and as Ichigo helped her back to her feet, she shouted back, furious. I don't care what you think, we're gonna beat you anyway and have all of our lives to be happy with afterwards. If you think we aren't willing to shoulder a bit of suffering when they know it'll help make the world a better place, then you don't understand us at all. Ulquiorra seemed to consider the question, before answering. I suppose your irrationality is hard to comprehend. Maybe taking you apart will help me better see how your inner soul actually works, or if not, devouring your souls and making them part of myself might help me dive deeper into them. Either way, your destruction shall bring me enlightenment. With those words, Ulquiorra's sword turned into a long, thick, and quite pointed javelin, while a second one appeared in his other hand, before they both were sent flying in a throw, and slamming straight into the glowing shields that had appeared in front of Ichigo and Orium, courtesy of Rukia, in the split second between the weapons being created and them being thrown. That should have been enough to stop the weapons, but instead, the moment they made contact with the Kido shields, their outer shell shattered instantly, revealing the Zero within, which punched straight through the Kido, the whole process barely even slowing the attack down by a fraction of a second. Still, that was enough time for Ichigo to grab Orium and push himself away, using repulsive Ryotsu rather than Sonido, since the latter would have just killed his friend. For her own part, Orium was channeling Ryotsu in her sword to use her full bring again, so Ichigo led her to it, stepping behind her and flipping Getsuga to the back of his hand and using Hakuta to keep it stuck there, so he could grip Zanjutsu with both hands before swinging the Zanpakuto straight at Ulquiorra, growing the blade to a size larger than both himself and his opponent put together. Ichigo was expecting Ulquiorra to just catch the blade, like he'd done every other time he'd tried to hit him with such an attack, which was why he had Shiro start charging up his Zero the moment their enemy would be holding himself in place to stop the Zanpakuto. However, instead the Espada swung another javelin that looked very much like the ones he'd used previously, which had materialized in his hand in the blink of an eye. Only when Zanjutsu sharpened itself and cut through it, the shell once again suddenly fell away, revealing a Zero had been hidden within, the attack holding its javelin shape for a moment, just long enough to shear straight through the Zanpakuto, before the beam erupted to the side to a surprised scream of pain. It took a glance for Ichigo to realize that Ulquiorra had angled his parry specifically so that the tip of the javelin would have been aimed at the spot Rukia had been standing at, so that he could strike them both with the same attack. Then a sudden surge of power drew his attention to Ulquiorra's other hand, where a new javelin had formed and was immediately shot Ichigo's way, only Shiro's immediate unloading of the one he'd stored to intercept it keeping Ichigo from being struck. As two more new javelins formed into his hands, Ulquiorra explained, in what Ichigo was pretty sure on anybody else would have been a self-satisfied tone, but with the fourth Espada was just his usual monotone. As you can see, I am so far above even any normal Arrancar, let alone lesser hollows or even lesser half-bred creatures like you, that I was able to combine the attack speed of Bala with the devastating power of Zero in way no other Espada can. As I was told by Lord Aizen that such an achievement required a name, to provide a properly pleasant aesthetic, I chose to use alliteration and named it Lanza del Relampago, as that lines up with my previous name of Murcielago. See its true power, and understand true despair. That said, Ulquiorra immediately charged toward Ichigo, and swung his javelin at him like it was a sword. Ichigo didn't even try to block it, knowing that would just break the outer shell and cause the Zero within to strike at him regardless, so he rolled out of the way. Something which proved a wise idea is, mid-swing, the shell of the javelin came apart on its own, and then, to Ichigo's utter astonishment, in the fraction of a second between the shell being broken and the beam within being fired, the black Ryotsu within changed in glow from the dark red of a Zero to the dark green of a Gran Ray, a moment before the beam erupted straight at him, too close to dodge and aimed straight at his leg. It was Shiro who saved him, willingly letting his own Zero erupt from inside Ichigo's own leg to sever it, and it was barely in time, as Ichigo had just separated himself from the appendage before it was struck and instantly disintegrated by Ulquiorra's attack. The Espada moved for a follow-up that would have certainly finished Ichigo off, but Orium struck at him with her sword, failing to pierce through but carrying enough momentum that, on somebody else, she would have sent them to the ground. With Ulquiorra, he visibly made himself heavier to steady himself and only stumbled slightly, with Orium being the one who bounced back from him and ended up half-sprawled on the ground, but it was still enough that Ulquiorra's next lanza, the one meant for Ichigo, missed him by a few meters. The situation still wasn't good, as the Espada watched them, Orium sitting on the ground and Ichigo using Zanjutsu as a crutch as his body switched to the full hollow look, and Shiro put all of his effort into reforming his severed leg, while the fourth Espada looked both completely unarmed and completely unfazed by the situation. However, he suddenly used his wings to fly upwards, a new lanza shooting out of his arm to intercept a giant beam of golden light that looked like a bus-sized drill, which Rukia had sent toward the anchor. Just like before, the contact with the beam shattered the outer shell of Ulquiorra's javelin, and the attack was so big that a simple Zero would only have sheared a portion of it away, but instead the Kido beam simply disappeared with a flash of green light, a clear proof that Ulquiorra could pack the Gran Ray variant into his throne version just as well as he could in his handheld variant. Barely a heartbeat later, he'd sent another in Rukia's direction, too fast for anybody to even think of reacting. Only the fact her Shikai froze the attack on contact and delayed the shattering of the javelin's shell by a moment allowed Rukia to Shunpo jump out of the way, before the Zero slammed into the roof, carving a large portion out of it in a deep divot, like a large canyon being added to the slab or stone that had been left upraised from the giant explosion from before. Then, suddenly, the glow of the black Ryotsu changed in color halfway through its path of destruction, causing that whole section of the roof to disappear in a flash of dark green light. The sheer displacement of air from it caused Rukia to stumble on her landing and fall on one knee. Ulquiorra then went on to say, as he glanced between the three prostrate form of the three of them. You seem very intent in preventing this confrontation and being a demonstration of the superiority of our natures, instead insisting on selecting a different target. Refrain from doing so any further, as it makes it harder to properly determine the precise measure of Arrancar natural superiority upon other creatures. Orium shouted back, furious. Why would we care about any of that? Determining the precise degree of natural superiority between two creatures is the only reason to ever fight. Orium was vibrating with fury at that, and Ichigo felt plenty offended enough as well, but it was Rukia who managed to answer first, her tone genuinely dismissive. If that is truly what you think, it just proves what sort of monster you are. We only ever fight when not doing it would cause much greater destruction and suffering than the fight itself. But I don't think you really believe any of that stuff. I think you're just trying to distract us and keep us from achieving our goals, because it would bother Aizen. Well, it's not going to work. Orium nodded emphatically and added. That's right. We're gonna beat you the way we want to, it doesn't matter if you disagree. Everybody knows that if the villain can pick the results, he'll only make it so he wins anyway and the fight doesn't matter, but the true heroes are those that win by making the world into what they think it should be. Ichigo couldn't help but feel buoyed at his friend's words, and so added something of his own, a grin on his lips. So, how does it feel to find somebody who refuses to fight on your terms? Shouldn't that mean you ought to surrender, since after all, regardless of what you do, you won't be getting what you want out of this fight? Ulquiorra's gaze moved through all three of them, as if studying each one in turn, before eventually offering his answer. No. Then, with a single swiping movement of his wing, he hit the anchor, and the wing opened to envelop it, absorbing the thing into itself so fast that the Espada didn't even lose the rhythm of his wing flaps, as he went on to say. Now, your target is within me, so if you want victory on your own terms, you shall need to defeat me on my own terms first. That shall allow me to prove you all that, regardless of your efforts, it is simply meaningless to defy your true nature as prey, or my true nature as your ultimate predator. Ichigo immediately struck, thrusting Getsuga forward while Shiro unleashed several dozen Zero at once in a fan, striking at the point where the wing was thinnest. Clearly having guessed his intention, Rukia immediately made a gesture that called forth a long chain that speared the severed portion of the wing and dragged it toward her, even while Orium let out another large amount of Ryotsu with a swing of her sword, like a wall, between Ulquiorra and Rukia, using full bring to turn the air. Thick enough that, even with the Espada shooting out his javelin attacks, they were slowed down enough for Rukia to roll out of the way. However, when she struck it with Sode no Shirayuki, turning the entire wing to see-through ice, it was revealed that nothing was in there, and as Ichigo turned to look at where Ulquiorra was floating in the ground, memories of their last fight with him that had remained a bit hazy and nothing more than vague guesses suddenly clarified into a more clear line of thought. So he said, loud enough for both Rukia and Orium to hear him clearly. He's taking advantage of the fact that an Arrancar's body is an hollow shell to move the anchor inside of him. That's also how he keeps his mask from being targeted, by constantly having it travel around inside his body so it's never in a single place. He'd hoped that stating openly his guess would have garnered some reaction from Ulquiorra, but as usual, the Arrancar didn't show any visible emotion or feeling in answer to this. Still, even without that confirmation, Ichigo was confident that he'd figured out how their enemy worked, not that it helped him any, he realized suddenly. While it was nice to know that there was, in theory, a particular piece of his enemy's body which, if he hit it with a Zero, would result in victory, that was hardly any better a solution than hoping to land a Gran Ray Zero on him. And knowing their true target was hiding underneath Ulquiorra's shell would do them no good when, even having Zanjutsu's edge sharpened to the maximum possible amount, the Espada's regeneration still managed to make it impossible to cut through. Ichigo suspected that Rukia was thinking along the same line, as she had a deeply furrowed brow, but Orium at least seemed invigorated by them as she said, pointing a finger at the Espada. Ah! See? You've been saying you're invincible this whole time, but Ichigo figured you out. You're just pretending, but it's only a matter of time before we manage to hit your weak spot for massive damage, and then we'll triumph. No. Ulquiorra's words were followed by a dozen of his javelin materializing as if from thin air and being shot straight at Orium, and with his leg only regenerated to the point of its skeleton with a bit of flesh on top, Ichigo wasn't able to do anything. Even Rukia was too far away, even if Ichigo could see her gesturing to call some sort of Kido, but it wasn't going to be enough to save Orium. However, it turned out to not be needed, as Orium saved herself. The very moment the air shook from the acceleration of the javelins been shot through it, the portion of the roof Orium was standing on collapsed, with her falling inside so that the attacks struck the ground around and behind the spot she'd been at. The Zero punched through before turning to Gran Ray and leaving a large circle of complete devastation, but barely a moment later, Ichigo felt the familiar surge of Ryutsu that accompanied Orium's uses of full bring, and she cut through the rooftop from underneath it, as if it was made of tissue paper. She grinned as she did, saying in a cocky tone, "You keep underestimating us, just like every villain does, and that's why you will lose." Ulquiorra turned toward Orium at her boast, and since she'd emerged on the exactly opposite side of the Espada from Ichigo, that caused him to expose his back, so he thrust with Getsuga while Shiro unleashed a Zero aimed straight at the center of it. The Espada managed to dodge by flying upwards, but Ichigo had angled his blast a bit high to make sure it passed over Orium's head. Ulquiorra had to fly high enough to expose himself to what looked like a gigantic golden sphere covered in ice spikes, which Ichigo recognized as Rukia's favored Kido. The fourth Espada was almost dismissive of the threat, firing half a dozen of his javelins at the Kido before turning back toward Ichigo. Which was why he didn't see that, after the first two javelins disintegrating the outer shells of ice and gold-colored Ryutsu with flashes of dark green light, instead of continuing forward to the place from which Rukia had launched her attack, they slammed into the other sphere that Rukia had encased inside the first, each one of which was covered in ice as well, so that each required 2 Gran Ray impacts to be destroyed. And, as a result, Ulquiorra's attack only peeled away the outer layers of Rukia's attack, but not the one that slammed straight into him, sending his next attack flying all over the rooftop rather than slamming into Ichigo as he'd planned. The rain of Lanza del Relampago scattered in that manner caused a light show of dark green light as each attack erupted on impact and annihilated any connected areas, the whole rooftop shaking as if under a massive earthquake, with whole sections collapsing and plummeting while others surged upwards as a result. With his leg still looking emaciated and incomplete, Ichigo had to stab his swords into his surroundings to stay standing, only for those surroundings to crumble as their support disappeared, and Ichigo almost face-planted before Orium reached him with a hug, pulling him to her chest to keep him upright before unleashing more of her Ryutsu underneath them, turning the air into a cushion that stopped their fall. With her help, Ichigo straightened and glanced where Ulquiorra had been slammed into the rooftop by Rukia's attack, and he'd suddenly turned, slashing it apart with his wings only to find that Rukia had hidden inside her own projectiles and, with a single slash of Sode no Shirayuki, froze both appendages at one. The fact that she was unable to cut through actually working to her advantage, as it didn't stop her Shikai's power but allowing her sword to bounce back rather than being trapped inside. Ulquiorra reacted immediately, his wings breaking at the base before the ice could reach it and then shooting them like bala even as new ones reformed on his back almost instantaneously, and Rukia thrust her hand forwards to create a barrier shaped like a ship's prow, deflecting the two projectiles a moment before their shell fell apart and the black Ryotsu inside each one exploded outwards in a flash of dark green light. The Espada capitalized upon that shift in momentum immediately, dashing slightly backwards with a flap of his wings while a new javelin formed in each of his hands and he swung, the shell around each one falling apart the moment they got into contact with the barrier so that they cleaved through, then reforming so quickly that the Zero didn't have time to disperse so that Ulquiorra could continue to swing the javelins along, before he then made the shells collapse again to unleash the two Zero straight into Rukia's face at point-blank range just as she twisted her head backwards to avoid the tips of the weapons. For a moment, it looked to Ichigo like the Espada had taken their friend away, before he realized she'd used some combination of Hakuta and Ho-Ho to leave behind a Ryotsu illusion of her form, even as she jumped down to the rooftop. Said rooftop now looked more like a pair of interlocked hands grasping towards the sky, as it had been reduced to a number of prominent raised areas from which a few slopes descended toward a scattered collection of deep gorges and crevices. Rukia barely managed to balance on one of those by landing on a knee in her hand, but it was clear that, whatever trick she'd used to create the illusion which had briefly fooled their enemy, it had taken a bit out of her, and unlike the Shinigami, the Espada did not need any time to catch his breath, and was already turning his attention on her. So, without hesitation, Ichigo used a bit of his own Fullbringer abilities to turn the cushion of air that Orium had created for them into a trampoline, using his good leg to push himself straight at Ulquiorra, his black sword pointed straight ahead of himself as Shiro Raseo led Getsuga Tensho after Getsuga Tensho out of it in a barrage of piercing Ryotsu blades, even as he and Zanjutsu both put almost all of their focus into channeling Ryotsu inside the blade while, for once, not letting it grow in size, making it denser and denser. It wasn't really working, as Ichigo could feel the blade straining, almost breaking under the pressure, and certainly vibrating and slightly changing in size at it, but for what he needed, it would probably be enough. As expected, Ulquiorra swiped the Getsuga Tensho away with lightning-fast swipes of his wings, but that managed to do what Ichigo wanted from the attack, cover the Espada's line of sight just long enough for him to throw Zanpakuto up and above them without his enemy noticing. That's when they stopped focusing, and with its size no longer constrained, the blade grew to titanic proportions, acting like a small obelisk scything down on Ulquiorra's head and slamming him into the roof. Through Zanjutsu's sense, he could see that, even with the combined effect of the sudden growth and the downward acceleration increased by gravity, the sword's tip was barely piercing through the few half a dozen centimeters of the Arrancar's head, with his regeneration stopping any further progress. Of course, that would have still been more than enough to kill a normal person, but against the fourth Espada, it was barely a scratch, so even as he continued his descent, Ichigo called through his connection to Zanjutsu so that the sword released the huge amount of Ryotsu it had charged itself with, and it was just in time, as barely a second later a Gran Ray Zero exploded skyward from Ulquiorra. Ichigo had no idea what would happen if something like that hit his Zanpakuto and, frankly, he had no interest in finding out. Ulquiorra then went to stand up, but before he could, Orium reached into the air that had been charged by Zanjutsu's huge cloud of Ryotsu and once again willed it to become thick and sticky like syrup, making the Espada stumble midway through his lift-off and giving Zanjutsu time to use the last of the Hakuta coat Ichigo had left on it to blast himself into Ichigo's hand as he landed right next to Rukia. The girl had straightened up and was looking at him with a puzzled expression, before she shook her head and said, bemused, "You're going to explain to me how you managed to do all that stuff with your Zanpakuto someday, right?" Ichigo shrugged and answered, turning his attention back to their own adversary, "It's not like it's helping much against him. I'm not sure we can actually do any better than keeping him at bay at this point," only to be surprised when Rukia shook her head and said, her tone morose, "I actually almost had him, but he's not let me get close enough to cast my Kido on him." It need at least 2 to 3 seconds of sustained contact, and he's not going to give me that much. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at that, and then, a sudden idea sparking into his mind, he asked, "Does it need to be you touching it, or could you cast the Kido through somebody else?" "What do you mean?" Rukia seemed genuinely confused, so Ichigo explained, quickly. "You said that Kido are basically a charge of Ryutsu with a specific set of emotions impressed on it. So, could you make something like a stamp, which has the emotional Ryutsu in the right shape, and give it to somebody else to press it?" It was clear that Rukia was impressed at the idea, but suddenly Ulquiorra, who while they'd been talking had been straining against the thick air, suddenly went absolutely still, and then a barrage of javelins erupted from him at every angle, and they were forced to dodge. It was only a moment later, as the Ulquiorra in the middle of the cloud crumbled into nothingness, that Ichigo realized the fourth Espada had used the same trick with which he'd escaped Orium's prison during their last fight to do the same here, as the central one of a trio of javelins suddenly reshaped itself into Ulquiorra's body, his hand reaching to grab the 2 javelins around him while his wing stretched to course correct his path slightly so he was headed straight for Orium who, being already in movement due to her previous jump to avoid the thrown javelins, was in no position to dodge any further. Luckily she didn't have to, as a moment before Ulquiorra could reach her, a small sphere slammed underneath his chin at full speed, failing to penetrate but disrupting the Aaron car's trajectory just enough that Orium barely managed to avoid being impaled. Ichigo let out a sigh of relief at seeing one of the Shunshunrika fairies returned to Orium, and he could tell the little creature was saying something that had Orium's expression grow more serious, even if he couldn't hear what, before the little sphere of light started to orbit around her head. Even with that, Ichigo knew that Orium wasn't going to be able to keep back Ulquiorra without help, so he nodded to Rukia, who in a single gesture recreated her floating platform and with a second one sent it hurling forward at their enemy. The Espada turned immediately at the sight, and the array of bala he sent flying were met by another of Rukia's giant globes of golden light covered in ice spikes. The clash gave Ichigo the moment he needed to combine full bring and shunpo into a vaulting jump, with both blades poised to stab from above but his Zanpakuto clearly placed in a more prominent position. Ulquiorra took the bait, striking with one of his javelins at it only for Zanjutsu to use repulsive Hakuta to both dodge the attack and rotate Ichigo's position so that Getsuga would be the one stabbing first, with Shiro unleashing a Zero from its tip a moment before the hit, the beam opening a straight hole through the fourth Espada's shoulder, so that the blade slid right in before the fourth Espada could regenerate it away. And, with the blade inside of the Aaron car, Shiro could use his ability to control the point of origin and direction of a Zero fired from Getsuga to send multiple beams striking in all directions inside of him. It wasn't the most refined of strategy, but if they could win this fight by getting a lucky hit in, Ichigo wasn't going to complain. Of course, the Espada didn't hesitate to retaliate, one of his javelins growing straight out of his hand and into Ichigo himself, piercing him so fast he didn't even feel it. Not even a heartbeat later the shell collapsed, and the glow of the black Ryutsu went to change from dark red to dark green before, suddenly, Shiro seized the beam, his skill in the use of his innate ability of Ryutsu control overcoming Ulquiorra's stronger will and forcing the transformation to stop halfway and then revert back, keeping the Zero from becoming a Gran Ray so that the only wound Ichigo got from the tussle was a deep hole in his shoulder, rather than being completely disintegrated. Heady with the feeling of having something go right for a change, Ichigo let Shiro's words pass through his mouth, the accompanying grin a result of emotions both of them were feeling. "It seems I beat you at your own game, seems to me like I've proven that I'm the naturally superior one." "No." Then, suddenly, Ulquiorra's legs fell off, his body regrowing out of them right behind Ichigo so that he was able to punch him straight in the back, sending him collapsing to the ground, with the remains of his body lasting just long enough to keep Ichigo immobilized, until they exploded in a cloud of Reishi as Ichigo slammed into the roof, left winded and paralyzed from the impact. Then Ulquiorra spun on himself, sending a barrage of last 6 javelins at Rukia that destroyed the Kido she'd shot at him, forcing her to dodge only for Ulquiorra to slam into her at Sonito speed, sending her crashing into the roof just next to Ichigo. Then the fourth Espada swung his arm, perhaps thousands of javelins sent their way at once, and Ichigo could feel Shiro's fear at that, the knowledge that even his power might not be enough to stop such an attack. And then, before it could hit them, the whole group of javelins struck a glowing, triangular wall, the shell collapsing and yet the black Ryutsu, glowing dark green, didn't destroy it, standing still as Orium shouted, her voice loud and clear. Yes. Yes, we will defeat you, because it doesn't matter how much you're naturally stronger than us, we're friends. We help each other, and that will let us overcome any challenge we face. Rukia chuckled at that, and moved next to Orium, placing a hand on her shoulder before glaring at Ulquiorra and saying, in a firm tone. She's right, you know? You might believe that it's our nature that determines our fate, but I know, because I lived it, that it's the bonds of family and friendship that we nurture through our lives that really makes us who we are, to decide what our destiny will be. Ichigo smiled, nodding with his head at the corners of the triangular wall, the two of Orium's fairies that had come back to her just in time to save the day, and said, his own confidence feeling restored. Indeed, you can see it right now, that our friends coming to our rescue is what's let us stop you. It why you'll lose. Orium nodded firmly and added, looking quite angry. Yes. You'll lose right now. And then, she pushed her wall forward, and the stopped time sent the Gran Rey Zero back at Ulquiorra, who used Sonido to let the attack pass underneath them, his wings flapping slowly as he answered, looking down on them. It is the idiocy of your species, to believe that numbers could ever overcome raw quality. You can call upon as many associates as you want, and since not one of them will be my equal, it will not matter at all. I think the kids have more than high enough quality friends, since they've got me. Ichigo, Orium, Rukia, and even Ulquiorra all turned at once toward the voice, but the Shinigami was already in motion, and the large figure clashed into the fourth espada in midair, sending a large portion of his chest flying as the shoulder tackle he'd delivered sheared through most of it, even as the momentum of his monstrous jump sent them both smashing into one of the sloped portions of the roof, crashing all the way through it and causing that rise to collapse around them. Then, Kenpeki rose from the debris, his raised Zanpakuto looking far more pristine than Ichigo remembered it being, and reached with his other hand to grab Ulquiorra from the neck, only for the captain to find his superhuman strength insufficient to the task as the fourth espada made himself heavier than Ichigo had believed he could get. The surprise of having his strength overcome like that was enough to give Kenpeki pause for a moment, and Ulquiorra capitalized quickly, a javelin erupting from him at Sonido speed, failing to punch through the Shinigami's skin but, to Ichigo's astonishment, continuing to grow the javelin to incredibly length, the process so fast that Kenpeki wasn't able to brace himself against it and so was pushed away. It took Ichigo a moment to realize what the Arrancar was doing, but when he did, he realized he had barely a moment, straining Shiro's skill to the limit while the shell around the javelin collapsed, and just managing to strike the beam with a Gran Rey Zero of his own before Ulquiorra could use the attack to obliterate Kenpeki. It still gave the fourth espada the time he needed to fly upwards and start throwing his deadly javelins all around the roof, with Ichigo's desperate scream of, Kenpeki, dodge those. Somehow not falling on deaf ears, but instead resulting in the Shinigami captain doing as Ichigo had asked, as if the man who had been so keen on proving his personal power when Ichigo had fought him had somehow learned to fight alongside others in the meanwhile. But then, Ichigo supposed that everybody had inner depths. He might well have misread the man personality, considering they only met once. Then Rukia's voice broke through his musings, as she said in a hurried tone. Ichigo, if you truly think you can do it, I think we should try your idea of delivering a Kido through another person. I have one that will keep him still for a little bit, if I can just land it. Ichigo nodded, but then grimaced as Ulquiorra suddenly dove forwards, Kenpeki ripping a chunk of the roof and throwing it at him only for the espada to cut straight through it with one of his javelins and slam into Kenpeki with enough power that, even if the Shinigami captain avoided being struck by any of the weapons, he was still bodily thrown out of the roof. They could both hear the man's mad laughter as he disappeared beyond the roof's edge, and then the clean sound of metal crushing rock as, they could guess, he managed to grab the wall of the palace and arrest his fall that way. Seeing the fourth espada turning towards them, Ichigo went on to say, uncertain. I can deliver that, but I don't know that's going to matter. Kenpeki doesn't seem like he can land a good hit, and even if he could, we would need to explain about the weak point anyway, and if we're both holding Ulquiorra in place, neither of us will be able to strike at him. Then I'll do it. Ichigo and Rukia both turned toward Orium's determined face, and even as she moved her shield around, placing it in the path of Ulquiorra to keep the espada from simply bombarding them to death with his javelins, she turned toward them with a fire of determination blazing in her eyes as she said, in an earnest tone. I know that, together, we can do anything, I promise I won't fail, just trust me. Ichigo couldn't help but smile and say, of course I trust you, to that, before turning toward Rukia and, with a moment of focus, extending the wrapping from the handle of his Zanpakuto so that she could grab them while he told her, just give Zanjutsu the imprint, and I'll deliver it straight to Ulquiorra. Rukia nodded and did as he'd asked, before nodding, to which Ichigo shouted, Orium, shield down, and then extended his blade to a greater length than he ever had before, a strike of inspiration coming to him as he made the wood thinner to transfer ever more of the increased size into sheer length. The blade aimed straight at Ulquiorra, who moved to intercept it with one of his javelins, clearly planning to use the same Gran Reisiro trick to get rid of it, but Ichigo used the Hakuta coat on his Zanpakuto to repel the Espada's weapon away, and that was just time enough for the tip of Zanjutsu to hit him straight in the shoulder. As usual with the monster's regeneration, the blade didn't penetrate, but it remained in contact for the handful of seconds necessary for Rukia to push her Ryutsu into the sword with a specific set of constraints on it, and for Zanjutsu to take the Ryutsu and, instead of absorbing it as normal, push it through with the help of Ichigo to reach the Espada instead. The result was that a solid cube of golden light encased Ulquiorra, clearly trying to compress the Espada and just as clearly failing, as the two forces strained against each other and, slowly but surely, the Kido started to loose. However, it kept him still for just long enough for Orium to once again use full bring to make the ground elastic and the air in front of her devoid of resistance, so that her leap brought her straight to the Espada, enough for her to thrust her sword forwards, one of her fairies at the very tip of the blade while the other two, connected to the central one but not each other by lines of light, began to spin like a rotor, enough for the tip to pierce straight through both the cage Rukia had created and the Espada itself, and enough for the rotating, all-cutting lines of light to shred the entirety of Ulquiorra's body into pieces barely the size of an apple each. The attack didn't kill the fourth Espada, who reformed his whole body out of a severed finger, inside of which, Ichigo was pretty sure, he'd managed to see something the size of a rice grain glinting slightly that had to be Ulquiorra's equivalent of his mask, but which also left a glowing golden orb floating in the air, outside of the Arrancar's body, visible and completely unprotected. And Shiro, who'd held back while everybody else pulled the plan into action, let out a Zero so fast Ichigo would have missed if he'd blinked, the beam of black Ryutsu striking the anchor and destroying it completely in a flare of dark red light. Orium landed in a stumble, while Rukia let go of Ichigo's sword to wipe some sweat off her forehead with her sleeve, before saying, with a smile on her lips, "We did it." And indeed, they had. Ichigo could feel the air shaking as the Kido that had surrounded Las Noches began to vibrate, and then spiderwebs of cracks made of golden light spread all over the sky, as the damage they'd wrought on Aizen's trap was made clear for everyone to see. Ichigo smiled, and asked Rukia, even as he tried to calm down the waves of exhaustion that were making his body tremble slightly. "What now?" "Now, we can open a breach for 3, perhaps 4 of us to make it through, and..." "No." The sound of Ulquiorra's voice was sudden and reverberating, as his Ryutsu suddenly grew strong, enormously powerful, even as the sky seemed to turn itself upside down. It took Ichigo a moment to realize that he'd collapsed to the ground so quickly his sight had registered it before his body did, which was when the vertigo assaulted him, and he threw up all over the roof. As he tried to look around, his eyes barely responding to his will, he saw that Ulquiorra looked different now, even if not very much. He still had a short stature and light build, but he was now entirely covered in black fur from neck to ankles, his feet replaced by 2-fingered talons of white bone, and he no longer had both arms and wings, instead only sporting a pair of the latter, which just happened to have skeletal but human-like hands where their tips should have been. His head was the most different part, as it seemed encased in a traditional kabuto helmet a samurai would wear, complete with a mask in the shape of a bat skull, with the only real strangeness being the 2 curve horns on top of it and the glowing green light deep inside the sockets where eyes should have been. Ulquiorra spoke, and while his voice was just as inflectionless as before, the lack of a moving mouth made it even more alien an experience, and all the more terrifying for it. "You might have destroyed the anchor, but it will not matter once you have been destroyed in turn. You shall not interfere with Lord Aizen's plans any longer." The weight that was crushing Ichigo against the roof suddenly grew tenfold, and he could feel the roof shattering underneath him. Unfortunately, he could also feel the bones inside his own body breaking, and doing so far faster than Shiro could compensate for. He was sure that Ulquiorra wasn't even going to need an attack to take them down. His simple presence was going to be enough, but then, all of a sudden, breathing became easier. In fact, Ichigo felt his own body suddenly relax as a warm, reassuring presence enveloped him, and then gently dragged him back to his feet, manipulating his body with the ease one would a puppet. It was a weird experience, in that losing control of his body in such a manner, with no ability or hope to oppose it, was somewhat creepy, yet somehow, as the power that had seized him slowly seemed to massage life back into his shattered body, Ichigo couldn't help but feel the whole experience very comforting. Only once he felt the matronly voice that spoke next in a gentle, soothing tone did he understand what was going on, as he turned to where Anohana was elegantly advancing along the shattered roof as if it was a red carpet, the last three of Orium's fairies gently trailing after her, while the 4th Division captain's attention was clearly primarily focused on the 4th Espada. "Come on now, the kids did their level best, and gave you a bloody nose. It is unbecoming to throw a tantrum now because you have been bested in such a fashion. A true warrior needs to know how to accept loss with dignity." Ulquiorra was completely focused on Anohana, apparently having dismissed the rest of them as inconsequential, as he answered. "There is no loss to accept, as I was not destroyed. I shall not allow any who dares defy Lord Aizen to escape." Anohana's smile took an even softer, almost loving quality, her eyes sparkling with an emotion Ichigo wasn't sure he recognized as she said, softly. "Bold words. It makes me wonder if you're ready to take responsibility for them." If Ulquiorra was as confused by the command as Ichigo was, it didn't show in his voice or expression any more than any other emotion ever had, as he answered plainly. "I shall kill them and you both, the number of enemies makes no difference to me." Anohana placed an hand over her mouth as if to hide her smile for a moment, before going on to say. "Now, I agree that there's lots of fun to be had in having everybody take part, but I fear I can't agree to that. You see, I'm quite the greedy person, and I will enjoy myself much more if we keep this encounter to just the two of us." Then, she made a complex gesture with both of her hands, and a glowing golden light enveloped Ichigo for a few seconds. When it disappeared, he found himself completely healed, and also standing right next to Rukia and Orium. It was that the soothing feeling of Anohana's Ryutsu left him, but he could still feel it, hovering just a few inches above his skin, keeping Ulquiorra's devastating spiritual pressure away from them with its mere presence. Anohana turned their way then, and said in a matronly, reassuring tone. "Well, off you go now, children. The game I'm about to play with your friend here is for grown-ups only. You would get bored trying to participate anyway, so you might as well go off and do your own things. I hope I'm not included as one of the kids? I thought I'd graduated up from that." Ichigo turned, shocked at not having perceived Kenpaku's spiritual presence. The 11th Division captain was walking without help, but the sheer combined presence of Ulquiorra and Anohana was apparently enough that even he only registered as a vague background presence. He was grinning, apparently sharing some kind of inside joke with the 4th Division's captain, whom smile turned just a little at the corners as she answered. "Of course not, but they might just have need for a babysitter. It'd be deeply irresponsible to send them off all alone. Who knows what sort of mischief they could get up to." Kenpaku snorted, and then went on ahead to answer. "Fine, but you owe me one then." "If you say so." Anohana smiled beatifically as she said that, which made Kenpaku shiver. That made Ichigo shiver in turn, even if he wasn't even entirely sure why. However, the feeling quickly passed as the 4th Division's captain suddenly turned toward them and said, back to a more reassuring tone. "So, I heard from your fairy friends that we'll be able to follow once we've found and destroyed the other 2 anchors, but in the meanwhile you'll be going ahead to Karakura town, if I understand correctly." Orium's eyes widened at that, and she said, hurriedly. "No. Shin-O said that Renji learned from one of the Espada that Karakura is another trap, and we need to go to the Soul Society instead, as Aizen will be there. He has some sort of plan that involves mind-controlling many people, and also relies on the shape-shifting Espada, Eren Nero. We need to take him out first." Ichigo grimaced and said, already feeling weary at the prospect of what they'd need to do even if Anohana's healing had put him back to practically perfect condition. "That's going to be almost impossible. That guy can make a number of clones in the thousands. We'll never be able to track down and destroy every single one of them." He had expected many answer to that from the others. What he'd not expected was Kenpaku laughing loudly and slapping him on the shoulder before declaring, brimming with absolute confidence. "Don't worry, Kurosake, I'll take care of that. That seems like the perfect task to try out my Bankai on. A sudden bout of cold shivers came on Ichigo at the comment. Kenpeki had been downright terrifying already when he'd not even had Ishikai. He wasn't sure he wanted to contemplate what seeing his Bankai in action would be like. Rukia, however, seemed to take it with more stride, as she stated simply, her tone firm. Right then, all three of you grab me, and I'll use my negation device in reverse to bring us all back to Soul Society. What makes you think I shall allow any of this? Everybody turned toward Ulquiorra at his declaration, but it was Anohana who spoke to him, in a soft, affectionate tone. Didn't I told you that I'm not going to share the fun with them at this time? Don't be so overeager, these things are much more fun if one takes the proper time to enjoy them. No. Then, Ulquiorra suddenly used Sonido to dart toward them, and Ichigo raised his sword in a guard position, but then the fourth espada suddenly stopped with the thunderclap sound that indicated an interrupted acceleration, and then, visibly against his will, he slowly turned toward the 4th Division's captain, his limbs straining and yet forced to comply as her Ryotsu directed them to move against their will, away from the four of them and toward her. Ulquiorra managed to abort the movement after barely half a second, his willpower overcoming Anohana's, but she smiled impishly and said, a certain gleam in her eyes. You need to take care of me first, I was pretty clear. Go, everybody, this isn't a spectator sport. Rukia didn't wait a moment to follow through with Anohana's command, pressing the button so that the light of negation enveloped them. Seeing this, Ulquiorra just stated, I shall come after you once she lies defeated, before focusing his full attention over his opponent who, in an unusual display for the 4th Division's captain, was giggling in clear amusement. Ichigo could only hope that it was because she was confident she could handle Ulquiorra. After seeing what the 4th Espada was capable of, he wasn't so sure, and the idea that they might have the 4th Espada chasing after them wasn't a reassuring one. Still, all Ichigo could do at this point was to trust his allies, and deal with any problem as they came. Should Ulquiorra come after them again, they'd figure a way around it at that time. Right now, as the Palace of Las Noches faded from sight and started to be replaced by the ruined houses of the Rokanga and, in the distance, the tall wall of the Suriitii, Ichigo knew they had to keep their eyes on the ultimate goal. It was time to go hunt down Aizen himself. Chapter 113, 4. Retsu Anohana didn't consider herself a particularly patient person. That might come as a surprise to a large number of people who thought they knew her. In fact, she wasn't unaware that many thought of her as the very opposite, which was always amusing. To them, the multitude of times she had proven willing to listen in silence to somebody's woes for a while before offering counsel, or her ability to keep correcting those who were making a mistake until they finally got it right without ever losing her control or raising her voice, or the endless hours she would spend to examine a difficult patient until she figured the correct treatment, were all proof of this patience she supposedly had. And, to her eyes, they couldn't be more wrong. If Retsu were ever to bother to explain her point of view on the matter, she would start by making sure that the person she was addressing agreed with her that doing something you enjoyed for fun and pleasure with abandon, seeking it out at every occasion and without fail, was far from a show of patience, and rather a clear example of impatience. Of course, she wouldn't put the point forward so bluntly, since one of the best things about social interaction was using subtext to the full extent possible, but the idea itself would be the core of her argument. The fact was that, to Retsu's eyes, things that other people found to be boring obligations, or even just repetitive and thus tiring, were instead endlessly fascinating. It was, as far as she could tell, a result of the unique way she saw the world. Where people saw nothing but individual events, at best ones connected to each other by bonds such as causality or intentionality, she saw a single, ever-changing system that was constantly shifting and mutating, never still for longer than the barest fraction of a moment. The world was transformation, from its most majestic forms all the way down to its smallest iteration, a process that could never be fully understood or taken in, only endlessly studied and learned from. In itself, the concept wasn't exceptionally complex, and yet, Retsu had never truly been able to make others understand what she saw. Even those who understood her words, they still framed their thoughts by using things turning from one shape or form to another as their medium. They saw the ice melting to water and then boiling into vapor, instead of understanding that there was no ice, or water, or vapor, only a small portion of reality that changed in reaction to other changes in the parts of reality closer to it. a system of which everything, and everybody, was both a piece and the whole. Retsu understood it, however. It was how she was able to turn everything into a weapon, because ultimately, destruction was but one form of the fluctuating nature of change surrounding them, and anything, looked at from the right perspective, was capable of causing destruction. Then, it was just a matter of guiding the change toward that outcome, and the potential to achieve destructive change could be brought forth. In essence, the concept was the same as bringing out the cutting potential of a Zanpakuto, by focusing on the intrinsic ability of everything to change, and strengthening that change in a specific direction, the destructive properties of anything could be brought forth. And, as a result, anything could be turned into a weapon. The fact Retsu knew this, and most people didn't, was why she looked like a matron, a mature figure who had wisdom beyond others. However, unlike Genri Yusai, she didn't look like a crone, because she also knew, just as intimately, that there was so much left for her to learn and experience, an infinite amount she would never be able to fully know. After all, the world was in a state of constant change, and each new change was unique, never before seen, and never to be seen again. With so much left to experience, she never felt the weight of years, and always felt ready to try something new. In a very real sense, her very desire to forever chase this wonderment was what kept her from growing old and stagnant in her views. She was always ready to jump into her next adventure because she was constantly aware of how many adventures were waiting for her, just around the next corner. There was no limit to how much change she could experience and how much that change would help her improve, and the virtuous circle of it all was what sustained her, beyond doubt. It hadn't escaped Retsu's notice, either, that transformations and Zanpakuto were also typical of those people who sought self-perfection. It was her conviction that this was a result of the nature of reality itself. Self-perfection was unachievable because change was never-ending, and yet only through change could one ever get closer to the self-perfection goal itself. It thus made sense, to her, that those whose soul most strongly personified the very process of reality would, in turn, reflect that process in the manner their powers manifested. Certainly, she was a perfect example of it. Minagiki was the example of a transformation Zanpakuto, with her ability to turn into an animal and her power to inflict a transformation on others as well, which was also capable of both repairing and destroying anything that was touched by her stomach acid, depending on whether it was using her power with a positive or negative intention. A perfect representation of the transient nature of change, and one that grew ever stronger in their Bankai. Their shared search for that ultimate challenge, of facing the most extreme forms of change and coaxing them into changing in a manner of their preference, was the bond that united them. Which was why, despite another common misconceptions most people had about her, Retsu did not feel herself conflicted at all in her two chosen specializations, nor did she saw it as strange that she was both Soul Society's best healer and its greatest fighter. In fact, to her understanding of reality, it was only natural that she would be, while interacting with people was an interesting enough type of change to study. The infinite permutations a soul could go through in the process of fighting for its survival were far more dynamic and interesting, and of course, to truly dive into those changes down to their core, one had to master how to direct them toward a state of full functionality just as much as one needed to learn how to direct them into absolute annihilation. Just like Minagiki's Shikai, it was a matter of deciding which direction a change was supposed to take, and then leading the forces that were producing that change toward the desired outcome. It was why, despite having spent centuries without fighting, Retsu had not lost any of her edge as the leader of the 4th Division, and why she enjoyed the role so much, which many had been left shocked by. In the end, defeating the destruction wrought on a soul to repair it was, to her eyes, exactly the same process as causing that destruction. It was a fight, in that it was a deep effort to direct the changes that affected a soul to achieve a desired result. It wasn't really her fault that others failed to see that she was doing the same, using the same tools to produce the same type of artistic result. That said, while healing was the same type of process, merely approached from the opposite direction, Retsu couldn't deny to herself that she missed properly destructive fighting. It wasn't that she disliked the results, but rather that, just like always taking the same road could grow tiresome even if you were happy once at your destination, never having the chance to indulge in approaching from the straightforward path could be enough to cause what was an otherwise beautifully scenic path to become, if not a chore, at least a bit less wondrous. Which was why she was relishing the chance to cut loose and unleash some destruction, and even more the possibility that she might just be about to face somebody who could, perhaps, present her with an actual challenge to achieving it. After all, combat, just like healing, was a process of violent change where two souls were trying to direct the transformation of reality, but where healing was about coaching the soul that was drifting toward dissolution and directing it toward cohesion. Fighting was about trying to push towards dissolution a soul that was actively trying to avoid it. Still a dialogue, a coming together of souls in an effort to affect and change one another, but a much more involved, high-intensity one. And, like all interactions with the potential for great reward, a more actively engaged partner would make the whole process that much more pleasant. It was just a pity that Retsu's superior skill made it so she's not had a worthy partner other than Kenpeki in more time than she cared to count, and the possibility that this Espada might just measure up was making her really anticipate their encounter. For his own, the fourth Espada was doing an excellent job of pretending a complete lack of emotional response. All Arrancar Retsu had met so far had an ability to hide their own riot so that she'd never seen the equal to, making their emotions difficult to read, but even compared to them, this Ulquiorra was on a whole other level. She couldn't help but smile warmly at the challenge promised by such skill. That shouldn't have been the case after he'd released his hollow form, according to what Retsu had learned about Espada, since that ability was a result of them having sealed their Ryotsu and only being released any when needed, so that what was detected were only small leaks resulting from lack of skilled control. Yet, despite Ulquiorra's Ryotsu being currently fully unleashed, and showing enough power that Retsu knew nobody outside of a small handful of captains would have even been able to move under its pressure, it was still very nearly impossible to determine anything the Espada was feeling from it. It wasn't completely devoid of emotions, as that would turn it to zero, but very nearly so, with only an isolating sense of aloofness spreading throughout it all and saturating it. However, despite that, she could tell that it was just pretending, and not actual true lack of emotion. When she'd briefly managed to win the competition their Ryotsu were engaged into, and used her greater control to make the pressure directional and precise enough to direct the Hollow's movements, she'd been able to get a feeling for his body. Not enough to actually attack it, but enough to feel the minute reactions of muscles to her attack, and while it had been split-second reactions, Retsu had still been able to sense the sudden worry in the Espada. He'd hidden it nearly instantaneously as he countered by pouring out more Ryotsu, and most Shinigami wouldn't even have been able to sense through their own Ryotsu in the first place, much less able to realize the minute changes in his through it. Retsu, however, wasn't most. She'd spent a lot of time learning to use her Ryotsu as an extension of her own body, sensing through it, and then learning to read the reactions of people as they brushed against it. It had been the first step in the process that led her to use her Ryotsu to directly manipulate others with her Ryotsu, which was equally useful to puppeteer enemies in combat and to calm down nervous patients, but even just with that first step, she was able to understand the feelings of those affected, and in combat, divine their intentions and even foresee the way they would attack, just by feeling their bodies moving and using her knowledge to visualize the results of a movement the very instant they were initiated. Often, with lesser opponents, she was even able to counter an attack before the attacker even realized how they were going to attack. It was rarely truly necessary, but it was always satisfying. Ulquiorra wasn't slow enough for her reflex to allow something like that against him, but the advance warning was still more than sufficient for Retsu to react timely to the javelin-shaped projectiles that erupted from the Espada's body. There were several possible counters she could employ, but she decided to start with the simplest one, and a flick of her finger sent a twinge across the air, traveling along the winds and carrying her will along. Air and winds both could kill and destroy, after all, and that made them weapons. When one kept that in mind, and combined it with the essential truth that everything that existed was part of the same constantly changing system and merely a different expression of it, it was simplicity itself to change the way those weapons inflicted their damage, from crushing and eroding to simply cut. The javelins were thus shredded at barely any distance from Ulquiorra. The only reason they'd traveled any distance at all was due to the sheer speed they'd been fired at, so that even Retsu reacting to them instantaneously wasn't fast enough to completely neutralize the attack. The javelin also revealed themselves to be surprisingly easy to cut, which made sense as, upon being cut apart, Zero erupted from them, clearly having been contained within. Retsu couldn't help but smile at that. Sealing a Zero should be theoretically impossible, and seeing somebody work out a clever workaround to it, even if one that depended on a very strong ability backed by ridiculous amounts of power, brought her a sense of wonderment. One of the reasons she enjoyed combat was the amount of creativity that would be put on displays when the things at stake were important enough to actually warrant getting into a fight, and while seeing the changes themselves was enough to keep her satisfied, seeing true innovation in action was what truly made her happy. It was just one more way in which the ever-changing nature of the world manifested itself, and Retsu couldn't help but enjoy the chance to learn something new it offered. With her intercepting the attack the way she did, Ulquiorra's Zero were all sent completely off target, so she didn't even have to dodge. In response, the Espada immediately soared upwards with a single flap of his wings, his Ryotsu pushing against hers as he forced his way through it. Even as he did, Retsu could feel a sudden sense of stillness in a small part of his Ryotsu, and she knew that to mean he was stealthily collecting the Ryotsu for another attack. He was clearly using his Iero ability on his hand, coating its palm with a thin layer of reshaped reishi to keep the concentration from being detectable. Just like Arrancar normally kept their own Ryotsu from being perceived, Retsu couldn't help but admit the cleverness of it. If his enemy hadn't been somebody primed to notice as small a detail as the absence of the very minute, but still present, ripple in the normal flow of his Ryotsu, the build-up of the attack would have been imperceptible. There was something about that which prickled at Retsu's curiosity, like she was just on the verge of figuring out the fourth Espada's true mindset, and she couldn't help but giggle in glee at the idea. Even so, she wasn't about to disrespect a show of skill like that by being slow to react in kind, and so, while her hand flickered in the movement to call forth a few hundreds of roughly plate-sized Kido shields between herself and Ulquiorra to slow his attack by, she also sent the command for Minajiki to attack, the act requiring no gesture and no time, her thought being all that was needed for her Zanpakuto to command, as befitting a single mind that just happened to share two bodies. The giant manta ray erupted from the rooftop, having hidden in wait underneath it while Retsu had made her big eye-catching entrance to ensure she had backup in case it was needed. While her sharpened fins could have just cut through the bricks of worked hollow bones that made up the building with ease if she charged straight upwards, on Retsu's request, Minajiki spun on herself like a drill as she did, so that the rotation sent a large plume of dust and debris upwards, in the process masking the Zanpakuto's movement. Obviously, the intent had been for Ulquiorra to be unable to correctly dodge the attack due to an inability to perfectly sense which direction it come from, but the Espada's reaction was quick, as he suddenly extended his Iero to cover the entirety of his body, sealing away the overpowering presence of his Ryotsu at once. With it absent, Minajiki's was obvious, the lack of Ryotsu letting him use the Arrancar's detection technique, and he used Sonido to dodge laterally, moving himself out of the path of the attack. Retsu smiled softly, as she took advantage of one of the properties of Minajiki that she never told people about. Unlike most Shikai's fixed change in look, Minajiki's Shikai, being as focused on change as it was, could shift between her sword form and her manta ray form at will. So, with a flicker of their conjoined will, her Zanpakuto did just that, and with Ulquiorra's Ryotsu no longer contesting hers, it was the matter of an instant for Retsu to use her own to grab the sword, slightly correcting its path while also accelerating it, before Minajiki returned to her manta ray form right next to Ulquiorra, catching the Espada by complete surprise. He instantaneously used Iero to reshape his outside look into an identical copy of itself, so that no emotion showed in his face or body language, but the very fact he'd had to do that was enough for Retsu to know he was only pretending to feel nothing, rather than being truly emotionless. Normally, that kind of maneuver would have resulted in Minajiki simply slicing through whatever her target was with her fins, but against somebody with Ulquiorra's level of regeneration, that wouldn't be enough, so instead the plan was for Minajiki to simply swallow him whole. The acids inside her stomach were unique in their ability to switch between regenerating and decomposing any substance they touched, and Retsu's hope was they would be enough to destroy even such a powerful Arrancar, so long as Minajiki managed to affect his mask. However, to Retsu's surprise and glee, Ulquiorra's head jerked back while his winged arms snapped forward with a sudden uptick of speed, as she realized he was using Sonido internally to achieve supersonic speed on only his limbs, his regeneration allowing him to ignore the ridiculous accelerations and internal damage that such a feat would cause in a lesser hollow. Minajiki still managed to tear through a large portion straight in the middle of his left wing, but unlike anybody else who'd just lost one of his support limb, Ulquiorra barely even paused, his regeneration so fast that the portion of his body the size of a door which had been ripped out of it reformed itself before Minajiki's tail had moved more than a centimeter past it. As a result, the fourth espada was able to snatch it with the fingers of his hand, even as his other hand, pointed at Retsu, fired the javelin he'd been preparing in the meanwhile straight out of his palm. The projectile immediately shredded itself on the first of the shields, turning into a zero that burst straight past each of the multitude of shields that Retsu had raised, but slowed down enough to give her the time to take one shunpo step out of the way, only for the light it was glowing with to suddenly turn dark green just as it struck the ground she was standing on, causing it to completely disintegrate into nothing, and she only didn't fall by turning the air underneath her feet into enough of a blade to give her support where there would otherwise be none, which she then used to take a step to safe ground a few dozen of meters away. Even as she did, Retsu smiled delightedly. Either what she'd read in the reports about the Gran Ray Zero, that it needed to be generated that way, was wrong, or her opponent had the ability to either delay or slow down the transformation so that he could take advantage of a normal Zero's unstoppable piercing power without losing the benefit of the total annihilation of the target that a Gran Ray possessed. In either case, it was a surprise, and since the whole reason she enjoyed fighting was for the possibility of experiencing the unexpected, the fact that her current opponent was actually delivering on that possibility in a way most of those facing her failed to was truly invigorating. Of course, that didn't mean that she was without surprises of her own. When Ulquiorra had grabbed Minazuki's tail, the Zanpakuto had simply spun it in a circle while sharpened, and while the instantaneously regenerating arrow they were coated with had made it so that the motion hadn't severed all of his fingers, those brief moments when they'd been nicked had been just enough of an opening for her to slip her tail by. Ulquiorra didn't let that stop him, already swinging back with a javelin in his other hand, but with them wise to his ability to hide Zero inside of those, it was clear that trying to stop them, and with his ability to accelerate his limbs suddenly, avoiding it to counter-attack was a risky proposition. So, instead Minazuki used the same trick as before, turning into a sword to let the attack miss her, before turning herself back into a manta and charging immediately forward to eat his face, only to run into a problem as, using his arrow in a manner Retsu hadn't expected him to, Ulquiorra grew a huge spike straight out of one of his horns, showing it into Minazuki's mouth. Most surprisingly, however, was the fact that, despite the acids coating the inside of her mouth disintegrating everything as they touched it, her Zanpakuto was unable to make progress, as more material was immediately replaced than that which her corrosive power was able to immediately consume. It was the first time ever that something had managed to outpace the destructive power of Minazuki's Shikai, and Retsu laughed out loud at the result, and she could feel the same exhilaration reflected in her Zanpakuto's own feelings. Even as she did, she knew that her enemy would take advantage of having stopped her like that. Indeed, even if by sealing away all of his riot so she couldn't feel variations in that just made it all the easier for Retsu to use her own to read the movements already about to happen. So, she countered by casting Aikido, using Minazuki as a channel since, while Retsu was actually capable to conduct the Kaido-type Kido, which required direct contact with the target, through her Ryutsu, that took more time than a direct touch did, and with Minazuki being a part of her, she could use her touch as a channel. She chose an healing Kido that relieved headache by gently stretching the confines of a soul's head, except that she, of course, applied it in reverse, much as it was a favorite out of battle, she liked just as much as a combat tool, since crushing an enemy's skull in that manner really never got old. However, the moment her Ryutsu made contact with Ulquiorra's head and caused it to glow with golden light, the Arrancar suddenly darted backwards with Sonito, while leaving behind a paper-thin outer shell shaped like his own body, almost as if he'd shed his skin in the manner of a snake. Considering that, normally, something like severing a body part shouldn't have been enough to stop an healing Kido in such a manner, Retsu guessed that the espada kept a layer of void under the arrow skin he'd armored himself with. It was a very creative, very unexpected application of his power. Truly, he was an amazingly intriguing, worthy adversary. Just to check that her supposition was correct, she targeted him with half a dozen different reversed healing Kido at once, and sure enough, he used the same technique as before to shrug off the 3 that affected outer portions of his body, while the 2 that would have used the body as a conduct to enter him and affect him internally simply failed. But it was the last that was the greatest surprise. That one was a Kido meant to remove cancerous growth that she'd applied in reverse to see if she could weaponize his own regeneration against Ulquiorra, the idea being to make the portions of his body he was reforming grow out of control and cannibalize him. It wasn't an effect that would have been stopped by a layered shell, and it should have at least caused some form of interaction with his power, something to give Minajiki the opening the manta ray would have needed to pounce, which was the reason she was circling around the enemy. Instead, the effect simply failed to take, as if it had been nullified the moment it was applied, something that, until that moment, Retsu would have considered impossible. She looked at the mystery in front of her in genuine wonderment and asked, letting her interest show in her tone of voice and the sparkling of her eyes. "You have a secret you are protecting dearly, don't you, Ulquiorra? Why don't you share it with me?" The Espada's voice echoed, and while Retsu could feel, with her Ryotsu slowly grazing his body, the way his throat pulsated as the vocal cords underneath gathered to deliver an enraged answer, she also felt just as immediately as he regenerated that away so that his answer come out in the emotionless monotone that was the Hollow's signature delivery. "No." She felt what could have passed for an imperceptible shiver in anybody else, but with her knowledge of her opponent, Retsu knew meant he was about to unleash another barrage of his supersonic javelins, something that, if they each were carrying his Zero, she might actually not be able to stop. So, she preempted the attack by calling forth her Bankai, the words a soft whisper as she shivered in pleasure at facing somebody who actually required her to unleash her full power. "End all things, Minajiki." Her Zanpakuto's body dissolved, turning from a green manta ray the size of a large carriage into a cloud of red mist, which immediately expanded a tendril to reach for her hand, where it reformed in Minajiki's sword form while still keeping the red mist spread all over the air, the gas growing into a huge cloud as Retsu channeled a small amount of her Ryotsu into it. She felt a bit nostalgic at seeing the cloud spread, outside of her recent training with Zaraki, which ought not to count since it was just training. She hadn't seen Minajiki's full-powered form in a very long while. In fact, she wasn't even sure, anymore, how big the cloud could go if she fueled it with as much of her Ryotsu as she could part from without fainting. Just like a Zanpakuto grew bigger or denser by being fueled with the wielder Ryotsu, so too the area that Minajiki's cloud could cover would grow as long as Retsu feed it, and while the last time she'd checked, the result of pushing it with enough Ryotsu to left herself temporarily paralyzed had been able to cover a sphere with about 50 km of radius, it had been at least 500 years since then, and she knew her Ryotsu had more than doubled in the intervening time. And, from her experience, increasing the amount of Ryotsu fueled into a Zanpakuto caused a density growth that was exponential, rather than linear, so she wasn't sure what that would equate to, in terms of maximum range should she push herself to the limit. While she mused on the matter, Retsu didn't let that distract her from her fight. She'd long since mastered the ability to follow complex train of thoughts while maintaining full awareness of her surroundings, since there was far too much to experience in every moment to let the necessity of reflecting upon complex matters make her miss it. Especially when what she was experiencing was something as engaging for her as this fight was proving to be. Ulquiorra's javelins erupted from his body, striking in every direction at once with an intensity of fire that was quite impressive, and each of them hit a small patch of red mist, since Retsu had made sure to not keep all of it connected. Since the mist carried the same power as Minajiki's stomach acids, except 100 times more powerful, and Retsu had it set to the offensive application, Ulquiorra's lances instantly melted to nothing upon contact with it, at which point each spear unleashed its payload of black Ryotsu glowing with dark green light, completely annihilating the patch of red mist it had hit. Retsu had no doubts that, if she'd not taken the precaution she had, such an attack would have completely destroyed Minajiki, which, given how their souls were linked with Bankai, she suspected might have had the same effect on her as well. She smiled winsomely at her opponent, since the prospect of facing an opponent who had a genuine shot at actually literally destroying her was one of the most exciting situations she'd found herself facing in a long while. Seeing as Ulquiorra was staring at her with the glowing green light set into his impassive mask, perhaps unsure what to do after seeing his last attack so easily neutralized, she decided a bit of teasing might be in order, and said, letting an affectionate note enter her voice. "You know, if you'd gone this hard on the kids from the beginning, you might have emerged victorious from that one. Given how loyal you seem to young Sosuke, for you to fail him so by not giving it your all, it makes me wonder, was it in order to hide something about yourself, that you didn't put your full effort into it? Is your secret easier to discover, when you're like this?" Retsu sensed that he was about to attack again, rather than answer her, so she pouted while mouthing a "so rude" under her breath, and with the barest of thoughts and just a little drop of her own Ryotsu, the red mist that had been hovering a few meters of distance from the Espada grew with the speed of an eruption, enveloping him in a cloud the size of a house in less time than it took her heart to beat once. Her enemy erupted out of the cloud of red mist in a upward dash that was clearly Sonito-powered, some of the red mist, thanks to Minazuki's quick thinking, clinging to his form and leaving long trails behind him as he soared in the sky. His body was a ruin, with large portions entirely missing, including half his head and one of his eyes, with the other portions of it were brutally damaged. Hollows didn't have a proper skeleton or internal muscles, but there was some amount of solid reishi within their mostly Ryotsu form that acted equivalently, providing support points around which the Ryotsu would gather and which would support it and help it keep its shape. The mist had heated into Ulquiorra's body enough that several of those were visible, and clearly damaged, with portions broken or missing, several clearly compromised to the point that the Ryotsu making up the Espada's body couldn't even stick to them anymore. And, atop the rest, what remained of his Iero shell had been liquefied and sloughed off his form in most places, but still lingered in a few long patches not dissimilar from melted metal covering some part of him. It was enough damage that even Retsu herself, if she were to use all of her skill and the reversed power of her Bankai to help, would not be able to heal somebody from, nor would somebody be able to survive. And then, in the time it took her heart to beat once, her opponent was suddenly entirely whole again, all traces of any damage removed as if he'd never been hit at all in the first place. His pristine form was staring down at her, and while the expression was completely neutral, Retsu hadn't missed the mad twitch around his single eye before he'd resumed his emotionless mask as he regenerated his entire body, and knew that, if not for his obsession with appearing emotionless, the Espada would be glaring at her. She put that thought aside for a moment, feeling it necessary to compliment him, almost breathless from the surprise. "I'm impressed by your ability. I had never seen regeneration on such a scale before. And I am not impressed by your ability at all, Shinigami, as unlike your ignorant self, I have overcome something similar to your power before, and compared to it, I find your version lacking. As is to be expected when comparing a Shinigami with an Arrancar." Retsu raised an eyebrow at that and chided him, with some amusement. "You're not supposed to disparage your partner after she compliments you, you know? You're supposed to act humble and say you just did your best, or else pretend like you've got more to show, even if you really don't. I care not for your customs, Shinigami, Arrancar have no need to follow your laws." She tut-tut at him, enjoying the fact that she'd finally managed to tease a greater reaction, and asked, in a soft tone. "Well, learning new things is a big part of the fun of it. And since you brought it up, where did you happen to face anything like my power before? I wouldn't mind getting a taste of that for myself." Her words seemed to have enraged her opponent even more, as she felt the brief ripple that went over his body at them in the split second before he regenerated it away. Or maybe that could be the result of the myriad of bala that he was using this brief discussion to create and charge up just under his skin, but Retsu felt confident that it was the former. After all, while the attack her enemy was preparing was likely going to be quite devastating, it didn't feel like it'd be different enough from any of those he'd thrown at her so far to reflect any real anger on the Espada's part. Still, he was clearly counting on it to take her out, and so he answered her, masking any emotion in his voice with his regeneration to achieve his usual monotone. "When Aizen was collecting recruits for Las Noches, he sent me to challenge the most powerful hollows he'd hear rumors about in Hueco Mundo, so I had chance to see many different hollow abilities. None can compare on me in terms of knowledge of hollows and their abilities." Retsu let a bit of motherly disappointment enter her expression. "That doesn't really answer my question of where I can find the one you were speaking of. I have no interest in satisfying your curiosity, Shinigami. Now dash." Having kept a very careful watch on the way her Ryotsu was vibrating while in contact with her enemy's outer shell, Retsu was able to react before Ulquiorra could unleash his attack, and so she said, just a small lilt in the tone of her voice, and a small cheeky smirk on her lips, "No," before striking with the cloud of Minazuki that had trailed after him. This time, however, she didn't have them envelop him entirely, instead sending them blasting forward in thin, concentrated and focused attack, shaped like blades so that it could be easier for her to use her Zanjutsu on them to make them cut and pierce right into his body. One she used like a whip to scour his front, instantly destroying the bala he had been preparing, while 4 larger ones struck like blades at his wings and legs so that he wouldn't be able to interpose anything against the last, which she thinned to a needlepoint so it would pierce all the way into his chest before she let the mist's disintegrating effect take place, at the same time flicking her fingers in her other hand to call forth a diagnostic Kido that needed to be applied internally and having it be applied through Minazuki's smoke at the same time as it melted Ulquiorra from the inside out, combining with the other 4 attacks working to disintegrate him from the outside in. Once again, being hit with a combination of attacks that would have mean certain and assured destruction for anybody else, Ulquiorra's self-control proved sufficient to use Sonido to blast himself backwards and away from the smoke, and the quick thinking of using it only on his head and from his neck, severing it in the process, so that it wasn't consumed alongside the rest of him. And then, in what would have been less than the blink of an eye, had Retsu not been keeping her full attention on him the entire time, the espada was whole again. More importantly, just as she'd suspected, and as no regeneration should have been capable of doing, her diagnostic Kido stopped sending her information on his condition the very instant Ulquiorra was whole again, and causing none of the slight headache that the Kido being dispelled would normally have caused, and which anybody who had been removing the effect through traditional means would have made sure to inflict on their enemy. Instead, just like her previous Kido, the effect disappeared as if it had not been there at all in the first place. Retsu nodded to herself, feeling inordinately pleased. After all, while experiencing as much as possible was what gave her existence meaning, learning from all those experiences was what gave them meaning. Merely witnessing the mutable and ever-changing nature of reality, as pleasant as it was in its ability to destroy preconceived notions and deliver constant surprises, was only a lesser pleasure to finding new point of view to watch from, which made all the old experiences new again as the new understanding affected what could be gleaned from them. That never-ending cycle was just as much a part of her growing wiser without ever growing older as her constant marvel and desire to experience new things. She tapped the tip of Minazuki to her sandaled foot, taking the sound and using it as a weapon, but not a blade, instead an arrow, delivering her words right to Ulquiorra so that she would not need to shout despite being now substantially far from him. So, that's what you were hiding. Your power isn't regeneration, instead it instantaneously restores you to a perfect state. I'm willing to guess that you can slow it down enough to make it look like regeneration to a less skilled observer, or when your wounds are minor. Of course, holding back like that against me would see you destroyed, but I can't help but wonder why you hid it in the first place. I see no reason to answer you. The comment was accompanied by a barrage of the espada's javelin-shaped bala. Retsu suspected that only a small fraction of them were actually carrying Zero, since he'd fired them far too fast to charge them all. But since even her senses couldn't truly tell which ones did and which didn't, she simply jumped from the pillar she was standing on top of to another one, letting the attacks pass underneath her. And, when none of them exploded into a Zero, she couldn't help but smile at the espada's trick, even as he used Sonido to accelerate himself into diving straight at her. She rose Minazuki in a guard position, stopping both of the spears in Ulquiorra's hand even as she cast a sealing Kido on them at the moment of contact, so that when they exploded in Gran Rey Zero they annihilated that shell rather than her Zanpakuto, even as she mused. I can't see any advantage in hiding this truth from Rukia Kukaki and her friends, so I have to assume it was somebody else you were keeping the secret of your power from. And when put like that, the only one I think you would care about knowing would be young Sosuke, right? His face didn't betray anything, his body language didn't betray anything, but this close to her, there was no way for the espada to hide his instinctive reaction from her Ryotsu, and she smiled winsomely as she felt it and added so you were, even as she let a cloud of red mist erupt from Minazuki in a strike aimed right at Ulquiorra's head, which the espada managed to partially avoid with a Sonido backwards. Her Bankai still melted most of the front of his mask, and it would have clung to him and destroyed it completely in a few minutes, but he simply used his power, reforming himself and then shedding an outer layer before resetting his body to its perfect state again, thus surviving another strike that would have been deadly on anybody else. Since you so dearly want to bother me on this matter, I shall answer you. It is of little matter, as I shall destroy you regardless in the end, but ending your chatter would be a valid benefit of doing it. Left untold, of course, was the fact that he was charging another new attack, and he would actually be using the amount of time he used talking to make it as powerful as possible. Retsu simply smiled. In most instances, she would immediately take advantage of such a telegraphed situation to sneak attack her opponent, but given what she'd just learned about his power, gaining some information from him was more valuable right now than another attack which would likely just leave him a nearly dead husk, and thus fully able to recover from it. No, learning how her enemy thought was how she would win this fight. So she instead asked, letting her voice go to her most usual conversationally kind tone. I'm interested in this explanation then. I thought you were loyal to young Sosuke. I am loyal to Lord Aizen. Yet you hide your true powers for him. I did, but it was merely for the purpose of serving him better. Retsu raised an intrigued eyebrow at that, and let her curiosity show in her voice and Ryotsu both. That almost seems like you think you know better than your master. Do you believe that to be loyalty, Espada? The funny thing was that, personally, Retsu would. Being loyal didn't mean being mindless, and recognizing when your leaders were doing something wrong, or making a mistake, was one of the most important traits a subordinate, or even just an ally in a position of lesser authority, could ever have. Of course, true loyalty also required that one point out to their leader what their mistake was, so that it could be corrected. Hiding information instead, in the manner Ulquiorra had, struck her as much more likely to be the approach of somebody who saw their leaders as illegitimate and wanted to see them fail. But the Arrancar clearly didn't see things like that, as his answer made clear. Lord Aizen created the Hujioku by turning an hollow with the power to manipulate others bodily into a tool. If he had known of my power, he might have done the same to me. Retsu could see the logic behind that. Overall, as far as powers went, a simple undo button that could be used so long as enough of you still existed was substantially difficult to overcome. She could well imagine Aizen taking that power and making it into a tool of last resort to ensure his own survival. Spiritual beings in general were very resilient. The soul had an innate sense of itself that gave it cohesion, and so long as it wasn't completely obliterated, nearly any injury could be recovered from, given enough time and care. Of course, things were somewhat more complicated than that. Shinigami and weaker plus souls considered themselves human to a strong enough degree that big destruction of their human-like form would damage their sense of self, and since the sense of self was what actually kept the soul together, it was possible to just overwhelm a soul by inflicting enough damage, especially if the soul realized that no help would be coming. It was one of the most important aspects of spiritual healing that applying something that tricked the soul into believing it was whole again before it had time to realize the extent of its damage was often just as effective as actually reconstructing the missing parts, since the latter was something that every soul could, eventually, do on its own, so long as it retained its sense of self and cohesion. Hollows weren't that much different, in that respect. They just had all of their sense of self imbued into the mask, so that the damage to the rest of their body recovered immediately, but damage to the mask was much more debilitating, often to the point that a single strike at it would be enough to destroy them. Arrancar were sturdier, but even so, once the entirety of their sense of self was removed by destroying their mask until there was nothing left, that was enough to get rid of them. The sense of self was the key aspect to keeping a soul whole. That was a truth that any healer knew, just as damaging it was the key to actually truly destroying a soul. This was most obvious in the way scars worked on souls. Retsu knew, from personal experience having been on the side inflicting the wounds, that it was easily possible to carve out half the chest of an enemy and leave a much shallower cut on their brow, only for the former to eventually be healed from completely without a trace while the latter become a fixture. The key difference there was that, to stick to the soul, the wound had to carry some particular meaning to the sense of self of the target, something like the strike that caused one to be defeated while making a stand for something they deeply believed in, only for the winner to then immediately go ahead and prove that belief wrong, or somebody you saw as superior to you leaving a mark that recognized you as their equal, were the sort of things that left a soul with deep, incurable scars. Damage to the sense of self was irreversible, and as she considered this, Retsu realized that this was, truly, the only way she could possibly defeat Ulquiorra. Which, of course, wasn't easy at all. It was the whole reason why the Espada was correct that he might have been turned into a tool, instead of a soldier, if young Sosuke had known the truth of his power. But the fact that he had not, to Retsu's eyes, suggested just the right line of attack to take to actually shatter his sense of self. And so, instead of asking the obvious question that his last statement almost begged, and giving him the chance to figure out a counter-argument, Retsu asked instead, both because it was what she needed to ask to make her plan work and because she was genuinely curious, with the latter showing clearly in her voice. So what is it that makes you so useful, in your opinion? Your skill as a fighter? No. He opened his wings wide, as if making a gesture to encompass everything around them, even as it also ensured that as much surface area of his body was aimed at her, so that he could maximize the attack he was still building up to. It did mean he had to use his Sonido to keep himself afloat. Retsu could feel it, which visibly made his stance less coordinated and stable, but then again, it was just another way he was taking advantage of their discussion, to do things that'd otherwise create openings. He also hadn't stopped speaking. It's my understanding of the natural order. I know all there is to know about hollows, and the Shinigami who hunts them, and through this knowledge, I understood the truth that Lord Aizen is the only one fit to rule over reality, and that his advent is unavoidable. This, many of his other servants know, but they do not understand, and cannot explain to others. Retsu smiled indulgently at that. Young Sosuke couldn't explain it to them himself. Lord Aizen cannot stand above all as a rule if he needs to lower himself to explain the righteousness of his cause to all those who doubt him. That is the service I provide him. Many of those who now serve Las Noches saw the light and understood that serving him was the only truth as a result of my explanations. None other could provide such a service to Lord Aizen, this I proved with my actions. Well then, go ahead, explain to me the natural order, I always like to learn things I didn't know. She motioned with her hand for him to go ahead, and Ulquiorra did, even leaning forward slightly with his head as he answered. It's really quite simple. All that exists follows a cycle of creation and destruction. Souls are created, in the moral realm or in your soul's society, and they exist for a time, until they fall, and then are reincarnated or turned into energy to fuel the birth of new souls, and the process begins anew. All souls, that is, except for hollows. He moved slightly forward, as if to add emphasis to a speech that was otherwise still delivered in his own monotone, even as it also shortened the distance between the two of them, not much but just enough that it would now be tricky for Retsu to dodge the attack he was building up, whereas beforehand it would have been easier. Hollows do not get reincarnated, or used to fuel the birth of new souls, that's why you Shinigami have to seal them away with your Zanpakuto. Instead, hollows grow. They grow by eating all of the lesser souls, and then they keep growing by eating each other, so that, instead of sparking a rebirth, the destruction of hollows is just the fuel for more growth for other ones. And then, many hollows come together into a single being, a multitude working first together to grow even more, and then finally becoming one, gaining a new identity that allow them to continue growing, a process that sublimates into the ultimate state, that of Arrancar, in which we no longer need to consume to grow, even as we can still do it to accelerate our growth even more, creating a process of never-ending, endless growth. It's this ability to eternally grow, rather than uselessly toil in a process that merely ensure continued existence but in a state of content stagnation, makes it obvious that all other souls exist to serve the growth of hollows, that is their only value. Being our prey is the only aspect of their existence that has any meaning, and when the structure of reality itself makes it so obvious that you only exist as fuel to our growth, and we only exist to consume you, how can any of you expect things to turn out in any way other than with, ultimately, our unavoidable success? As Ulquiorra's monotone screed went on, it was Retsu's time to exercise her ability to hide her emotions, even as she did it by keeping a pleasant expression on her face. The lack of vision in the Espada's words was staggering, but she was starting to guess what the point of it was, so she completed for him. And in all this, young Sosuke would carry the role of the singular unifying will, giving this growth purpose, as he is the one who helped you hollow proper yourself to the Arrancar status. He will also be the one who shepherds all souls into following the natural order, rather than fighting it, which is why he's the only one fit to lead. Ulquiorra nodded at that, and said, "You understand," with the flicker she detected as he once again reset himself into his emotionless appearance being clearly surprise, in Retsu's opinion. "I understand," she confirmed, and then went on to state, "You're a Vastolord," having no need to make it a question because she knew it was true. Of course, she'd known that to be likely the case since she'd first felt the sheer potency of his Ryotsu, and in truth suspected it to be the case even since she'd read Rukia's report about her fight with him. It was a typical trait of Vastolord to have very simple powers, ones with very little breadth of application but which were genuinely terrifying by sheer dint of the power they were backed from, so somebody with an extremely strong regeneration and no other clearly known ability was a clear candidate. However, that was hardly a certain thing, and while it was rare, the sheer power he carried wasn't a full proof either. After all, it was possible for lone souls to collect Ryotsu at least somewhere in the same realm as what a Vastolord would have naturally by sheer dint of concentrated souls. Retsu herself was an example of it. She could tell that she had just about a fifth of Ulquiorra's Ryotsu, but somebody who had a 20th of hers, which was the amount most awakened Bankai would unleash, wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two of them. Considering that, when his Zanpakuto was sealed, Zaraki had access to an amount of Ryotsu just about 2/3 of what she did, and thus several times her own once he used Bankai, it wasn't at all impossible to imagine a very old hollow somehow managing to grow that powerful without becoming a Vastolord in the process. But now, as she was finally understanding her opponent, it was obvious to Retsu that Ulquiorra couldn't be anything but a Vastolord. It was as obvious as it could possibly be, in fact. The reason why Vastolord tended to have very simple power was that, ultimately, the power of an hollow was a direct result of its personality. Most people preferred to forget that Kido had been created by studying and copying the way the particular combination of feelings, impressions, beliefs, and ideas that made up a hollow's mind imbued their Ryotsu with a specific effect, but Retsu never forgot anything she learned, and that meant that, right now, she understood what she was facing, finally. Just as the simplest Kido only required very minimal cocktails of emotions, while the most complex effects required much more complex combinations, so too hollows who had straightforward and one-note personalities tended to have straightforward and one-note powers, while the most nuanced and difficult to use in hollow's power was, the smarter and more complex the hollow with the power was likely to turn out to be. Esoteric powers and sharp minds went together in the hollow world, and were the mark of the truly dangerous hollows. Which was why it was so rare for a personality to arise from a Minos Grande. The feeding frenzies that gave birth to them were generally the result of multiple packs of hollows clashing at the same time, and groups of hollows like those required leaders to form, leaders that would usually belong to that category of smarter hollows with more complex powers. Such clashes of hollow armies wouldn't happen without leaders to force the normally fractious hollows into armies that could clash in the first place. Retsu knew this to be true because she, herself, had been the one to lead the first research mission to witness a feeding frenzy. It had been something too intriguing not to try and find one, and back when she'd lead the 11th, she'd had the freedom of movement to do things like those. Killing the Minos Grande which had formed, afterwards, had been a bonus. The matter with those armies, however, was that all of the souls within the resulting Minos Grande continued to be at war with each other, but once they had no longer access to their own powers, the very factor that had led their leaders to rise to their position, that complex and multifaceted personality, became their greatest disadvantage. Because a multifaceted personality means that multiple facets existed in its sense of self that could be subject to attack, and if any of those was damaged, their sense of self would be as well, making it impossible for it to be used to draw the Minos Grande together into a singular being. But simpler minds, which didn't necessarily mean less intelligent but did mean more focused and less easily shaken, would better be able to withstand the pressure from the myriad attacks of others, and be able to suborn them, by the very direct yet hard to counter expedient of refusing to bend to the surrounding pressure. Where a flexible, clever mind's natural impulse to adapt would see it torn apart as it was pulled in thousands of directions at once, an inflexible and obstinate one would endure or shatter. The latter was, of course, the more likely scenario, but it was the nature of reality that, sometimes, change would go in the less likely yet still not impossible direction, and that was how Vastolord came to be. And once that happened, simple powers that had not been impressive when backed by a single soul's potential were suddenly very difficult to stop when it was thousands of souls fueling them. And Ulquiorra, to Retsu's eyes, was clearly an example of what a Vastolord was like. He was so obsessed with being the best possible hollow to ever exist, the ultimate incarnation of what he saw as the natural order underlying all of reality. He had the power to revert himself to that perfect form. In fact, she realized with sudden clarity, while he could control and activate the power at will if he needed to, the power itself was so fundamentally a part of how he saw himself, that it also was constantly activating on its own. That was why, even now that she knew his power and thus there was no need to hide it anymore, he was still overriding himself to avoid displaying emotions, because he saw hollows as emotionless and, therefore, displaying any was a much greater destruction to his sense of self than any wound could be. It was the last piece of the puzzle slotting into place. She now knew, almost exactly, what she needed to do for her plan to fully work. It just remained to be seen if she would be able to pull it off. While the impact of the revelation made it feel much longer to her, in truth it had taken Retsu barely a fraction of a second to understand what she had to do and finalize her plan, during which Ulquiorra leaned forward and asked, in what she was sure would have been puzzlement if the espada had been able to express it. "How is that relevant?" Retsu smiled sadly, letting the pity she felt for the miserable creature in front of her show through a bit, as she answered. "Because only somebody whose very existence is predicated on subjugating so many souls and using them as fuel could ever truly believe there was any truth to anything you just said to me." That caused Ulquiorra to stop the millimetrically slow flight forward he'd been trying to hide with his words, and Retsu added, in the same tone. "Although I imagine that just being a Vastolord, having that kind of combat power, is enough to make you a valuable asset for young Sosuke, even if just as a brute instrument lacking in any subtlety. But then, I imagine young Sosuke has others who can handle those matters." "No. No? That's all you have?" "Not very convincing, honestly. If you truly think me wrong, why don't you explain me why I am, instead of just stating it for a fact, like that should persuade anyone? Come on, enlighten me." Not Stark, nor Haribal, not even Barragan could take the role of Lord Aizen's ambassador from me, because it isn't the fact I'm a Vastolord to make me essential to him, it's my loyalty to his cause, to what he represents, and my ability to persuade others of the ultimately inevitable victory he's destined to achieve. I thought you understood that. I understand that you're a very deluded creature, and not one word you said made me believe that I should prostrate myself in the front of a little arrogant brat on a ego trip who didn't even have the guts to face his own enemies, and instead had to trap us away from his goal so he could steal it like a bandit in the night. He's pathetic, and the idea he could deliver a new world order is laughable. As are you." The amount of vitriol she'd unleashed on Ulquiorra was so much that, even with his body resetting herself, Retsu managed to make his green eyes flash, the light they were emitting increasing in intensity for that barest fraction of a second, before the Arrancar answered, his tone the same but his voice much louder than it'd been at any point throughout their discussion. "The only laughable thing is the fact that you believed goading me would earn you anything but destruction at my hands. That was your only possible fate, from the moment you decided to challenge Lord Aizen." And then, in a sudden move that caught her by surprise, the javelin-shaped bala Ulquiorra had fired before, which had embedded themselves into the ground behind Retsu, suddenly shot at her, so fast that she had no time to react, and the moment they struck, they erupted in a multitude of ice spears, piercing her all over as well as freezing her in place. Even as the espada said I should mention, I can charge my bala with things other than Zero, as well as redirect their path mid-flight. You should take that into account before you consider me laughable. She couldn't help but be impressed with the trick. The fact that he'd only ever charged them with Zero had made her, not so much dismiss, but at least forget that, if he could fill his bala with purified Ryotsu, he could also charge them with Ryotsu carrying other emotions, such as fear, or even set it so that some of the Ryotsu could be released at an angle after a set amount of time or in response to an external trigger, such as speaking at a very loud volume, which would result in the equivalent of a sonido changing the path of the bala mid-flight, or causing it to move independently after it had already struck once. It seemed silly to shot a missile with such subpar payloads when he could give each one the power of total annihilation or that of being unstoppable, but it was the mark of a truly skilled fighter to know when using a less powerful attack to gain a tactical advantage was the right move. And, of course, now that he'd blocked her in place, Ulquiorra unleashed from his body what had to be thousands of javelin-shaped bala straight at Retsu that she had no chance to dodge, and with the time their conversation had given him to charge them up, she knew that all of them had to be carrying Zero. The very moment she was frozen in place, Retsu immediately unleashed her own Ryotsu to full tilt, tripling the released amount while shaping it into a wedge, hardening and making it heavier with determination, and slamming it straight into Ulquiorra. The espada deployed his own Ryotsu in counter, but he was still pushed slightly backwards as he did, and the combined mix of Ryotsu, while it didn't actually stop the projectiles, definitely messed up their trajectory, just as Retsu had intended. Even a small change could do a lot to affect the direction of something moving at the speed those bala were. It wasn't all that she did either, as she also ordered the air around her, the clothes she was wearing and, where she had been pierced, her very own blood and bones, to shred and cut apart the ice that was holding her in place, while at the same time also using skin regrowth Kido on herself in reverse, self-skinning herself in a manner not unlike how Ulquiorra had been shedding his outer shell repeatedly throughout the fight, although she also proceeded to have the air around herself also shred it into confetti, rather than leaving it as a single continuous piece. Minagiki also wasn't idle, a large amount of her spreading between Retsu and Ulquiorra in the form of red mist, and she was smart enough to make it a multitude of small pockets, creating a multitude of stopping points the javelins had to go through and get disintegrated by. It wasn't enough to stop all of the attacks. A lot of those that had been pure Gran Ray Zero were stopped by the red mist pockets which they destroyed, many of those that were sent off course changing direction suddenly at a barked word from Ulquiorra, and those which started as pure Zero but switched to Gran Ray midway through their path, punching straight through Minagiki, were intercepted by the multitude of piece of severed skin held in the air in front of Retsu by her Ryotsu, but those who stayed normal Zero the whole way through struck her, several completely obliterating her left leg, others breaking the right one in 3 pieces, a few hitting on her shoulder sending her right arm flying alongside the sword held into it, one grazing her cheek and leaving the bone there exposed, another punching through her throat and destroying her vocal cords, while a few more went straight through her abdomen and left it a bloody mess. As Retsu collapsed on the shattered ground around her in a pool of her own blood in which bobbed her flesh and chunks of broken ice, she kept her eyes on Ulquiorra, who landed right in front of her, one of his javelin raised high above his head, ready to deliver a killing stroke which he decided to punctuate by saying, as he looked down at her. This was preordained, it is the natural order of things for Shinigami to fall, because hollows will survive anything a Shinigami will throw at them, while Shinigami will crumble if a hollow properly strikes them but once. With the half of her face that wasn't simply exposed skull, Retsu grinned, and a simple flex of the pinky finger of her one remaining hand saw chains of golden light erupt from all around Ulquiorra, trapping the espada right there as they enveloped him completely. Of course, he immediately destroyed them in a flash of dark green light, but in that moment he needed to fire off his Gran Ray Zero. Retsu used her own Ryotsu to grab her severed arm and leg and drag them back to herself, while closing her fingers with a set of motion that applied healing Kido after healing Kido on her, even as Minagiki's red mist wrapped itself around her, this time applying its effect to create rather than destroy, regenerating her missing leg as well as stitching the severed limbs back together. The 4th Espada's next strike with his javelin, the 4th Division's captain didn't even try to parry, instead maneuvering herself so that the strike went through the hole she still had in her belly, and as she felt the surprise that wasn't showing on Ulquiorra's face, she took immediate advantage by having Minagiki cut straight through his wrist while she charged forward, using her own Ryotsu to held the javelin together and a Kido to keep the shell from destroying for just long enough to impale him on it as well, an effort of her will giving the javelin enough piercing power to go through the Arrancar's arrow and embed itself deeply into his belly. She didn't stop there either, as she used a rated palm to summon a Kido shield around the two of them, trapping them both in. As her enemy tried to process what was happening, Retsu, using the air to carry the sound since her throat wasn't healed enough to speak yet, told him, the word coming out flat and emotionless as a result of the process that was being used to produce them. And yet, here I stand. Not only was being hit with your best shot not enough to defeat me, it seems like you're about to be on the other end of your own power. My sealing Kido is the only thing that's keeping that Gran Ray Zero that's inside both of us from destroying you. Tell me, Arrancar, have I found a way to shatter the natural order of things? Or were you, perhaps, simply wrong about everything you knew? She could feel the inch of sudden doubt that caused, as minimal and immediately erased by his power as it was, and she knew what he was going to do, so she switched her Ryotsu with Minagiki's, immediately leaving them bather in a full cloud of red mist, but she made sure that, while any which was in contact with her opponent was melting him, any that was in contact with her was working in reverse, reforming her body. Even if she couldn't gauge the reaction with the precision she could have if she'd had properly emotionally charged Ryotsu, body language, or even micro-expression to work with, Retsu knew that being like this, the one slowly being disintegrated while watching his opponent being the one who was regenerating through the same power, was setting her enemy's worldview askew in the way only seeing an inexplicable phenomenon for the first time could. She knew the sensation well, only unlike her. Ulquiorra wasn't capable of learning from the experience. He only knew how to deny what he didn't understand, but she wasn't going to allow him that escape, as she continued, inexorable. And look at that, it seems like your absolute power is not that absolute after all, vast O Lord. That's what you are, yes? A soul who has mastered all others? Or is that a lie too, and have you been a pretender all this time, claiming to know a truth when you were just using that lie to fool others into thinking that your place was the right one? Because, that was the thing about having a soul so firmly focused on a single, unyielding belief, if the belief could be made to yield, then the soul could be shattered. And so, Retsuya no Hana, with the relish of a victorious fight and the knowledge that she'd done no more than put a mirror to a falsehood and let it be destroyed by the truth, finished softly, the words now coming from her fully healed lips in a soft, motherly tone that she'd long perfected, the one used to let silly children know that they were so very wrong, but she loved them anyway despite their silliness. It's no wonder you couldn't persuade anybody of your words, when you were clinging so desperately to something that had no basis in reality, and your fighting ability was certainly not of any use to your master, when you so easily fell for the trap I laid. So, tell me, was it truly the act of his most loyal follower to lie to him as you did? Or was it just your egoism, fourth espada of Lord Aizen? Is that even a title you truly deserve, when you're so self-serving? It was a tiny thing, but Retsu had been waiting for it, trying to provoke it, and so, the moment where some genuine fear that he'd betrayed and failed his master, fear that he was not what he'd thought he was, fear that he had been wrong in pursuing the same thing with single-minded determination his whole existence, leaked into his Ryotsu. Retsu snatched it with her own, capturing it and sealing it before he could reset it away, and then shoved it straight into his body, letting him feel his own fear, knowing it was his own and not something she'd faked, as she said, in a firm tone. And here it is, the truth. Your entire worldview, all that you believe in, is based on the idea that your kind are emotionless beings, creatures motivated only by anger and a desire for never-ending growth. But if that was true, why would this be here? I'll tell you, it's because it was a lie. You told yourself that you didn't feel any emotions, and that made you superior, but really, just like all your kind, you feel emotions just fine, you're simply limited to negative ones. It's not that there's nothing at all there, there's plenty, it's just that none of it has any worth, an empty husk whose growth is really just a fall into fathomless depths is the true source of your name, not lofty aloofness, but rather a lack of all that is good, a meaningless void. That's all you are, isn't it, hollow? Ulquiorra's eye socket widened at that, despair all over his features while his Ryotsu tinged with horror as his power failed him, the wound Retsu had delivered to his sense of self so profound that it shattered the will that was keeping him together. He was lost, his Ryotsu suddenly crushing their surroundings yet no longer slightly slowing Retsu down as it had throughout the fight, as the perfect control he'd exerted through collapsed as her enemy experienced the mental breakdown that she'd engineered to get past his otherwise undefeatable defenses. At that point, gently sliding Minagiki at the base of his neck with the hand that was cradling the back of his head and letting the power of her Bankai disintegrate him in a single instant was almost a kindness, really. With her opponent wiped away from existence, Retsuya no Hana let out a long breath as Minagiki and her healing Kido finished to take her back to being fully healed, and said to her Zanpakuto, a pleased smile still lingering on her lips. Well, that was bracing. Using the psychological warfare for the killing blow instead than to make the fight more interesting doesn't happen very often, does it? She could feel Minagiki's agreement, and so Retsu nodded, before she looked down as the palace of Las Noches under her feet and gathered herself, before sending the red mist in front of her to disintegrate a path forward. If Rukia was correct, which Retsu would bet she was, destroying the entire palace, and possibly all the annexed buildings and courtyard, was the only way to get out of the trap, and while she and Minagiki would likely only need a couple of seconds to do the actual destruction, evacuating everybody else first was going to take a massive amount of time. Still, even as she headed to encourage everybody still inside the half-collapsed palace to leave it, the captain of the 4th Division couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness. The 4th Espada had given her the kind of fight she hadn't had in a while, and she was grateful for how much he'd surprised her and glad for all that she'd learned through it. It was an happy thought. Chapter 114, Pinnacle. As she observed the right wing of the enemy formation about to invest the Rukonga from the east, Swaifon frowned. She had expected that her enemies would use the numerical superiority they enjoyed to simply charge into her 2nd Division at full speed, and yet, while they were advancing quickly, they were doing so at a march, and with their leader, the purple-haired Arrancar who was somehow flying without wings, having moved forward and put herself well in front of the others. The obvious implication from that was that the enemy leader, likely one of these espadas she'd read so much about, was confident in having the ability to create a break in the lines. While she didn't want to just let that happen, Swaifon knew she really couldn't stop it. She'd positioned herself on the rooftop of a house at the very edge of the Rukonga, just behind her division's lines, so that she had full view of the entire battlefield and could make proper use of her Bankai, and if she moved right now, she would lose her vantage point and be unable to take full advantage of her Bankai's extreme range. Waiting to see what sort of mass destruction ability the Espada had at her fingertips, so that Swaifon could devise a proper counter, was the best option here, even if it was cold-hearted. However, even if she couldn't intervene personally yet, that didn't mean she had to just do nothing. Instead, she started to increase and decrease the amount of her riot so that was released in precise intervals, creating what, to most observers, would simply seem like the fluctuation in the emotional state of somebody completely lacking in self-control. Of course, that was not what was actually going on. While most Shinigami were happy to just learn how to determine the frequency of somebody's Ryuryoku to tell people apart with their spiritual sense, Swaifon had learned from her mistress to never be satisfied by anything less than perfection, and once she'd been given command of the 2nd Division, she'd made sure that they all put the effort necessary to meet the same standard. It had tripled the amount of washout from the Omnitsukido, but the results couldn't be argued, as in this, as well as many other things. Those who'd remained under Swaifon's command had learned to take maximum advantage of their skills. In this particular instance, that meant that, once her subordinates were all capable of actually perceiving variations in somebody's Ryutsu and distinguish between intentional and unintentional spikes, she had then been able to drill them into receiving and transmitting commands simply by having somebody flash their own in specific sequence, allowing for battlefield-level communication that couldn't be intercepted or disrupted, and could be carried out without need for words. Which meant that, when Swaifon ordered for everybody to raise a defense, everybody immediately answered by calling forth the same Kido shield, the one she'd drilled each member of her division into knowing how to cast it. Of course, it still required half chance and more than one gesture from most of them, but from what Swaifon had calculated about the speed of the purple-haired Espada, and what she knew of her division's casting speed, everybody should still have the defense up before they were struck. She hadn't expected for the charging Arrancar to suddenly pull out what looked like a sort of whip and strike when only half her Shinigami had managed to raise their shields. For a moment it looked like the attack missed, as it struck right in front of the vanguard and carved a deep divot into the air while sending a lot of dirt and rock shards flying, but then suddenly the rock shard turned and invested her division like a wave of flying knives. Having ordered to raise the shields still helped, as they stopped well over a third of the attack, but it wasn't enough for it to be stopped completely, as many of the sharpened rocks struck lethally, and then, a great number of them extracted themselves from the wounds and struck again at other people. Which would make the purple-haired attacker the 5th Espada, Sairachi, which Ichigo Kurosaki had sent a report about. The report said she had a contact-triggered telekinesis, and while Swaifon could already think of a few ways to get around that, it was certainly a dangerous ability to face. Still, Swaifon herself wasn't lacking in danger of her own. As the enemy's army marched forward, she aimed Suzumibuki to the sky and, with calculated precision, fired one of her Bankai's missiles. She took care to set up a timed trigger, and to shape the projectile so that, instead of erupting in a sphere, the destruction would focus only directly downwards. As a result, just as the Arrancar army suddenly accelerated to smash into the weakened front line of her 2nd Division, they were stopped in their tracks as shrapnel suddenly began to fall from the sky in an area that Swaifon had empowered precisely to cover the entirety of the attacking detachment. It was a massacre. With the sheer density of attacks raining down on them, a large number of Arrancar simply were hit on their masks enough times and ended up annihilated, and even for those who weren't, the number of hits was still enough to give pause even to their regeneration. Most importantly, having the troops she was leading ravaged like that caused Sairachi to stop the attack from her telekinetic storm, which gave Swaifon's lieutenant, Omada, the time he needed to reorganize the Shinigami, closing ranks, and regrouping. Pressing the advantage, Swaifon immediately rapid-fired 3 more missiles. They carried a much smaller payload, since that was the trade-off for shooting so quickly, but with the enemies already wounded and standing in place as a result of her previous attack, they weren't really able to shield themselves from the new rain of death Suzumibuki unleashed onto them. So, Sairachi shielded them instead, directing her telekinetic storm of stone shrapnel to intercept the falling shards. As she watched it happen, Swyfon couldn't help but admire the precision with which her opponent was striking. She was moving her shards so that each one sent multiple pieces of shrapnel out of the way, and striking with different portions of the same stone to maximize the amount of time before a piece of rock was hit twice in the same spot and then destroyed. Of course, even with that, Suzumibuki was slowly grinding down the cloud of sharpened rock. Swyfon shot one extra missile to ensure that continued to happen, and while the Isabda followed the trail of the attack backwards to locate her position, she simply disconnected the chains she'd tied to the building to keep herself from being affected by the recoil, and as a result was easily able to use that from the last attack to launch herself directly toward the middle of the battlefield, landing in front of her opponent in a crouch. The Espada, which Swyfon could now see was wearing a fancy, poofy dress, looked down at her and said, in a haughty tone, "Nice of you to save me the effort of chasing you around to kill you." "Stupid, but nice." Swyfon looked up at her and asked, with a raised eyebrow. "Is it now? Why would you ever think that about somebody that just broke the back of your army? Because you've chosen to get in close quarters with me, which means you won't be able to use your weapon against us anymore, and once I'm done getting rid of you, they'll regroup and smash your people very easily indeed." Swyfon answered that by rising Suzumibuki and firing the cannon, the missile modified to explode almost instantaneously after leaving the barrel, with the charge shaped to let the shrapnel erupt only forward. The result was a beam of shrapnel fired straight at her enemy. The Espada's eyes widened and she managed to drag the last of her cloud of debris to intercept the portion of the attack that would have annihilated her, but she could do nothing for the rest of it, which proceeded to ravage the Arrancar army just behind her, leaving a deep gouge right in the middle of it. It was a matter of a second for Swyfon to flash her Ryotsu to order her Shinigami to charge into the breach she'd just opened, and then, as they did that, she asked Sairachi, in a mocking tone, "What made you think I wouldn't be able to use my weapon in close quarters, after you saw I was willing to get into melee range of my own initiative? You really shouldn't underestimate a Shinigami captain." She punctuated the comment with another point-blank range direct attack, but this time the Espada was ready for it and immediately used Sonido to dodge out of the way. It still let another large opening into the Arrancar army, and Swyfon tut-tooted and said, her eyes moving to her enemy, "You keep dodging my attacks, it'll be your army to pay the prices. Shouldn't you do your duty as their commander and shield them from harm?" The purple-haired Arrancar wasn't even given pause by that comment, simply answering with, "They knew the risks when they signed up to fight the Godii," before immediately going to the attack, swinging her whip at Swyfon. She went for a Shunpo sidestep, but then the whip suddenly changed direction mid-stride with a burst of Sonido, and only a combination of using her Hakuda and Ho-Ho to make her body both very rarefied and very slippery allowed the 2nd Division's captain to get away with only a long but not overly deep cut along her midsection. Sairachi looked even more haughty than before as she grabbed one end of her whip in her hand and said, in a very dismissive tone, "No, I don't think you deserve any respect at all, actually." And then, she immediately began to swing her whip at incredible speed, using her own Sonido to accelerate the swings. However, now that she knew to watch out for it, Swyfon immediately did the one thing Sairachi didn't expect, and charged in even further in, using the shoulder pad and gauntlet armor that Suzumibuki granted her to shield herself by reinforcing them, so that the Espada couldn't simply slice through them. Most importantly, Swyfon kept her focus completely on the whip, and the moment the weapon bounced off of her gauntlet, a butterfly mark appearing on it, she immediately aimed her Zanpakuto at it, unleashing a blast of shrapnel straight on the weapon. After all, according to Kurosaka's report, the whip itself was also part of Sairachi's body. The Espada proved smarter than she looked, her eyes widening in shock the moment Swyfon aimed, and the whip falling to pieces a moment before she could hit it. Swyfon turned a mocking glance on her opponent, so answered by both glaring and using Sonido to send herself blasting backwards, causing a crater to form on the ground where she landed, and then for the broken shards of rock that caused to fly straight at Swyfon. She immediately intercepted them with a blast from Suzumibuki, but the moment was enough for Sairachi to grow a new whip out of her hand, and then use it to strike at the ground repeatedly, the golden hacksaw at its tip ensuring that every strike was creating a large amount of stone shards that her enemy could send flying at her. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to keep up a rate of fire with Suzumibuki that would compete with the amount of projectiles Sairachi was generating with each swing of her whip, Swaifon instead began to use Shunpo for actual running, darting in a circle around her enemy at her top speed while leaving behind enough Ryotsu in her own shape to make it seem like 100 flickering copies of herself were surrounding her enemy, making it impossible for her to target any specific one. Of course, having access to an ever-growing telekinetic storm of sharpened rocks made indiscriminate area attacks very easy, but those gave Swaifon more time to counter with Suzumibuki, and to make things even more chaotic, she also made sure to use her free hand to throw a grenade Kido after another, creating a cacophony of explosions and smoke that both helped with dispersing the rock shards and reduced Sairachi's visibility. It wasn't by much, just like Swaifon herself. The Espada was using primarily her Ryotsu sensitivity to perceive her, so the cover was just a small annoyance, but Swaifon was more than satisfied enough with that. Especially because, with all the confusion going on, Sairachi had no chance of even detecting, much less recognizing, the way Swaifon was making her Ryuryoku, her Ryotsu footprint, fluctuate, sending a very clear command to Omada. Her lieutenant, with his height and size, didn't really look like he belonged in the Amintsukido, but in truth, that was one of the reasons he fitted so well. People tended to forget the danger he represented. He was more than skilled enough in stealth to sneak up on opponents unnoticed despite his girth, and that's just what Swaifon had ordered him to do right now. He did immediately, and if Swaifon hadn't been paying specific attention to his movements, even she herself would have lost track of him when he minimized his presence. There was no way Sairachi would notice that he was about to hit her. Still, that was no reason to trust the success of the attack to chance, so Swaifon suddenly darted forward, drawing Sairachi's attention directly to herself, in the form of a brutal whip swing that even a reinforced Hakuda coat still saw sending her rolling backwards, so that the Espada had no recourse as Omada's flare smashed into Sairachi's back, the chain already moving to wrap around her. Swaifon used her free hand to arrest herself, smoothly transitioning from her backwards roll into a three-point crouch, and that gave her a perfect position to see in shock as Omada's chain suddenly stopped wrapping itself around Sairachi, and then suddenly bounced back at astounding speed, wrapping itself around Omada and trapping him within the power of his own Shikai. That brief moment of surprise on Swaifon's and Omada's part was all the time that Sairachi needed to raise a hand in his direction and send a blast of black Ryotsu with a dark green glow to smash straight into Swaifon's lieutenant, annihilating him completely. That done, the purple-haired Espada turned her attention back on Swaifon and said, in a haughty, dismissive tone. That was a nice trick, but a backstab, no matter how skillfully delivered, won't work on somebody who can control any weapon the very moment it touches her. My power isn't just a great way to attack, I can use it to defend myself as easily. Then, with a mocking grin, she pointed a finger at Swaifon, and added, as black Ryotsu slowly started to gather on top of it, and you're not the only one with the ability to completely disintegrate something, only, unlike you, I only need one hit, not two. Swaifon threw a grenade in the path of the black beam, only for it to punch through, glowing dark red, surprising her. She'd not expected Sairachi to psyche her up with a Gran Ray only to then follow it up with a standard zero. The brief moment of surprise that caused was all that Sairachi needed to shot herself straight at Swaifon at Sonido speed, spearing a hand straight through her gut. She used Ho-Ho to make the wound far less debilitating than it would have been for a less capable Shinigami, but even with it, the sheer pain and the bleeding caused Swaifon to collapse to the ground as Sairachi said, waving her hand to the side to shoo the blood that was now coating her fingers. The idea that any Shinigami could ever stand up to any of us Espada is ridiculous. That you didn't realize that on your own is sad, but don't worry, I'll put an end to your sad existence soon enough. Even as the other woman spoke, Swaifon could hear that she was swinging the whip in her other hand, so she didn't even wait, instead firing Suzumibuki straight in the ground under her. The shaped charge caused the shrapnel to erupt into a geyser straight into the Espada's face, both blasting her backwards so that her attack went wide and, most importantly, investing her completely. Swaifon would bet she'd just managed to tag well over 80% of her body, if not outright managed to destroy her, if she'd been lucky enough to strike the same spot twice. She straightened, pressing a palm to her wound to cast the only healing Kido she knew. It would seal the wound and stop the bleeding, even if not do much for the internal damage and pain. Still, she might not even need it, as Swaifon focused on where the enemy was, so see if she was covered in mark, or had crumbled to dust. What she did not expect was for Sirachi to still be standing, with each piece of shrapnel embedded into her skin and being fixed there, almost like the world's weirdest porcupine. It seemed that the first shards to hit hadn't penetrated, and, Swaifon realized with a bit of annoyance, they'd acted as a shield to make the rest of the attack bounce off, away from the espada. It was surprising that not even one piece of shrapnel had gone through. She didn't think the Arrancar's arrow would have such resilience. A misconception that was cleared when Sirachi said, sounding genuinely pissed. "Didn't I told you, that my power is better on the defensive than on the offensive?" Swaifon's eyes widened as she realized that the espada had actually stopped the pieces of her missile the moment they'd hit her, intentionally using them to stop the rest from going through. And, of course, she now had control of them, which Sirachi proved by having the shrapnel disconnect from her body, hovering around her in a thick cloud as she said, her tone back to being haughty. "Now, since you were so kind as to give me control of your own power, let's see if you're any more skilled than your subordinate was, at stopping it from being used against you." Swaifon didn't even wait, instead immediately firing a directional blast straight at her enemy. Then, in that moment where the shards clashed, she used Shunpo to jump right next to Sirachi, striking with the spurs of her gauntlet and only missing due to her opponent using Sonido to dodge backwards. She glared at her opponent and said, even as she used Shunpo to reposition herself again, "You might have stolen a bit of my Zanpakuto, but I've plenty more, and now, you're marked all over your body. I only need a scratch, and you'll be done for, espada." She followed that up by zipping close for a stealth strike twice more. She'd suppressed her presence in between the steps, so that her opponent wasn't able to track her any longer, so that the cloud of her own shrapnel that Sirachi had stolen couldn't track her down. In fact, the espada couldn't track her either, as she kept glancing around and using Sonido randomly. It still helped her avoid Swaifon's continuous use of Shunpo, but the captain of the 2nd Division didn't let that bring her down. It was only a matter of time before her opponent used the ability to move somewhere that was just close enough for Swaifonn to reach it with a single Shunpo step, and Swaifonn had long learned how to wait. Clearly, Sirachi used the same, as she suddenly used her Sonido dodge to bring herself in the middle of the cloud of Suzumibuki shards she still had under her telekinetic control, and then straightened and said, her tone firm. "You are correct, of course, this body is completely marked. I wonder if you'll be just as confident, then, if I shed it." Swaifonn chuckled and shouted, letting some mockery in her voice. "I know how your arrow work, but simply dropping your outer shell won't matter. Suzumibuki bonds with your soul at an emotional level. Whichever new body you create will be carrying the marks." That, unexpectedly, caused Sirachi to smile hotly, as she countered. "Is that so? And what if I didn't make myself another body, but instead transformed this fake form into a real one? Would that affect things?" And then, there was a sudden blast of power. It was comparable in power to most Bankai Swaifonn had ever felt before, perhaps a bit stronger, and Swaifonn could feel her breath growing slightly more labored for a brief moment, before she adapted to the slightly increased pressure the Espada's Ryotsu was exerting. Far more noticeable than the slight rise in power was the change in appearance. Sirachi now barely even looked like a person, instead being reduced to the white mask shaped like a toucan's beak, from which what looked like a mane of purple fur, almost serpent-like in shape if not for the fact that there seemed to be no muscles or scales to it, nor even any skeleton or other element. It seemed to be only a 20-meter-long snake made entirely of fur. The only exception were right next to the mask, in the form of 2 golden discs, from each of which 2 limbs came, one in the form of a long arm lacking anything but the skeleton, and the other in the form of a long thin spike by which dangled a collection of hundreds of wickedly sharp steel blades in the shape of half-moons. A single flapping of them was enough for Sirachi to raise well above the cloud of Suzumibuki shards, proving that they were perfectly functional, despite the fact they really shouldn't be. However, that wasn't what left Swaifonn shocked. It was the complete disappearance of every single mark on Sirachi's body that had resulted from the transformation. It seemed that, as far as her power was concerned, an Arrancar sealed state and their released one were different enough to count as 2 different beings, and so the marks weren't carried out between forms. Sirachi let out a loud, haughty laughter as she beheld her own form, before turning her gaze toward Swaifonn and adding, in a dismissive tone, "Oh, and there's another benefit to this transformation you should know: it makes my telekinetic power much more effective. Now, it's no longer limited to only what I've touched personally, instead, it is contagious, so that anything I've touched also count as part of myself. Here, let me show you. A single movement of her arms caused the shards she was controlling to smash the ground in a large explosion of dirt, and then the rocks that had risen into the air as a result of it struck the ground, causing the process to repeat itself, again and again, like a wave of explosions heading her way. Swaifo grimaced, then focused on how she could avoid something like that, but then before she could, a dozen of armored figures appeared in front of her like a human wall, wielding what she recognized as mini-guns, a very recent Mortal Realm weapon, and opening fire on the avalanche of rock shards headed her way. The bullets shredded the stones, while also being destroyed by the impact in turn, the clash leaving Cyrachi with nothing to control, and a moment later, a figure appeared at the Espada's back, swinging a sword at her head, the feeling of dread so strong Swaifo could perceive it from where she was. The fifth Espada perceived it too, and used Sonido to avoid being stabbed. As a result, Captain Odoribashi landed in a crouch on the ground underneath as he said to Swaifo, with a respectful nod of his head. "I apologize for interfering, but I noticed that the situation on this front was stalling, and the attack on my side was fully repelled, so I decided to lend a hand." Swaifo nodded, and decided not to comment that his help would have been more effective if the man had been a bit less lazy and learned how to make his sword pierce any obstacle by sheathing it into things, which didn't give off the sense of dread that giving a Zanpakuto the power to cut through anything manifested. After all, as far as she was aware, only her Yorichi and Swaifo herself had managed to master that particular skill. It wasn't fair to fault the captain of the 5th Division for not having done something that no other captain outside Swaifo herself had ever bothered to do either. So, she limited herself to say, "Thanks for the assistance," before refocusing her attention on Cyrachi who, even now that her face didn't have expression, was clearly very annoyed. "I knew that trusting those idiotic Quincy to do even as much as keep a few of you Shinigami occupied until we'd finished winning the confrontation on this side was too much to ask. Useless humans." Odoribashi shrugged, pushing a few of his long blonde hairs away from his face as he answered, his tone neutral. "They did their best, I imagine. Situation on the battlefield change quickly, it's nobody's fault when things don't go exactly to plan." He sent a meaningful glance at Swaifo that way, and she read the message those purple eyes were communicating quite clearly. For whatever reason, instead of her Yorichi coming to help, Odoribashi was here, meaning that she was stuck dealing with something problematic on the northern front. It was somewhat annoying, as Swaifo had been looking forward to fighting alongside her beloved mistress, but she was also a professional, so she didn't let that show, instead moving to say, in a very direct tone. "Speaking of changing situations on the battlefield, be careful to dodge her attacks, rather than block. She can manipulate with telekinesis anything that it touched by either herself or something else she has under control, and she's stolen a few pieces of my own Bankai before. Of course, I shall be prudent. Like I'd let you two just do whatever you want. It won't matter what you do or don't, it's my battlefield to do with as I see fit." As if to confirm Cyrachi's haughty declaration, a multitude of shards that had apparently been laying on the ground suddenly raised in a circle around Odoribashi to strike at him, but he merely tapped a finger on his own weapon, and a circle of the armored soldiers from before appeared in a circle around him, intercepting the attacks. The soldier collapsed quickly to the offensive, but it was enough time for her fellow captain to move out of the encirclement, while Swaifo herself took advantage of Cyrachi's distraction to shunpo next to her again. Just as she'd been doing the whole time, the Espada immediately used Sonido, but this time, Swaifo didn't immediately follow up on her own shunpo, instead raising Suzumibuki and firing a missile in the same direction Cyrachi had used Sonido, so that the missile ended up chasing after her, and then, just as Cyrachi stopped due to the bleed out of the acceleration, it exploded, blasting a barrage of shrapnel straight at her. Swaifo couldn't help but feel satisfied. She'd timed the explosion of the missile to the time she'd estimated most of the Sonido uses of her opponent took, so it was gratifying to see she hadn't misjudged the time interval. The Espada still managed to intercept the attack by sending two of the Gian blades that were attached to her wings flying in its path, but even with that, a few pieces of the missile still managed to make it through and strike the Espada, leaving black butterfly marks on various points of her skeletal arms and long purple fur. Swaifon said, "You might have removed the marks once, but you won't be able to do it again," before using Shunpo again to dodge as, with a wave of her hand, the espada sent a barrage of blades from her wings at her. Normally, the fact that each blade caused a large amount of damage to the ground, and then as a result a large cloud of stone spikes to raise in the air along with it, would have been cause for concern, but in this particular case, Swaifon had no need to worry about defense, as Otoribashi conjured a multitude of soldiers to intercept the attacks, leaving her free to reposition and fire her Bankai again. Sairachi was clearly furious at having her attack frustrated and being forced to dodge again, so she shouted, her Ryotsu almost overheating from the rage. "Is that as you want to play it? Fine. I made sure to tag every soldier in my army before starting this, so I can drown you in bodies as well as you can." And, with a wild swing of her arms, hundreds of the Arrancar that had been fighting Swaifon's 2nd Division were suddenly dragged back into the air, each smashing into a few of Otoribashi's soldiers. Swaifon wasn't sure on what sort of limit the other captain had on his minion creating ability, but she doubted he could create enough to counter an entire enemy army. However, it turned out that wouldn't be necessary as, with a tired huff, Otoribashi said, "I can actually fight myself if I absolutely must, you know," before sending out a sound wave from his Zanpakuto that propagated like a wave in a circle around him, slicing through a large number of the Arrancar with great ease. It wasn't lethal on them by any means, considering their regeneration was even greater than normal for hollows, but it didn't really need to be, as Otoribashi's created soldiers immediately pounced on the enemies as they were wounded, taking advantage of the situation to get rid of a large amount of them. Sairachi watched in astounded disbelief as her suddenly called-in reinforcement were taken down, and Swaifon couldn't help but chuckle as, after assessing the battlefield, she realized that the 5th Espada's actions had actually slowed the invaders' overall progress. While, before Sairachi's interference, the 2nd Division had still been doing pretty well, holding back the advance of the enemies, now that a large portion of their forces had suddenly disappeared, her Shinigami had immediately taken advantage to double and triple team those that had been left behind, using local numerical superiority to slaughter a great amount of them, and the rest were now definitively being pushed back. She locked eyes with the Espada and told her, letting some mocking pity into her tone. "You realize that you're losing, right?" That infuriated Sairachi, who answered in a hiss. "Only because I can't take care of matters personally, that'll change once I'm done with you. Which will be right now." Swaifon was already using Shunpo to dodge when Sairachi charged forward with Sonito, so she would have dodged comfortably, except she suddenly felt herself being yanked to the side, the force being applied to her completely disrupting her movement, and as she saw herself being pulled into the direction of enemy and the cloud of Suzumibaki shrapnel around her, she realized why Sairachi had struck her before, so she could actually control her body, if she needed to. She'd just been waiting for a moment when she knew where Swaifon was, to properly judge which direction she had to move her towards, before using it. Seeing the wall of shrapnel from her own Bankai that she was about to be impaled and subsequently annihilated by was a strange experience. Swaifon had heard of staring one's death in the face before, but she knew she would have felt some terror at it, whereas all she was feeling right now was resignation. However, just a moment before she could smash into it, Otoribashi's Zanpakuto, Kinshara, appeared right in front of her and unleashed a deafening explosion of high-frequency sounds. Swaifon herself was blasted back by it, but, more importantly, the shards were dispersed, and Sairachi, who'd taken the brunt of the attack, was sent careening into the ground, into which she smashed with the sound of a tremendous impact. Swaifon chided herself, for having almost forgotten that she wasn't fighting the Espada on her own, but didn't let that deter herself from immediately aiming Suzumibaki and firing half a dozen low-yield missiles into the crater that Sairachi's fall had left into the ground. A moment later, the Espada erupted from the cloud of dust, but she wasn't unscathed. A lot of her purple fur was singed, and while it was slowly reforming, one of her arms had been completely destroyed, while the other sported deep cracks that, even with the Arrancar regeneration, were healing very slowly. Most importantly, a good half of her body was now covered in marks, and even as she resumed her Shunpo to avoid being grabbed with telekinesis again, Swaifon couldn't help but comment, in a firm tone. "You see? It won't be long before you're just as marked as you were before transforming. You're strong, 5th Espada, but not strong enough to defeat two captains working together. Cyrici let out a bird-like shriek of fury, and then shouted, "I'll show you how strong I am. I will dash you will step aside, and leave this to me." The voice, cold and raspy and carrying a sense of inexorability to it, was enough to make Cyrici stop and turn toward the figure from which the comment had come. It was, Swaifon realized, the other Espada. Although he was no longer sitting on his throne, the thing was still levitating in the air a few meters behind him, but the Arrancar was now advancing across the ravaged battlefield with absolute calm. Even if he'd not been strolling, the man cut an intimidating figure. He had the appearance of an old man, with tanned and wrinkled skin, while his hairs and the large mustache he sported were an immaculate white. Yet, he was visibly muscular and with a stocky build, yet also taller than most people Swaifon had met, and one of his arms was carrying a two-sided black axe that was about the same size as Swaifon herself without any apparent effort at all. His clothes completed the appearance, consisting of a large coat of a royal red color with black fur lining, short sleeves, and 3 black fur stripes running along the bottom, alongside golden wristbands, 3 thick golden chains as a belt, and a 5-pronged crown of white bones atop his head. One of his eyelids was closed and covered by scars, but the other sported a olive-green eye so intense that, when he turned it on Cyrici, the flying Espada stumbled backwards, before saying, in a tone of obvious false bravado, "Be Baragan. What are you doing here? I have this situation well in hand." "You do not." The note of censure was apparently enough to shut the 5th Espada up, as the newly named Baragan continued, gesturing to their surroundings. "Your troops' advance has ground to an halt, because you let yourself be dragged into fighting their leadership in the middle of the battlefield, instead of dragging them away and letting your forces continue to advance unimpeded, as you were supposed to." He slammed the haft of his axe into his hand, the resulting sound being one of wood hitting metal instead of the sound of wood hitting flesh that would have been expected, and then he concluded, "That's not what I was promised. I deigned to accept Aizen's offer of alliance in exchange for watching the entirety of Soul Society be destroyed, so that a world of nothing but hollow would be left behind, a world where none would dare contest my rule. Your fumbling is getting in the way of that destruction, so it is necessary that I rectify that situation, and carry out the destruction personally. Remove yourself from my path, or I shall do it for you. I won't repeat myself again." "No need for repeating yourself, old man, I'll just remove you both and be done with it." Otoribashi's almost bored comment came from the opposite side from where the sense of dread from the swing of his Zanpakuto did, having clearly planned to disorient Baragan with it. In a sense, it worked, in that the Espada moved toward the swing at first, before realizing the real source of the attack, at which point he couldn't really dodge it anymore, being too close to it. Still, the Espada proved to have excellent reflexes as he managed to at least swing his axe, putting it in the way in what would have been quite a skillful parry, if not for the fact that a Zanpakuto empowered to cut, especially with as much power as the sense of power coming from Kinshara suggested it to be, could not be stopped by anything other than another Zanpakuto. Which was why Swaifon stared in dumbfounded disbelief as, when the blade of the axe and that of the whip made contact, the latter didn't cut through, but instead crumbled to dust on contact, leaving the Arrancar's weapon to continue unopposed and sink straight into Rajuro Otoribashi's chest. The captain of the 5th Division fell to his knees, the wound bleeding profusely but not, Swaifon thought, in a way that would have indicated a lethal one, but then his body suddenly began to dry up, turning wrinkly and desiccated, before then disappearing as his skeleton was left behind for only a moment before collapsing into a pile of ashes on the ground, remaining there for just a moment before the Espada's red boot scattered them, so that nothing at all was left. With that done, the old man turned his gaze toward Swaifon herself, and pointed his blade as he declared, his rasping voice carrying nothing except absolute certainty. "I am Baragan Luzenburn, the God King of Hueco Mundo, and I shall wipe you and all of your soul society off the face of history, Shinigami. Stand up and fight, or run if you want, it is the same to me, no matter what you do, I will come, and bring about your end." And, as she looked at the opponent before of her, Swaifon found out that, in fact, staring down her coming death did seem to fill her with existential terror after all. Chapter 115, Mastery. As he joined his troops after confirming with Rangeka that all of the civilians in the Rokanga had been evacuated, Toshiro looked upon the enemy and frowned. Given that the force attacking the western side of Seoul society was made up of about equal amounts of Arrancar and Quincy, he'd expected that the former would be taking the lead and charging ahead, with the latter staying protected behind the Arrancar lines to provide cover without exposing themselves. It seemed like the most reasonable approach. However, for whatever reason, that wasn't the way his enemies were moving forward. Instead, they were separated in two forces marching side by side, with the Arrancar taking up the right wing of the formation and the Quincy formed up on the left wing, and an empty space where the center would have been. Most importantly, while from afar it had seemed like the woman with long green hairs that was moving back and forth along the front line of the Arrancar group had been inciting her people forward, now that he was close, Toshiro could see that she was actually ensuring that the group held the line and maintained a coherent speed, which had resulted in the Quincy force having overtaken them and being much closer to the 3rd Division's position. The whole setup made very little sense to Toshiro, but it was clear that this was something the enemies had planned, as the Quincy, while they continued to advance, had began shooting, and since they somehow were able to keep moving and shooting at the same time, that resulted in a wall of falling arrow that had almost reached his Shinigami, who were looking at it with a certain worry. Said worry was probably the reason why Izuru Kira, the division's first seated officer, immediately moved closer when he noticed Toshiro, obviously wanting orders. "Captain. A lot of the troops are nervous about the Quincy attack. I already told them to hold their position for now, but we need to take some form of action to deal with it, or that much firepower is going to slaughter people as soon as the enemy get us in range of it." Toshiro sighed. He very strongly suspected that this was some sort of bait the enemy wanted him to take, but he couldn't see any way to avoid reacting to it. And, with the options at his disposal, the choice to make was pretty much obligated. So, he gathered himself and said, in a serious tone, "Take action we will then. Kira, I want the formation broken up into platoons, with each seated officer leading their own, and to charge at the Quincy from as many different vectors as we're able to manage." Kira looked surprised, and it reflected in his words as he answered. "Is that prudent? The handful of people we have who can cast barrier Kido proficiently are scattered among the entire division. I don't think any platoon has enough to erect a full protection." Toshiro was well aware of that, of course. Barrier Kido wasn't something he'd ever emphasized as something to learn in the 3rd Division's training, since their role as a peacekeeping division didn't really require it. Trapping Kido was far more effective and useful for their purpose, so he had focused his Shinigami's training on that instead. The fact was, however, that the number of Kido users they had would barely be enough to cover the division if they were standing still, certainly not enough to cover a tactical retreat, much less an offensive maneuver. Relying on it would see them pinned in place and unable to maneuver, and while he wasn't sure this was the enemy's strategy, it still seemed like the more likely reason for their unconventional approach. Going on the offensive still had risk, but doing it by platoon would allow them a lot more mobility, and if a retreat was needed, make it so the Quincy would need to divide their aim due to being presented multiple targets. Besides, when they were on the offensive, protecting the division from the arrows without losing the initiative was far easier. So, Toshiro explained, in his most confident tone. "There's no need to worry about barrier Kido, I'll take care of protecting everybody from the arrows." Thrusting his Zanpakuto forward, he followed his words with actions by unleashing his Bankai with a cry of "Soar above the frozen sky, higher in Meru," sending half a dozen of ice dragons, each one the size of an entire neighborhood in the Rokanga, to smash into the advancing rain of arrows, completely blasting them away. When he turned to Kira, he found that, to his credit, the first seat wasn't staring in open-mouthed awe like the majority of the Shinigami on the battlefield, so Toshiro was able to explain, in a commanding tone. "I'm going to provide cover and disrupt the enemy formations. I want the platoons to encircle the separate pockets I'll be creating individually and defeat them in detail." Kira nodded and rushed to relay his orders, while, to his side, Ranjaku, whom observation of the battlefield was being carried out with a much more critical eye than the rest of the division, commented. "Taking to the front like that is a substantial risk. Jin would know you well enough to expect you to do that, and might have encouraged them to act as they have specifically to draw you out." There was a certain note of pain in Ranjaku's voice as she mentioned that fact, and Toshiro did his best to ignore it, since he understood quite well where she was coming from. Instead of dwelling on it, however, he gathered his determination and answered, in an encouraging tone. "Well, If that's the case, I'll just need to be prepared for it, won't I? After all, I'm the captain now, it's my duty to take on the challenges that my Shinigami can't face on their own. He called forth on the power of Hiranmaru to coat himself in ice, growing a large pair of dragon wings from his back in addition to the armor, and took flight. Then he glanced backwards and added, letting just a bit of his worry into his voice. Still, if I fail, can I count on you to keep the others from losing their cool and manage an orderly retreat? Rangiku smiled back and answered, with confidence matching what he'd displayed before. It won't be necessary, but I'm ready for the task. You can trust me with it. Toshiro nodded, and then charged forwards. While the first group of dragons had been rampaging and destroying arrows as they did, they were also naturally getting hit by substantial amounts of them, and two had already been completely broken into ice chunks. That had been of only limited utility to the enemies, since the ice was still sentient regardless of its shape and was going after the Quincy even in such a state, but there was no denying that small ice boulders were much easier to avoid than a giant dragon would be. So, as he flew forward, Toshiro sent out another flock of dragons, twice the size of the last one, this time directing 3 of the 12 to barrel straight into the Quincy ranks, even as the most of rest continued to intercept their falling arrows so they'd not hit his troops. A few of the Quincy, realizing that raining death from above wasn't going to work, tried for straight horizontal shots, but it took only a gesture with his sword for one of his dragon to swung its tail in the arrow's path and send them flying back at the Quincy, at the same time as 3 moved down from the sky and then exploded in hundreds of ice shards in the middle of the enemy formation, successfully breaking their ranks into separate groups, 7 in total, which made Toshiro grin as that meant most of them could be defeated with local numerical superiority, if each group could be forced into facing 2 of his platoons at once. Rangiku, who was coordinating the troops on the ground, clearly saw the same thing, as she directed the troops to coordinate their attacks in that manner without him even needing to signal her. Then she went a step further, joining forces with the one platoon that was left to face a group on their own, to give it the punch needed to manage it. Considering that was Kira's first platoon, the strongest in the division, Toshiro was confident they would be able to manage a victory despite rough numerical parity. Of course, the Quincy didn't just let themselves be encircled and taken down without reactions. A few of the groups realized what his Shinigami were attempting, and tried to get out of the way of it. One of the groups looked like it was particularly tougher thanks to its leadership, 2 Quincy girls, one with long pink hairs who seemed to be superhumanly strong, as she sent his 4th Seath, the 3 meters tall Jidambo Ikanzaka, flying back a dozen meters with a single punch, and a blonde one which had some kind of electric arrows, as she both overpowered and took down Jidambo's brother Jirobo, the 10th Seat, shooting out all of his flying blades out of the sky, and took down a good third of the 10th platoon in a single strike. Toshiro immediately intervened before they could regroup, gesturing for all of his dragons to converge onto their group and take them out. Just as the dragons were about to strike, a single arrow, shot from a substantial distance away, flew into the dragon's path, and then suddenly shattered, with no apparent cause, causing a large amount of the air above the battlefield to turn weirdly hazy. A moment later, when the dragons reached that, Toshiro understood, seeing the ice they were made of sublimating on contact, the arrow had somehow superheated the air, making it so hot that average ice couldn't survive it. In a frown, Toshiro focused, charging his Zanpakuto with fear to make the ice capable of withstanding any sudden temperature changes, and sent a new barrage of dragons out, while in the meanwhile looking around for the source of the attack. He identified it as he saw a new arrow being fired out, and he followed its trajectory back to a lone man, visibly a Quincy from his uniform, although a somewhat scrawny if tall one, with messy black hairs that fell over his face, pronounced cheekbones on a otherwise thin face, and deep bags under his eyes, who had kept himself well behind the Quincy formation. It seemed, Toshiro mused, that somebody had actually followed the usual rule of keeping archers shooting from behind the lines after all, even if he wasn't sure how much cover a single lone Quincy could possibly provide to a division-worth amount of his allies. Any such doubt Toshiro had disappeared, however, when the single arrow that the man had shot suddenly split itself in midair, the process repeated 3 times in quick succession, to turn into 9 arrows, and something in the splitting process caused the trajectory of the new arrows to change somewhat, enough that all of the dragons Toshiro had unleashed could be targeted. He frowned, channeling even more fear into them so they'd be too cold to be affected by the same trick, but the arrows didn't unleash the same trick. Instead, they started letting out white smoke at the moment of contact, which caused them to punch through the ice dragons as if they were made of water instead, and then, a moment later, to Toshiro's astonished disbelief, the white smoke suddenly ignited, and the ice that made up his dragons was suddenly on fire. He watched, incredulous, as white flames continued to raise from the ice, slowly consuming it without melting it, nor being put out by any of the water that formed along break lines before the flames consumed that, too. It took him a moment to stop staring and turn his attention to the Quincy, and he would have chastised himself for leaving such an opening if not for the fact that, instead of exploiting it, the Quincy was waving lazily at him, bow in his hand, as if trying to catch his attention. And indeed, when Toshiro turned his way, the man said, his voice somehow carrying clearly despite the distance and seeming to come, not from his position, but instead from all over the battlefield, with a strange tinny clarity to it. "Would you mind ordering your troops to stand down and surrender? If you did, it'd make things a lot easier and less painful for you." Toshiro didn't bother answering such an obvious taunt, and instead flew forward at him, calling on his Bankai to surround him in a swirling storm of ice. Even if they could set a few pieces aflame, he could just cast those aside and use the rest to pummel him down. The Quincy answered his charge with a sigh, and then let flew an arrow with a speed Toshiro didn't think possible. He prepared himself for another incendiary attack, so he wasn't ready when instead the single arrow exploded in a cloud of a grainy white substance that melted through the ice without pause, eating into Toshiro's wings so quickly he crashed to the ground before he was able to reform them. As he rolled back to his feet and realized that what he was half covered with was salt, but of a different type than what he knew and with a strange smell, the Quincy shook his head and, instead of shooting at him, sent out a single arrow up into the sky, which suddenly started splitting as it reached the apex of its arc, turning into a dozen, then 100, then 1,000 of arrows, and Toshiro grimaced as he realized that they'd somehow been aimed to target and destroy his division, while leaving the Quincy unharmed. To their credit, his troops didn't let it completely overtake them, with Rangiku using some form of Kido to shout orders across the various platoons and coordinate a retreat, while those among his Shinigami who knew Kido raised shields above their heads to break some of the attack, and if it had been normal arrows targeting them, it might have even worked. However, what happened instead was that the arrows which hit Kido barriers melted straight through them as if covered in acid, and then all of them, upon either striking a target or hitting the ground, break apart in an explosion of blue acid that left almost any Shinigami touched by it horribly scarred, if not straight up into a melting pool on the ground. Rangiku managed to reorganize them somewhat, barely, but the Quincy who had been about to be encircled were already counter-attacking, and the leader was already reading his bow, only, he had 4 arrows at the ready this time, and Toshiro had little doubt that he would be able to use them all, nor could he believe that his troops could survive that same attack at 4 times the strength without rooting. So, he charged at the Quincy again, using ice to propel himself forward but also using his hand to fire off Kido beam after Kido beam at him. His hope was to force the man to use his arrows to stop those, but, while the Quincy turned to look at him with his flinty black eyes, he didn't, as instead a wall of something glittering appeared in the path of Toshiro's Kido. It took him a second to identify those as diamonds, and to wonder how the other man had made them appear out of thin air, before he was surprised when, instead of smashing through them, the Kido laser somehow went inside the gems and then exited them at completely impossible, oblique angles, completely missing him. The surprise left Toshiro completely open to the 4 arrows that were fired straight at him, and expecting them to be tailored to defeat his ice, he relied on his Hakuda instead, creating a coat of rage over one of determination over one of calm, the idea being that the fire-like properties of the first would burn away anything that the rock-like structure of the second wasn't though enough to stop, with the water-like properties of the third allowing him to then quickly push away anything that was left. He did not expect for the first arrow to explode in a white powder, which he was almost certain was flour for the one moment he felt it, before his rage coat made it explode again and again and again, especially as 3 more flour arrows smacked into him in quick succession. As Toshiro collapsed to the ground from the combination of the burns and the kinetic impact of the explosions, the Quincy told him, in a pitiless tone, "You can't say I didn't warn you," perhaps thinking that such an attack would have been enough to take him out. Toshiro could concede that it might have been, on a less resilient Shinigami, even he needed a few moments to recover from that kind of pounding, so he was glad his enemy was giving them to him. Although not as glad as he could have been, considering that the reason was the other man saying, as he turned back toward the lines where the 3rd Division was struggling against the Quincy's counter-attack. "Now, let's take care of the rest of your lot. I trained my people to work in small teams specifically because I was aware that's how your own army is structured, so they should be in a good position, but I think a little push is what's needed to truly win this. So." He paused, trailing off, and as Toshiro checked why, he saw that an entire group of Quincy had just been turned into ants, while Lady Shihoan was flying high into the air, having grown herself large butterfly wings. She was also glowing with light and shouted, her voice resonating like a roar. "You better run, Quincy, we took down your forces to the north, and you'll fare no better. Don't die for the sake of Aizen's ambitions." The Quincy sighed, muttering, "If only was that simple," to himself, before something resembling a microphone suddenly appeared on his lapel, and he said into it, even as he sent an arrow flying. "Captain Yoriyuki, whatever your grudge with Aizen, you should be aware he's a capable planner who knows your weaknesses. I am prepared to take you on." The words suddenly started to echo from multiple directions at once all over the battlefield again, and in that brief moment when Lady Shihoan looked around for the source, the first arrow the Quincy had shot exploded into a large and thick black cloud that covered almost all of the battlefield, completely obscuring the Lady Shihoan from view, or, more accurately, shielding the Quincy under it from her notice. Toshiro got back up and dashed toward the Quincy, not wanting to let him capitalize on the weakness, but he suddenly shot up, and Toshiro saw that he was wearing what looked like glowing blue shoes that seemed to allow him to skate over the air. The man didn't even bother to look down at Toshiro as he spoke, instead firing an arrow toward the curtain of black smoke with absolute confidence. While he didn't know how the Quincy was locating the Lady Shihoan, Toshiro wasn't about to let him get a surprise strike in on her, so, instead of attacking him, he sent a jet of ice straight at the cloud, blasting a small portion of it away. While it wasn't much, the explosion of ice on smoke immediately drew Lady Shihoan's attention, and the woman grinned on seeing the arrow come her way, and grew a scaled tail that she swiped in front of her, the timing perfect to intercept the projectile and bat it away. Only, instead of batting it away, the arrow exploded in a cloud of green and pink smoke that made the lady cough for a moment. She turned toward the Quincy, who had risen in the air up to her level, and glared at him. "You, what did you do to me?" The man shrugged, sending a bit of his scraggly hairs in front of his face, and answered, "Bored. I'm a skin Navarre, and as for what I did, I just drugged you with a psychedelic of my invention that works both by contact and by inhalation. It's nothing lethal, but it should mess with your perceptions something fierce, and as I said, Aizen briefed us on your power. You can't aim your Bankai if you can't pick out a target properly." The Lady Shihoan chuckled, apparently impressed, and asked, "Why not dose me with a poison then? Poisons affect different creatures differently, and I wouldn't put it past one with your power and skill to be able to identify the effects and find a creature immune to them fast enough to avoid being killed by it. Whereas a drug whose effects are obviously not lethal but difficult to identify due to their very nature, you might not be able to shrug off so easily. Not to mention, you might inadvertently shift into something that would treat it as a poison, and you might be unable to notice due to your focus on the sensory aspect. Especially if it's a small form, so the damage is proportionally greater. Clever. Also misleading. I bet you're going to use poisons next, aren't you? In fact, I'd guess they're one of your favored means of attack." A smirk formed on Navarre's face, as he straightened slightly and answered primly. "That's just so rude an assumption to make. After all, there's plenty of medicines that turns lethal in the right dosage. As a chemical researcher, it's my job to figure out where exactly that line lies, and I can hardly do that without testing different dosages, now can I?" Even as he said that, he let an arrow fly. This time, the Lady Shihoan moved to dodge it rather than try another parry. However, the arrow exploded in midair, showering her left side with acid and taking out half her wing, sending her in a corkscrewing spiral for a moment. Toshiro reacted by sending an ice dragon toward her, which she landed upon, her arms back to a more human-like shape, except for the cat-like claws on her fingers which she used to cling to her ice. Her arm looked horribly burned and bleeding, at least for a moment, until it suddenly shifted to a pink, gooey consistence and then started to regenerate. Navarre raised an eyebrow at that, and commented, "Axolotl, isn't it? But, as effective of a regeneration as those have, it still takes months to work." Lady Shihoan grinned up at him, revealing a row of shark-like teeth, and answered. True, but I don't need to rely on the axolotl own metabolism, there's plenty of animals who have a much faster one, which supercharges the regeneration. Indeed. Also, some of them have different senses, ones that aren't so easily fooled. Even as the Lady Shihoan spoke, a long, snake-like tongue started to flicker through her mouth, only for her to frown a moment later as the air around Navarre turned both hazy and king of greenish as he said. And I have more than one mean to interfere with senses. What sort of a fool did you take me for, to think I would rely on a single silver bullet to stop you, instead of having prepared as many counters to your Bankai as I could think of? Giving Lady Shihoan no time to answer him, Navarre let another arrow fly, and when she jumped over the arrow to let it smack into the ice, the arrow instead bounced back from the dragon's surface, as if it was made of rubber, and then unexpectedly, as it was rebounding, split into four, all of them aimed at the Lady Shihoan from behind. Toshiro knew that a warning from him wouldn't cause her to react in time, but luckily she didn't need one, immediately spinning on herself, and looking like she was thinner than her usual, as well, to let them all pass her by. It would have even worked, if one of the four arrows, the one she'd dodged by the closest margin, hadn't suddenly split again the moment it was above her, so that the new one stabbed her in the arm before she could react. And then, suddenly, the arrow turned into a transparent liquid, looking very close to water but a lot more viscous, and Lady Shihoan screamed as the liquid seemed to both melt her flesh and sear it at the same time. She grimaced and tried to switch back to the regenerative form, but that revealed deep black marks underneath her skin that the creature power wasn't able to counter, as Navarre lectured. Also, axolotl regeneration also works on open wounds, not scarified tissue like, say, that's left behind by a hydrofluoride burn on open flesh. I wonder how many of those you can take before collapsing from the pain. He followed the words by unleashing a dozen arrows at the Lady Shihoan, but her eyes flashed gold as she said, amused, more than you can, before the projectiles reached her and went straight through, as if a ghost, and Toshiro realized she was using Utsusimi, the advanced Ho-Ho technique that left behind a small amount of Ryutsu in the shape of the user as they used Shunpo to attack from another angle. Toshiro himself wasn't able to use it, and he wasn't sure how many of his fellow captains actually did. Swaifon was the only one he was sure could, but then, Lady Shihoan had trained Captain Swaifon, so it made sense she would have the ability to. Knowing what he was looking for, Toshiro was able to identify the figure of the lady as she stopped for a moment to throw a Kido grenade at Navarre. Before moving again and charging forward, he wondered how she was using Shunpo to walk on air, since that should only be possible in the mortal realm, not the spiritual one, until he noticed the small bits of skin that fell on his ice dragon. She was using the snake's ability to shed skin on her feet, and then using her shed skin as a point of support. The level of speed and precision required to do that beggared belief, and yet, Toshiro couldn't see how else the lady could be achieving the sort of offensive she was putting on. And an offensive it undeniably was. The Quincy was clearly tracking her movements somehow, but even if he could follow her, his reflexes, and thus the arrows he was shooting, could not. Several times he fired only to destroy an Utsusimi left behind, which was accompanied by mocking laughter from the Lady Shihoan, alongside another Kido grenade thrown his way. Navarre was quick enough on his Reishi skates to dodge the explosions themselves, and his skin, glowing slightly blue, was clearly thick enough to resist the outer edges of them, but the continued forced dodges interfered with his ability to use his bow, and whenever he tried to move around of the circle in which the Lady Shihoan was moving, a more powerful explosion would form in his path, forcing him back. Still, the Quincy didn't seem willing to just accept that, as he growled, "Let's see you keep avoiding this." Before, suddenly, a cloud of gravel formed all around him, stopping several explosions at once and causing the Lady Shihoan to slow down at the sudden obstacle in her path, enough that Navarre was able to finally shot an arrow at her that grazed her shoulder, stealing another scream of pain from her. However, as the man focused toward her and prepared to unleash a barrage of arrow on her, she grinned, stating that was a mistake, before suddenly disappearing. A moment later, the gravel started to spread all over it as a multitude of Utsusimi clones formed around Navarre, each a different size and shape, as Toshiro realized the Lady Shihoan had somehow both accelerated her movement and started to use her power to shapeshift as she did. However, the true goal behind this only became clear when, suddenly, all of the pebbles in the gravel cloud lit up at once while the sound of a thunderclap split the sky, the flash of light from the unleashed electricity. Powerful enough to leave most people who didn't have Toshiro's quickness in using Hakuta to cover their eyes temporarily blinded and dazzled. Not Navarre, though. The man's clothes appeared to have developed a rubbery black cover, and black sunglasses had covered his eyes for a moment. They disappeared quickly though, revealing that he was sweating and breathing hard, and while his clothes had survived the onslaught, they were also smoking quite copiously. The lightning goddess' mocking laughter echoed through the air, as she said, even as her precise position remained impossible to track. You gave me something I could use to conduct electricity directly to you, as well as to stay airborne without having to limit myself to a form that helps with it. How many lightning strikes do you think you'll be able to survive, before your defenses fail? 3? 4? Could you manage 10? Because I can keep going for hours, if need be, and it'll take me only a handful of seconds to charge another one up. The Quincy glowered at Lady Shihoan's closest afterimage, then suddenly raised his bow high above his head, sending an arrow high in the air which then exploded in several thousands. Many of those removed a good deal of the gravel around him, even if not all of it, but many more fell down on the regrouping forces of the 3rd Division. Toshiro tried to shield them with his dragons, but once again, his ice was simply pierced through and set on fire, and each arrow that reached the ground exploded into a pillar of white fire. Then Navarre said, in a tone that carried a hint of anger. And what of them? Can they survive that long? Because if I can't hit you, I've no qualms making your subordinates pay for your success. So, what say you, Captain Yoriyuki? Are you going to sacrifice them all to win? Never again. The word was delivered at the same time as the Lady Shihoan appeared right behind Navarre, stabbing him with the giant, mole-like claws she'd grown over her hands, which made them the side of small swords. The man spat blood at the attack, but then grinned and grabbed her wrist before saying, his tone mocking. Mistake for mistake? You should have let them die for you. Now that I've you caught, you won't escape me again. I'll trap you with me until I've defeated you, and without you to protect them, your Shinigami will be destroyed anyway. The Lady Shihoan said in an amused tone, Yep, you've got me, but as she did, she looked at Toshiro with a big grin and winking, before the dome of lattice work, steel, and crystal that the Quincy was calling into existence around the two of them hid them both from his sight. Toshiro blinked, himself, before finding his resolve hardening, as he turned back to his division. He'd thought that helping Lady Shihoan defeat Navarre was where he might do more, but he hadn't really helped her much at all in the fight. No, what he needed to do to help her was take care of his division, and ensure that as many of them as possible made it through this battle. And, without Navarre to interfere with his Bankai, he was going to do it. He banished all of his hesitation, and focused on collecting all of his Ryotsu. Ice exploded out of him, dragon after dragon as dozen, then hundreds of ice creatures were unleashed as he pushed higher in Meru past any limit he'd pushed him before. Everybody on the battlefield turned toward him, the Quincy hesitating, while his Shinigami, after a first moment of astonishment, let out a triumphant yell and went to the attack with all of their energy. As for himself, Toshiro turned toward the Arrancar force, which was approaching at growing speed, and focused his attention on the tall green-haired woman at the front. He would bet she was an Espada, which meant defeating her was paramount, and being the only captain on the field, the task was going to fall to him. After all, that was what being a GOTI 13 captain was about, protecting those who needed it, sacrificing yourself if needed, and trusting in your companions to uphold justice, no matter the personal cost. He'd had his doubts, after the captain commander had promoted him, of being truly deserving of the role, but after the Lady Shihoan had shown him her willingness to put herself in danger to save her subordinates, after somebody who, according to all the reports, didn't trust anyone, had shown such willingness to trust him, a freshly promoted captain she barely knew, to handle matters in her absence, he wasn't going to let her down. It was well past time for Toshiro Hitsugaya to prove to everybody, including himself, what he was truly worth. Check the description for the links to the author.